Chapter 503 Chapter 503 Junior Brother Han's Exceptionally Unique Perspective. Chapter 503 Junior Brother Han's Exceptionally Unique Perspective. In front of the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao could sense that Han Ming's cultivation had improved. He never stopped improving himself. It was all because of his talent and hard work. He utilized both opportunities and potential to the best of his ability. In the entire cliff of broken hearts, there were only a few people who could match him. He had matured a lot. He still clung to luck a lot, but that was just a small flaw. It didn't affect him much. As for who Junior Brother Han would bring back, he didn't really care. It wasn't very likely that he would bring back a dragon, after all. They were rare. However, since Han Ming's Sect mission had arrived, his own mission might also be coming soon. Sure enough, 3 days later, he received a Sect mission. Surprisingly, this time the mission was once again related to the Sea Fog Cave. Why is it the Sea Fog Cave again? Jiang Hao felt a headache coming on. After asking the senior at the task hall, he got the answer. It wasn't originally yours. Last time, it was fine for a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator to lead the team. But now, the Sea Fog Cave has become a lot more dangerous, so we need a Golden Core Realm Cultivator to lead the group. Since you advanced to the Golden Core Realm recently, the mission was assigned to you. He was speechless. If possible, he wanted to bribe with some spirit stones and request a mission change. But Sect missions were not something that could be modified or changed. Only a few individuals had that authority. Sect missions could be exchanged with others, but they couldn't be avoided. This was something that most disciples had to face. Normally, there would be no punishment for failures. Jiang Hao's focus was always on keeping a low profile. But with the advancement of his cultivation realm, he had become the leader. Trying to pass off unnoticed would be troublesome, as he couldn't deceive everyone in the group. Just like last time, there were 4 people in the group, including him. What surprised him, however, was that all 3 were people he knew. There was Zheng Shurjiu from the Ice Moon Valley, who was now in the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. There was also Xian Yue from the Thunder Fire Peak, who was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Yu Yu from the Flowing Waterfall was also at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The first 2 had cooperated multiple times before with him. The last one had worked with him twice. Senior Brother Jing, you have also reached the Golden Core Realm, Jiang Hao said with admiration. 13 years ago, Senior Brother Jing was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Now, he had advanced to the Golden Core Realm. Jiang Hao wondered why he wasn't the one leading the team instead. Xian Yue's advancement was also quite rapid. She had advanced from the early stage to the late stage in just 13 years. It's quite fast, considering Han Ming had just reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Xian Yue was most likely in her 40s now. Han Ming was 31. It seems Junior Brother Han is not young anymore. Jiang Hao shook his head and chuckled. After that, he planned to go back and prepare. It was not safe to enter the Sea Fog Cave unprepared. He needed to see if the Saint Bandits had done anything new recently. Unfortunately, he believed he couldn't find anything about them unless he could lure Yin Wei out. Perhaps I can lure Yin Wei out. Once I appraise him, I'll know if he has done anything. Yin Wei used the Blood Wish path and hid in the shadows. Even people at the Soul Ascension realm worked under him. It meant that his status and influence might be quite extraordinary. So, what method can I use to lure him out? Jiang Hao thought along the way but didn't find an answer. However, he still had half a month. Perhaps he could come up with something. During this time, he also needed to ask about the exact situation of the Sea Fog Cave. Ever since they had cooperated with the overseas people, there had been very little information from the Sea Fog Cave. There was no news about what might have actually happened inside. Ordinary disciples probably wouldn't know what happened inside. Fortunately, he could go and ask at the Lawless Tower. Perhaps he could learn a thing or two from there. A few days later, in mid-January, Jiang Hao went to the Lawless Tower and learned that many people had already entered the Sea Fog Cave for exploration. There wasn't anything too dangerous for now. It was still manageable. Therefore, they even allowed Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to enter the cave for missions. Jiang Hao still couldn't rest easy. But there hadn't been any major conflicts so far, and he wasn't sure if the Saint Bandits had left or had a different plan. There was also no progress in the stone tablet. Gui and the others didn't mention anything about the Saint Bandit. Seemingly, there hadn't been significant developments overseas. The only good news was that Gui seemed to have successfully cursed Yinwei. Although weak, the curse was indeed a success. However, it seemed that the person had sensed Gui's location, so she was being careful. Jiang Hao was the same. Yinwei's strength didn't seem to be weak. His methods were not lacking in strategy and strength. Senior Brother Jiang, some called him. After wrapping up his sails, Jiang Hao was walking along the path near the entrance of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He turned and saw Han Ming. 3 other people accompanied him. 2 men and 1 woman. Junior Brother Han, who are these people? Jiang Hao was surprised. I recruited them for the outer sect, Han Ming said with a confident smile. Jiang Hao was surprised. Does he really expect to surpass Shouldn with the help of these 3? In fact, no matter how talented someone was, they couldn't surpass Shouldn. After all, this young dragon was not truly at the Foundation Establishment realm. She was just recovering her lost cultivation. Her true cultivation might even have surpassed the sect masters. It was quite normal for her at the Foundation Establishment realm to be able to fight on par with those at the Golden Core realm. In the eyes of their cliff master, Shouldn was extraordinary. The only regret was that she was practically unmanageable. He had also heard that whenever Cliff Master tried to teach her, Shouldn would always fall asleep. In the end, the Cliff Master gave up. He would only say, "Go and eat." Naturally, Shouldn was delighted. Jiang Hao looked at the 3 people behind Han Ming. On the left was a rather tall man who appeared to be at the 5th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement realm, but was actually at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. There were traces of the Great Thousand Spirit technique in his spiritual energy. Jiang Hao wondered if he was from the Great Thousand God Sect. In the middle was a young girl who seemed to have no cultivation aura, but in reality she was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. It seemed she had traces of the cultivation technique he had seen on Situ Jian and the others. He wondered if she was from the Black Heaven sect. The last one was a young boy who appeared to be destitute and weak but had a strong and vigorous lifeblood. His spiritual energy was similar to the Heavenly Saint spiritual technique. Jiang Hao wondered if he was from the Heavenly Saint sect. Regardless of their cultivation realms, these 3 individuals had one thing in common. Their method of concealment was too crude. Anyone with a higher cultivation than them could see through their guise. Junior Brother Han, are you going to meet the Cliff Master? Jiang Hao asked. Master is busy, so I'll just meet with a senior brother. If the senior brother is also busy, I'll just arrange their accommodation directly, Han Ming said. Then, Junior Brother Han, be careful on your way, Jiang Hao said. If he were to meet the master, Jiang Hao thought Han Ming might be in trouble. The people would be worried about meeting the Cliff Master, but meeting a fellow senior would be no problem. However, what they didn't know was that the fellow disciple helping with tasks was most likely Senior Brother Bai. If these 3 Golden Core realm cultivators had disguised themselves better, Senior Brother Bai probably wouldn't have bothered to investigate. It was just unfortunate for them. Even if they had advanced in their cultivation realm, senior brother by E wouldn't have said anything. Most of the time concealing one's cultivation didn't necessarily mean that they were a spy, but the senior would note down their names for future reference, just in case. Jiang Hao watched Han Ming leave. The next day, Ching Cho told Jiang Hao that Han Ming had received great praise for capturing 3 spies. He had calmly handed them over to senior brother Bai Yi. The 3 Golden Core Realm spies had contributed to Han Ming's merit. Chapter 504 Chapter 504 Would anyone really wipe the dirt? Chapter 504 Would anyone really wipe the dirt? In the following days, Jiang Hao did not see junior brother Han again. He heard that he had gone out for training, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. In the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao smiled. Junior brother Han's efforts were admirable. The harder he worked, the sooner he would become one of the top disciples. He hadn't received any achievements for a long time. This thing was indeed good for him. The higher the achievements, the lesser the probability that others dared to mess with him. But, for Jiang Hao, more contribution would mean a higher possibility of being taken off the suspect list. In late January, the spirit beast still didn't return. So, Jiang Hao handed the task of watering the heavenly fragrance Dao flower to Shaoli. Other spirit herbs could stop growing, but he couldn't take a risk with the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. There were too many people watching him. Both Elder Baiji and Hongye were watching him like a hawk. Shaoli readily agreed. After that, he went to the cafeteria and gave enough spirit stones to take care of Shaoli's meal. Senior brother Jiang, you don't have to be so formal. You can give them to me later when you come back, said Fengyang. Jiang Hao was already at the Golden Core Realm, so as a Foundation Establishment Realm disciple, Fengyang was even more respectful than before. As his cultivation realm increased, his status in the sect also grew. Of course. After exchanging a few polite words, Jiang Hao turned and left. Later, he went to the outer sect's spirit herb garden. With his presence there, it would be much easier for Ching Cho in the future to manage the garden. After arranging that, he went to the law enforcement hall. He found that Jing Shurjiu and the others were already there. Senior brother Jing, senior sister Xian, and senior sister Yu, greetings, Jiang Hao said politely. Jing Shurjiu felt quite emotional. He recalled the time 13 years ago when they had gone on a mission together. Jiang Hao had been the weakest among them, and now, he was the strongest. He had even become a team leader. The changes were truly incredible. Xian Yue was the most touched. Before, she and Jiang Hao were at the same level, but now, she was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and he was already at the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. Before Jiang Hao arrived, she was actually feeling conflicted. She was torn between whether to address him as senior brother or junior brother, considering the difference in their cultivation realms. But he still called her senior sister, so she didn't need to overthink. Yu was also surprised. His progress was too fast, even faster than some of the true disciples. Junior brother Jiang, you're being too polite. We're here to cooperate with you this time. Feel free to tell us what you need us to do. Jing Shurjiu smiled. All right. Thank you, seniors, said Jiang Hao with a smile. That was good. He had been worried that they might have a clash of opinions. These 3 people had worked with him before, and he couldn't leave them to die if something happened. The 4 of them flew on their swords and headed toward the direction of the Sea Fog Cave. Junior brother Jiang, have you been to the Sea Fog Cave before? Xian Yue asked on the way. I have been there once. It gave me a feeling of danger, Jiang Hao said. Danger? Yu asked in confusion. She had a large sword on her back. But I heard that it's not very dangerous there. Yeah. It seems so on the surface, but it's just my feeling, Jiang Hao said truthfully. In fact, he didn't know where the danger lay, but he felt it anyway. It seems that we need to be careful. By the way, I heard that entering the sea fog this time will affect both vision and perception, said Jing Shurjio with the fan in his hand. Jiang Hao nodded. He had also heard about it, so he was even more worried. Unfortunately, during this time, he hadn't found Yin Wei or anything related to the Saint Bandits. He could only take it one step at a time. Jing Shurjio and Xian Yue were grateful. This time, they felt that they were safest with Jiang Hao on the team. After working with him several times, they understood how unique he was. He was already extraordinary at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and now, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, he was bound to be even more exceptional. At the Sea Fog Cave, they found many people taking a break outside. Every month or so, you have to come out and rest for 3 days at least. Then, you can go back in, said a senior as she came to receive and brief Jiang Hao's team. She was from the Law Enforcement Hall and was in charge of briefing the ones who had this mission. What is our task? Jiang Hao asked. Go to Route 2 and take over that area. You don't need to do much. You just have to guard it, said the senior. What's over there? Jiang Hao asked. The task seemed safe and easy, but he knew that it would turn dangerous. The fact that they were supposed to guard the place meant there was something important there. Would one Golden Core Realm disciple be enough? The people working at the Lawless Tower were beyond the Soul Ascension Realm, and they had still disappeared from this cave. One Golden Core Realm disciple was definitely not enough for the dangers inside. Don't worry. It's not an important place. It's just that it feels a bit strange. Besides, there are already people guarding the place. The sect only wants you to take over the task for a while, said the senior. Jiang Hao nodded. He could only go in and take a look. But there was a problem. There were already people over there, and he needed to take over. That wouldn't be easy. As they entered the cave, Jiang Hao found that there were many sea monsters there. What are these? Jing Shurjio and the others were surprised. They were all tentacle-like creatures that they had never seen before. They hadn't even seen such creatures in the bestiary. They call themselves the Sea Patrol Spirit Beasts, said the senior. You need to make them familiar with your scent. If there is an accident, they can find you the fastest. You must let them lead the way for you. The poison in the sea fog is not the most dangerous thing here. Losing your way might be the most terrifying thing that you might face. These creatures can guide your way. You can easily tame them with meat. For those with higher intelligence, you can even speak to them. Jiang Hao and the others were surprised. The Sea Patrol Spirit Beasts were indeed unusual. Jing Shurjio and the others were puzzled. Why were they called the Sea Patrol Spirit Beast when they were actually in the Sea Fog Cave? With the Sea Patrol Spirit Beast as their guide, Jiang Hao and the others headed further inside. Surprisingly, this time it was Aja who led the way. Originally, they had arranged for it to be another Sea Patrol Spirit Beast, but Aja volunteered and left the supervisors with no choice. Aja was the most trustworthy among the beasts and was said to have acknowledged Elder Baiji as its master. Jiang Hao agreed with it. Aja wouldn't betray them, so there was no need to worry. With another beast, he would need to be careful. However, Aja was okay. It could even communicate with them. At the Heavenly Note Sect, 2 people looked in the direction of the Sea Fog Cave from a small path. They have entered the Sea Fog Cave. Isn't that just perfect? It's good, but there are records inside. If they are discovered, wouldn't they hit the jackpot? It's unlikely. The sea fog blocks most perception, especially after many years of erosion on the walls. They certainly won't be able to find anything, unless someone is willing to put in the effort to wipe the walls, and even then, it would take a long time. Is there anyone like that? No. They would at most use techniques or magic treasures. However, that wouldn't have an impact. The two smiled at each other and no longer worried about the matter. I heard that the plan is to connect to the cave from the royal family. Is that true? I don't know. They usually don't inform us of their plans, but it's not impossible. Let's continue to gather what we need. By the way, aren't you concerned that the person you're observing seems to have gone there? There's no rush. We'll see later. If needed, we'll go in to save him. Ha ha. That would be perfect. The two no longer paid attention to the sea fog cave, and instead headed toward a crowd. When are you planning to contact the people of the White Moon Lake? No rush. We need to wait for things to settle down first. It's too risky now. If you're not in a hurry to make contact, I'm even less so. After all, almost everyone anxious has ended up dead. Boom. One of them almost tripped. I wonder who in the Imperial City is keeping an eye on me? Their cultivation realm is very high too. Chapter 505. Chapter 505. Doesn't he realize who he is talking to? Chapter 505. Doesn't he realize who he is talking to? At the Imperial City, in the underground palace, Baiju was standing in the center of a huge spirit stone array. The surrounding spirit stones were lit on fire, but they quickly turned to ashes. This person has a high cultivation realm and is very keen. He has almost sensed my location several times now. The first time she was noticed, she changed her approach, but unexpectedly she was noticed again. Luckily, the curse was successful. It could cause some trouble to the person. It might not affect them too much, but even a slight inconvenience could prove fatal, especially in a battle. Unfortunately, the information is too little. Otherwise, the effect would definitely be great. If I could just see him once, he would be dead within 3 years. Baiju sighed and waved her hand. The ashes spread across the entire palace and disappeared. Then, she left. She had secretly investigated Yin Wei but had found nothing. A person who could attract Jing's attention might not be an ordinary person. However, although Yin Wei couldn't be found, she had managed to find traces of the Saint Bandits. They were right near the Imperial City. From the signs, it was likely that the royal family was indeed cooperating with them. It was unclear what they were up to. Of course, as a princess who wasn't important enough, she couldn't participate. There were quite a few factions within the royal family, and it wasn't her place to dictate what they should do. It was best to just watch quietly. Back at her residence, Qiao Yi approached her. Princess, have you tried the techniques that Prince Baiju suggested? I've tried them. Baiju smiled and nodded. And what were the results? Qiao Yi was quite interested. Baiju shrugged. None of them suit me. Qiao Yi couldn't help but sigh. It's all right. I've already told you that I'm a genius. Baiju smiled. These small matters aren't worth worrying about. By the way, has anything significant happened in the Imperial City lately? I don't know about other matters, but there are indeed some things regarding you. Qiao Yi furrowed her brows. Me? Baiju sat down by the stone table and smiled. What could there possibly be to talk about me? Are they saying I'm getting old yet again? Indeed, some other princesses have mentioned age-related matters. They say a princess who can't cultivate won't find a good marriage prospect and would end up just being a burden, Auntie Qiao said. Baiju was speechless. After all, she wasn't dependent on her family. In fact, there is another troublesome matter, Qiao Yi said in a low voice. Someone has come to propose marriage to you. Propose marriage to me? Baiju was stunned and pointed at herself in disbelief. Yes. Qiao Yi nodded. It's... Auntie Qiao was about to say it when suddenly she turned toward the back gate and said in a low voice, He's here again. Baiju looked curiously toward the gate. A middle-aged man in armor walked in. It was General Lin, who had visited before. As soon as he entered, he bowed to Baiju. Greetings, Princess Baiju. General Lin? Baiju smiled. Are you acting as a messenger for someone? Auntie Chiao had explained everything clearly, so Bai Zhu knew the purpose of General Lin's visit. You are wise as always, Princess, said General Lin in praise. I have come on behalf of Crown Prince Shangguan. The eldest son of the Shangguan family? Bai Zhu asked. The one with a bad temperament. He is just young and passionate, General Lin said. Princess, please consider it. Being a princess in the imperial city will be difficult in a few years. It would indeed be difficult in later years, especially with her lack of value. Bai Zhu understood his implication. She smiled. Is that all, General Lin? That's all. General Lin nodded. In that case you may leave, Bai Zhu said with a smile. General Lin frowned, but he turned and left. So insolent, Auntie Chiao said in a low voice. Indeed, he doesn't even consider who he's talking to. He's talking to the first genius of the royal family and the most exceptional talent to have ever been born, said Bai Zhu jokingly. Auntie Chiao was speechless. How much farther is it? Jiang Hao asked Aja inside the sea fog cave. We're almost there, Aja said. The surrounding was full of sea fog, and it affected their vision and perception. It was even impossible to determine which side the walls were on. However, they could hear some sounds. Jiang Hao tried to make sense of the surroundings using what he had learned from the Nameless Manual. He tried to pay attention to the extension of sounds and the movement of the fog. Slowly, the vague pattern of the passage appeared in his mind. He stopped in his tracks. Jing Shurjiu and the others also stopped behind him. They were puzzled. Why aren't you coming along? Aja asked from the front. Do you have any grievances with us? Jiang Hao asked suddenly. This surprised Jing Shurjiu and the others. Aja didn't seem surprised. It nodded. Yes, there are grievances indeed. That woman tricked me. I want revenge. I'm not familiar with Elder Baiji. None of us are, Jiang Hao said. Aja was deceived, which was inevitable. Its wisdom was definitely not on par with Elder Baiji. Humans, you're all indeed cunning and sly, Aja said. It turned and walked in another direction. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. There was a cliff ahead this time. Falling here might not be life-threatening, but it would be painful and would cause a lot of problems. It was better to avoid it if possible. Jing Shurjiu and the others had no idea what was going on. All they knew was that after Jiang Hao spoke, the spirit beast had abandoned the original path. It looked a bit angry. They understood that the previous path was problematic. What was even more puzzling was that Jiang Hao seemed to know this spirit beast. They looked at each other and exchanged knowing glances. After that, nothing unexpected happened, and they arrived at a place isolated from the sea fog. This place was backed against the wall and surrounded by a simple fence, and there were 2 guards in front of the gate. They could even see some houses inside. The arrival of Jiang Hao and the others made the guards nervous, but they relaxed when they saw that they were from the Heavenly Note Sect. Who are you? One of the guards asked. We're here to take over. Jiang Hao presented the token. Please wait a moment. One of the guards went inside. Shortly after, 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators came out. 2 men and 1 woman. All of them were in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The leader was a middle-aged man who was tall and burly. The muscles on his upper body were distinct, and he was not wearing any clothes. It looked like he could unleash tremendous power at any moment. He took the token and then nodded. It's indeed the Heavenly Note Sect here to take over. Let me see. The woman took the token and glanced at it. They could have been intercepted. How do you prove that you are Jiang Hao? It shouldn't be a problem, but not everyone who comes to take over can be trusted. At the very least, you have to convince us of your identities or your task, the Bald Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator said. How can we convince you? Jiang Hao asked. He had already known that these people would make things difficult. They were just doing this because they could. He didn't intend to establish dominance here. He would do whatever they said as long as they didn't try to harass or harm him and the others. First, you need to show us whether you can guard this place, said the middle-aged man. He seemed to be the leader. Before, we guarded the gate for 30 days to stabilize this place. Now, if you and your group can guard the gate for 10 days, we will acknowledge you. Chapter 506 Chapter 506 There's a problem with this wall. Chapter 506 There's a problem with this wall. I thought we were called here to guard the main gate, said Xan Yue coldly. Jing Shurjiu and others frowned slightly. These people were deliberately making things difficult because they wanted to show their dominance. Is that what you were told? We didn't say anything like that. The woman at the Foundation establishment realm smiled. The other two also smiled as if enjoying the show. All right, we'll guard it for 10 days. Jiang Hao nodded. The 3 Foundation establishment realm individuals were surprised that he agreed so quickly. Xian Yue and the others were a bit angry, but since Jiang Hao had spoken, there was nothing more to say. It seems you have the courage and fortitude worthy of being the leader this time, fellow disciple Jiang, the middle-aged man in charge said with a meaningful look. Jiang Hao then walked to the inside. But before he could enter, he was stopped by 2 Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Can't enter. Jiang Hao looked at the middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge. You can't. The man shook his head. Why? Jiang Hao asked calmly. You haven't gained our approval yet. You need to defend against the enemy outside for 10 days first. Only then can you gain our approval to enter, the middle-aged man said. Can I enter after 10 days then? Jiang Hao asked again. After 10 days you can enter the main gate. However, there are 3 subsequent tests. If you pass them all, we will submit and assist you in defending this place, the middle-aged man said apologetically. It's unavoidable. After all, this place is not ordinary. With a new leader arriving, we have to be cautious in our approach. Assessment is necessary. I hope you understand. Aren't you being a little unreasonable? Junior brother Jiang came here for a sect mission, and you don't even let him enter the door, Jing Shurjiu said in a low voice. His fan was already closed. You are right, of course. Since it's a sect mission, you can call in the person who assigned the mission. If they say there's no need for an assessment, then we will naturally listen, the middle-aged man said politely. Are you from overseas, fellow disciple? Jiang Hao asked calmly. Indeed, but we are cooperating with the Heavenly Note Sect. If it's really guaranteed by the Heavenly Note Sect, we will also comply. Would you like to go ahead with the assessment or go fetch the person who assigned the mission to confirm this? The man asked kindly. Jiang Hao looked at the man and suddenly looked surprised at someone behind him. Heavenly King Budong. The middle-aged man was startled and instinctively turned. Clang. The half-moon blade was unsheathed. At the sound, the middle-aged man knew he had been deceived. While defending, he began to retreat. Bam! The hilt hit his forehead heavily and sent him flying. But this gave him the time he needed. His defense was fully activated, and his treasures were revealed. A surging power was unleashed. But before he could even see the opponent, moonlight clouded his vision. Moonslaying. At this moment, he saw a figure appear in front of him, followed by a sweeping blade. Bam! The blade met the defenses. It swept through everything. His defense shattered and his treasure broke. The blade cut across his neck. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt his vision blur and spin. A sense of unexplained fear overpowered everything. But before he could fully understand the situation, his consciousness was fading. It was too late for any regrets. Jiang Hao stood in front of the corpse. He was silent for a moment. Then, He used a basic lightning technique to ensure that the person was dead. He didn't see a storage treasure, and even if he did, he couldn't pick it up in front of everyone. Looting was different from killing. No one had expected the situation to escalate this quickly. Jing Shurju reacted very quickly and exerted his strength to face the two people in front to prevent them from fighting. Xn Yu's sword was unsheathed, and Yu held the giant sword behind her. At this point, regardless of what happened, they had to face it head-on. Jiang Hao turned to the two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators and asked calmly, "Have we passed the assessment?" His blade emitted a faint light. It seemed the blade was already at the necks of the two people, and if they said the wrong thing, it would strike down. The woman and the bald man panicked. Their hearts raced. Finally, the two of them lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. "Of course, fellow disciple." Only then did Jiang Hao retract his sword and walk inside. This time, no one dared to stop him. The previous guards were also fearful. It wasn't until Jiang Hao went in that the two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected the newcomer to be so ruthless. He had even killed the strongest person among them with one strike. At this time, Zhao was resting. It was not surprising at all. After all, besides that woman, only this person looked it straight in the eyes. That woman was a bad person, and this young man wasn't a good person either. Jiang Hao walked into the main gate and found that there were quite a few people inside. There weren't many places to stay. It was mostly open spaces, and there were many broken stones on the open ground. Jiang Hao felt that this place was familiar. "Is this a mine?" Jing Shurju looked around. "I think you are right, junior brother Jiang. There really is a mine here. It is no wonder they wouldn't let us in." The mine was discovered by the people here, so they could secretly keep a portion of the gains for themselves. Originally, the three Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators had been in charge here. They might be getting a considerable portion of the shares. Now that a new manager had suddenly come, it meant a huge loss for them, so they were naturally unwilling to give in. At that point, the two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators rushed over to explain. They discovered the mine here accidentally, so they kept half of the gains and left the other half here. If it was discovered, they would submit the half they had saved. As they spoke, they showed them the ores they had collected. Jiang Hao looked at it and realized they had kept at least 80% of the total gain. "Show me the mine." Jiang Hao looked inside and observed. He found that the mine here was relatively average in size. Of course, he would still dig here. He wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. But he recalled Heavenly Steel Mountain. "Are there any stone tablets or something similar here?" "No," said the woman, shall we? "What a pity." Jiang Hao walked to the outside of the mine and dusted the wall. He remembered very clearly that just wiping away the dirt from stone tablets produced bubbles. Later, after wiping the treasures many times, only the primordial heavenly blade had given him a bubble. But it was just white bubbles. Suddenly, a white bubble fell before his eyes. Jiang Hao was stunned. "Huh? What's going on here? Why would wiping the wall produce bubbles?" Perplexed, he continued to wipe the wall. The more Jiang Hao wiped, the more surprised he became. This wall was strange. Normally, walls would never produce bubbles, let alone so many. Although there were no blue bubbles, this was just the beginning. There would definitely be more bubbles to come. Jiang Hao stopped wiping and then turned to Jing Shurju. "Senior brother Jing, I'll leave everything here to you while I examine this place." Chapter 507 Chapter 507 Was your junior brother normal before? Chapter 507 Was your junior brother normal before? Jing Shurju was temporarily appointed the leader. He was surprised but didn't say anything. After all, Jiang Hao rarely did this kind of thing without reason. What puzzled him, however, was what he wanted to examine in this place. Everyone was curious, but no one asked any questions. They could only follow his arrangements. The immediate priority was to understand this place, and then deal with the matter of the mine. The mine was still a secret, and there was no need to report it right away. Everyone wanted to make some profit from it. However, they needed to be careful about this to avoid trouble. When Zheng Shizhou and the others left, Jiang Hao faced the wall alone. He didn't do much but started to wipe it. He wanted to see how much he could wipe in a day and figure out why the wall produced bubbles. It took a long time. He took a piece of cloth and focused on the task. As time passed, white bubbles kept appearing. The constant notifications were refreshing. It felt wonderful to get so many bubbles. He could feel the change in his body. But after wiping for a while, all he got were white bubbles. Even green ones were exceptionally rare. The next day, Jiang Hao was still wiping the wall. The area where he had wipes gradually became smoother, but there was still a lot of dirt. After a day, the bubbles didn't surprise Jiang Hao so much, as the number of bubbles gradually began to decrease. The quality of the gains had also improved, and he obtained several spirit swords. What surprised him the most was that the dirt and grime here were unbelievably thick. If Heavenly Steel Mountain had dirt this thick, I wonder how many blue bubbles would appear when it's wiped clean. Jiang Hao sighed. Back then, he hadn't wiped it completely clean. It was such a pity. On the third day, Jiang Hao managed to get a blue bubble. Although it was just one blue bubble, it was still great. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower produced 2 blue bubbles every 7 days. But wiping this wall produced 1 blue bubble every 3 days. Moreover, finding a blue bubble also depended on luck. Perhaps he would find another blue bubble tomorrow. On the 4th day, it happened. It really appeared. His luck was decent. Even though no one had come to ask him anything, there was still a lot of gossip. No one understood what he was doing. Most of the people said, "Look, the manager is wiping the wall again. Do you think he'll stop today?" "No, he does that every day. I really don't know what he's here for." Even a Golden Core Realm cultivator Zheng Shizhou couldn't understand why Jiang Hao was acting like this. Now, the 5 of them were sitting together discussing Jiang Hao. "You're from the same sect, right? Don't you know what he is doing?" asked Xiao Shui. Zheng Shizhou felt a little embarrassed. Junior brother Jiang is a peculiar person. He seems to prefer silence and is always alone, so it's normal not to understand what he plans. But can't he just stop wiping the wall day and night? Everyone knows that disciple Jiang is in charge here. His every move affects the surroundings, said the bald man and hesitated. How about the 3 of you go and persuade him? Or we could enclose the area where junior brother Jiang is, Xian Yu said. That's a good idea. Yu nodded. We can publicly announce that junior brother Jiang is digging for the secret of the Sea Fog Cave. The 5 of them felt that it was a good idea. After all, no one knew what the secret was, so it didn't matter whether it was there or not. The most important thing was to stabilize the place first. This area wasn't particularly dangerous, and there were no special changes. As long as there were no internal problems, there shouldn't be any issues. In the following days, Jiang Hao noticed that the walls were starting to clear out around him. They enclosed the area where he was. Apart from the entrance to the mine, there were walls everywhere, and the interior space was not small either. Lighting arrays had also been set up. The quiet environment made Jiang Hao feel quite comfortable. He went out to thank senior brother Zheng in person. When he was asked what he was doing, he couldn't answer, so he chose to remain silent. He couldn't tell them that he was here for bubbles. So, what else could he say? Should he tell them that he was just cleaning the walls? That was partly the truth, but they might not believe him. So, silence was the best choice. Perhaps they would come up with their own answers to this question. This was a short-term solution, but in the long run. This wall did have a secret, but he didn't know it at the moment. As for the secret, he didn't care. He didn't have any intention of taking advantage of any opportunities, no matter what they were. As long as he could wipe the wall in peace, he was satisfied. He found that about half of the walls had bubbles. That meant the secret was within these walls. The secret might be something impactful. Whether he wanted to reveal it or not depended entirely on him. With so many people watching, it was impossible to keep it a secret. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao continued to wipe the wall. White bubbles kept appearing. Seeing all the +1s made him feel a bit emotional. If he could gain +1s for intelligence too, he would be more composed when dealing with Hong Yuye in the future. Unfortunately, he couldn't add to his intelligence. He couldn't understand how someone with a warped mind thought. Jiang Hao chuckled at himself and then continued to wipe. Becoming a genius was impossible, but improving his strength was a better choice. In the sea fog cave there was no concept of day and night, and many people lost track of time. They could only go about their own business each day. Junior sister Yu, how long has it been? Jing Shurjiu asked. At this moment, Yu was standing in front of a wooden board and marking it to count the days. About a month. A month? Xian Yue looked at the wall in disbelief. Junior brother Jiang hasn't come out for a month. What could be the reason? I don't know, but the people already believe our explanation. They all think there's a secret inside and don't dare to approach recklessly. Jing Shurjiu sighed helplessly. At least that's the situation on the surface. As for the discussions happening in secret among the people, they were unaware of it. There were always some people who would have doubts. Was your junior brother normal before all this? Shall we walked over to them? Xian Yue thought for a moment. I heard he just worked in the spirit herb garden and didn't go anywhere else. Jing Shurjiu looked outside. According to the time, the Sect's people should be coming to check our situation soon. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became nervous. There was a mine here, and the arrival of Sect members might bring trouble. However, it was unlikely they would make things difficult for the people here. After all, they hadn't done anything to harm the Sect. Hey, something seems to be approaching, Aja said suddenly. Everyone was startled and immediately went outside to check. They understood how special Aja was. It had extraordinary intelligence and a high status. It was Elder Baiji's envoy. So even though Aja's strength was just average, no one dared to show it any disrespect. When it said something was approaching, nobody questioned it. Chapter 508 Chapter 508 Deciding not to greet junior brother to save him the embarrassment. Chapter 508 Deciding not to greet junior brother to save him the embarrassment. Senior, what is it? Jing Shurjiu rushed to Aja's side. At this moment, Aja was nibbling on some meat. Seems like thieving sea monsters. Thieving sea monsters? Yu was puzzled. We named them that. The sea fog cave doesn't just have patrolling sea beasts like us. There are other things here. The most annoying ones are the thieving sea monsters. They're fast, agile, and love to steal things from others. Once they steal, they run, and it's hard to guard against them. They only steal and attack as a group, said Aja in disdain. Xian Yue and others felt a bit sympathetic. Some were spirit beasts, while others were sea monsters. Indeed, it was believed that whoever named them would suffer bad luck. How strong are they? Zheng Shurjiu asked the most crucial question. Stronger than us, but slower than us, Aja said. Prepare for battle. Zheng Shurjiu instructed everyone to put down what they were doing and prepare for the encounter. He said, we don't have time. Test their strength, and if something feels off, go find junior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao had amazed them by killing the leader before in one strike. Even if it was a surprise attack, that strike was something none of them could block. So undoubtedly, Jiang Hao was the strongest among them. Outside the sea fog cave, Zhuocheng walked over from the Lawless tower. In a few days, he would enter the sea fog cave to assess the situation there. This was the task assigned by the Lawless tower. After all, they were the ones most familiar with the sea fog cave. 7 locations. They are a bit further away and might take some time, said the junior respectfully. The first line under the jurisdiction of Heavenly King Budong. The second point of the second line under Jiang Hao's jurisdiction from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, and the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Once the locations were confirmed, Zhuocheng was surprised. Junior brother Jiang is also in there. Do you know him? The junior was surprised. Not really. Just heard about him. Zhuocheng didn't say much but observed the entrance. He waited to enter the cave and check the situation. The sea fog cave had changed rapidly, and they hadn't found any suspicious places, which made them concerned. The lack of suspicion was suspicious in itself. Senior sister Inshao was still missing. There were no traces of the tentacles they were looking for overseas. A lot of manpower and resources had been invested here, but there had been no gains so far. It made many people anxious. Inside the sea fog cave, under the enclosed walls, Jiang Hao looked at the relatively clean wall and felt strange. If he continued to wipe a few more times, he would be able to see the truth. Then, he would know the situation. However, he gave up and continued to wipe other places. If he was noticed, he might not be able to continue wiping. In this month, he had obtained 18 bubbles here. On average, each had 9 points. With the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, he only managed to get 4 points in 1 month. Even with the holy medicine herb, he only got 5. Here, it was almost double the amount. This place was better. He wouldn't go back for a while, and would devote himself to the sect mission instead. However, on this day, he felt a surge of power coming from outside. He checked the area and found no problems. Then, he went back in. Those attackers weren't that strong. However, in the evening, Zheng Shurjiu found him and said they had made a discovery outside. This made Jiang Hao have to put down the cloth. Outside, he saw everyone sitting on the ground. They looked tired and disheveled. Although the attackers weren't strong, they were extremely fast. Nobody enjoyed fighting them. Senior brother Zheng, what did you find? Jiang Hao asked. It's this. Zheng Shurjiu showed him a creature similar to Aja. It had tentacles similar to Aja, and it had 3 eyes. At this moment, it was holding a round crystal, which displayed various runes. When touched, it emitted a faint light. Is it a magic treasure? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Aja asked them, and they said it was stolen from the depths when no one was around, Zheng Shurjiu said. Their ability to steal things is quite extraordinary. Junior brother Jiang, we need to be careful. It seems they can steal from a distance. The depths. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. Not our people. It shouldn't be. Aja said our people haven't been to that area yet, Zheng Shurjiu said. Sacred bandits. Jiang Hao frowned. This reminded him of the figure he had seen when he first came to this cave. If they encountered those people, this place would be far more dangerous. He carefully examined the crystal and found that the runes carried a kind of power, but it was all locked inside. This thing had no aura. It was difficult to understand. He appraised it. The information astonished Jiang Hao. It was evident who Yi Jian was. He was certainly from the Saint Bandits. As for this Shangguan Hengyu, Jiang Hao wasn't sure who it was. However, since they were stealing the royal aura and favor, this person must be located in the imperial city. In reality, Jiang Hao didn't care whether the royal blessing was stolen or not. But if they were the Saint Bandits, it did concern him. The sacred bandits had set their eyes on him and were somehow connected to the Heavenly Note sect. He couldn't let the opponent become stronger, no matter how he looked at it, especially since the Heavenly Note sect had sent so many people in. There might be a traitor among them. Jiang Hao hesitated. This place didn't seem safe at all. The core life bead couldn't be left here. It would cause trouble. Jiang Hao looked at Jing Shurjiu. Senior brother Jing, I have to trouble you to make a trip. Then, he took the bead from the thieving sea monster's hands and handed it over to him. Take Aja and give this to the seniors outside in charge, Jiang Hao said. All right. Jing Shurjiu didn't hesitate. After they left, Jiang Hao stood in place for a long time and made sure no one was following them. Unlike the others, he could roughly perceive everything in the surroundings using the knowledge from the nameless manual. After half a day, when he saw Jing Shurjiu return, Jiang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to go back and wipe the wall. It was expected that people from outside would come in soon to investigate the matter. He didn't know if he would still be allowed to stay here and wipe the walls. It would be such a loss if he had to leave. When he returned to the wall, he found that the cloth he had left behind was missing. It had been stolen. The next day, Zhuocheng arrived at the place. He was surprised as soon as he came in. The people here were actually mining. It was no wonder no one wanted to go back and rest. But he didn't ask about it. After all, these people had made great contributions, and they could do as they pleased. Where is Jiang Hao? Zhuocheng asked the people around him. Senior brother, your arrival was too sudden. We didn't have time to inform junior brother Jiang. He should be over there by the wall, Jing Shurjiu said awkwardly. Indeed, it was too sudden. They didn't know someone was coming until they had already arrived. I'll go take a look, Zhuocheng said. This time, Jiang Hao, as the manager, had made a considerable contribution. However, just as Zhuocheng walked inside, he saw Jiang Hao diligently wiping the wall clean. What's going on? Junior brother Jiang is here wiping the walls. He must have found something here, Jing Shurjiu said. Zhuocheng was a considerate person who paid attention to people's words. He decided to go about his own affairs to avoid embarrassing the people here and Jiang Hao. Then, he left. He had to go back and report to Elder Baiji. Chapter 509 Chapter 509 He's wiping the wall clean? Chapter 509 He's wiping the wall clean? Do you know what it is? Baiji asked as she held the crystal sphere. It should be a life core bead. Although it's only a part of it and the technique is extremely ancient, it is somewhat similar to the present ones, Zhuocheng said. He reported to her as soon as he left the sea fog cave. Do you know the function of this life core bead? Baiji asked. It's still uncertain. We need to find the altar first, Zhuocheng said in a low voice. With the help of the sea patrol beasts and the thieving sea monsters, there is a possibility of finding the location. But since this thing exists, it means that there are others inside the sea fog cave. Baiji nodded. Who discovered this life core bead? Jiang Hao, Zhuocheng said. Baiji was surprised. She was starting to suspect that the person behind Jiang Hao had deliberately arranged this. What is he doing inside? Zhuocheng hesitated for a long while. He's wiping the walls clean. Elder Baiji was momentarily stunned. She thought she had misheard. What? He's wiping the walls clean, Zhuocheng said. Elder Baiji fell silent. Zhuocheng felt awkward. He had supposedly been wiping that wall for a month now and hadn't found anything. They could only assume that he was bored and was just doing something for the sake of it. Elder Baiji asked for some more information and then let him leave. The situation in the sea fog cave was serious, and she needed to ask the sect master's opinion. Wiping the wall clean? Hong Yuye's voice was indifferent as ever, but this time, she sounded slightly surprised. Baiji could understand her reaction. A golden core realm cultivator wiping the walls clean in a cave looked and sounded strange, no matter how one looked at it. Perhaps the person behind him orchestrated this. The stranger the behavior, the more likely it is to have a deep meaning. Hong Yuye glanced at Baiji. Then, she picked up the crystal sphere. Baiji seemed to have thought about this and immediately voiced her opinion. The life core bead comes from the depths, but we don't know where it came from exactly. Whoever did it had the strength to set up a powerful formation. Logically, it wouldn't be easy to steal the life core bead. I have 3 guesses. 1. They intentionally released it to lure us in, but the probability of that is low, as we have already entered the sea fog cave. They could have attacked us anyway. 2. It's a warning to us that was passed via Jiang Hao's hands. Currently, there are no serious conflicts between us, so this is not impossible. 3. The people inside were unable to guard the life core bead, which confirms that they either lack strength or manpower. The previous arrangement has confirmed their strength, so the more likely one should be the latter. At the 100 Flowers Lake, under the pavilion, Hong Yuye raised her cup of tea after looking at the crystal sphere. This life core bead is linked to a certain person. Once activated, it can absorb and contain certain things. More importantly, if this thing is incomplete, it will be weaker. Baiji lowered her head. The first possibility could be ruled out. So, it was either the second or the third. This needed her to investigate further. The second could not be verified, so she needed to observe the abilities of the thieving sea monsters. If their abilities were indeed extraordinary, then the third possibility could be confirmed. But the situation still required finding the altar. How is the heavenly fragrance Dao flower doing? Hong Yuye handed the crystal sphere to Baiji. Jiang Hao has asked Shaoli of the Cliff of Broken Hearts to take care of it in his absence. Its growth remains unaffected. This disciple is somewhat special, but we cannot trace her origins. Should we conduct a large-scale search? Baiji asked. I can confirm that she is not a spy or a traitor. No need. Hong Yuye shook her head. Baiji was not surprised. Apart from Jiang Hao, it seemed that none of the others needed special investigation. As long as they weren't spies or traitors, they could be left alone. Only Jiang Hao, who had been under suspicion all along and had no evidence against him, needed continuous investigation. The cooperation with the overseas people has brought some information about the overseas. We learned a lot about Feng Hua of the Great Thousand God Sect, Baiji said. According to their account, the Great Thousand God Sect has undercover elders. Their goal is to trade with others and then solicit and make connections. Feng Hua is most likely an undercover elder. There seems to be a way to find him, but it will take some time. Hong Yuye nodded. Anything else? After that, Baiji reported some matters regarding the end of all things, along with some things worth paying attention to. This included the royal family's marriage alliance. However, Hong Yuye did not say much about it. After Baiji left, the entire 100 Flowers Lake fell quiet once again. The only sound was that of the gentle breeze that rustled the flowers. Sitting in the pavilion, Hong Yuye picked up her teacup and took a sip. Her beautiful eyes moved as she stared in the direction of the sea fog cave. Deep inside the sea fog cave, there was an altar in the mist, and above it were 2 figures. The tentacles caused trouble. That is something we can't help. Their abilities have increased. I'll go and retrieve the item. T already sent someone, we'll have news soon. I don't know if it has fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Note Sect. If it's with them, it will be difficult to get it back. Hopefully, it hasn't fallen into the hands of the higher-ups. I need to figure out an alternative. Prepare yourself for the worst. If the item falls into the hands of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Note Sect, they will find this place easily. I'll make preparations. Zhuocheng came and went, and although Jiang Hao knew about it, he could only pretend not to know. As a Golden Core Realm cultivator, he couldn't possibly sense when someone like Shouldn arrived. Although others knew that he had a relatively keen perception, Shouldn was not an ordinary cultivator and couldn't be sensed just with a keen perception. So, continuing to wipe the wall was the best option for him right now. It was late February. Technically, they should be heading back to rest, but Jiang Hao had informed Jing Shurjiu that he was going to stay back. It seemed like the others were doing the same. They wanted to make more income with the ores. Jiang Hao also profited a bit but not by a lot. However, something was always better than nothing. After a few more days, Jiang Hao suddenly put down the cloth. He felt that something was approaching within the fog. It wasn't like the faint presence of the thieving sea monsters, but something very strong. It was almost similar to his cultivation realm. It's coming from the direction of the thieving sea monsters. Although there are sect members there, none are at the Soul Ascension realm. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Hao made a decision. He couldn't let whoever it was come here. If they were coming for the life core bead, everything here would be destroyed, and he might be forced to intervene. This would have a significant impact on him afterward. I need to figure out if stronger individuals will be coming. If they are. With a reluctant glance at the wall, Jiang Hao knew he might have to leave this place. Even though there were many bubbles here, it would be better to head back to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in the face of danger. Jiang Hao sighed and walked out the door. His departure went unnoticed. The strongest here were only at the Golden Core realm. It was not easy to track the whereabouts of someone in the later stage of the Soul Ascension realm. Chapter 510 Chapter 510 Your Plan Has Failed. Chapter 510 Your Plan Has Failed. A man looked ahead from the sea fog. He saw a stronghold in the distance, and the trace of the life core bead was there, but it wasn't very noticeable. It meant that the life core bead had been transferred. The situation is worse than I expected. I wonder who they handed the life core bead to. If it was handed over to someone outside the cave, then I'll have to go back and report it. As for this stronghold, leaving a few survivors would suffice. He could clear out the rest. It would prevent the people here from leaking their information. First, I need to determine their strength. After sensing the people there, he suddenly paused. He took a step back, pulled out his spear, and faced the attack head-on. Clang! A strong impact dispersed the sea fog. Both sides retreated a bit. That was close. If I had discovered it a step later, I would have been heavily injured. The man holding the spear stood there in shock. Jiang Hao was surprised. He couldn't use his full strength if he wanted to remain discreet. But as someone who had mastered the Nameless Manual, how was he discovered by this person? His intention was to severely injure the person first and then ask questions later. Now that seemed impossible, but it was still okay. The person was in the same realm as him. They were both in the late stage of the Soul Ascension realm. With the help of his divine abilities, he had a good chance of winning. It was a pity that this person was too sharp. Otherwise, he could have drawn him into the heavenly cauldron. How did you discover me? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. He wanted to assess the situation first. The man in front of him appeared to be in his early 30s, and was dressed in the same white color as the sea fog. He had long hair which was tied up and was floating in the air. Jiang Hao had chosen to attack precisely because of his attire and demeanor. He was sure that this person wasn't someone from their sect or from the overseas group. How did you manage to conceal yourself? Tong Lu asked. It was unbelievable that there were people in the sea fog who could hide better than them. Both remained silent, and Jiang Hao knew that this person had no intention of answering his question. But that didn't matter. Sir, what are you doing here? Jiang Hao asked. Why are you stopping me? Tong Lu asked. Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought for a moment. In an instant, he felt movement from the person. It seemed like the opponent wanted to catch him off guard. Jiang Hao was prepared. His gaze shifted to the opponent. Divine might. A third eye opened within his primordial spirit. His power burst forth. Tong Lu, who was launching an attack, hesitated. He felt an invisible fire ignite within his primordial spirit, and pain spread throughout his body. This sudden attack shocked him. This person had broken through his primordial spirit defense in an instant. How could such strength be found in someone at the late stage of the soul ascension realm? He suppressed the pain with his strength. The meteor was like a shadow passing by him. At the same time, he evaded the attack, but one of his hands remained in place. Not even a drop of blood had fallen. How was this possible? In his astonishment, the meteor came again. Although he reacted again, his other hand remained in place. The meteors kept appearing, and Tong Lu continued to evade. When he came to his senses, he found that he was already pinned to the wall by a spear. His limbs didn't obey him. This strange sensation terrified him. It must be the doing of the person in front of him. He was too fast. Late stage of the soul ascension realm. Are you kidding me? Thud. He fell to the ground. Jiang Hao appeared in front of Tong Lu. Just kill me. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Tong Lu despaired. Jiang Hao didn't attack him. Instead, he used his daily appraisal. Before, the sea fog had affected his vision. So, he had been unable to appraise the person. In order to ensure the successful theft of the royal clan's fortune, he is resolute and will not reveal any information. He has already begun to burn himself and is ready to drag you to the netherworld. Heavenly Cauldron. In an instant, Jiang Hao's divine power enveloped them. His hands were pressed against the opponent's head as he spoke in a deep voice. Tong Lu, a member of the Heavenly Spirit tribe and a saint bandit. Here to steal the life core bead. I'm sorry, but it seems your plan has failed. Tong Lu looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. You! In the next moment, the Heavenly Cauldron enveloped everything. Boom! A powerful force shattered the divine power. At this moment, only Jiang Hao was where he had been before. He wasn't injured, but Tong Lu was already gone. He had left nothing behind. Jiang Hao lowered his head and sighed. I thought saying those things would unsettle him and his aura, but it was of very little use. It's fortunate that I used my divine ability to envelop everything in the end. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Jiang Hao decided to clean up the surrounding area to avoid leaving any obvious traces. After that, he returned to the stone wall of the stronghold to continue wiping it. He could think about what had just happened while wiping the walls clean. When he wanted to find the cloth, he realized it was gone again. These thieving sea monsters are indeed extraordinary. Even though they are under our control now, they can still steal like this. He felt that a lot of the ores outside would be stolen soon. Shaking his head, he began to wipe the wall. At least now I know that the Saint Bandits awoke from the depths of the sea and are actually the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Everything before had been just speculation, but now it was confirmed. One thing was certain: the life core bead was very important to them. The Heavenly Note sect would have decided to do something by now. If they send someone, it should be safe to stay here a little longer. If not, Jiang Hao made a decision. He would wait for 3 more days. If the Heavenly Note sect didn't send anyone in after 3 days, he would leave. Fortunately, when it was time to rest, he could leave for a few days and be more cautious afterward. Outside, Jing Shizhuo's group seemed to have sensed a powerful aura. They were nervous. However, nothing happened. It made everyone vigilant. They immediately sent someone out to inform the seniors. Jiang Hao continued to wait. Deep inside the sea fog cave, the man who had been arranging the personnel for the task suddenly froze. He looked solemn. "What happened?" the man next to him asked while preparing his backup plan. "Tong Lu is dead," said the other man. The man next to him paused for a moment. "I see. It was only to be expected. After all, we were planning to go after them." Chapter 511 Chapter 511. He might have caught the eye of a senior female cultivator. Chapter 511. He might have caught the eye of a senior female cultivator. In the sea fog, the two of them fell silent for a moment. The man who was preparing for a sneak attack suddenly said, "Tong Lu is dead, which means the Heavenly Note sect is on the move. We need to be careful." "I understand. Since they want to come in, let them in. I'll make sure no one can return." The man in charge of arrangements nodded. "Don't act recklessly," said the man who was preparing for a sneak attack. "Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't," said the man in charge of arrangements. The two fell silent again. The man preparing for a sneak attack knew that if they were at their wits' end, the person beside him would stop at nothing to find that person and avenge Tong Lu. But being at their wits' end meant their plan had failed. How could the plan fail? Unless there was a major unexpected event in the Imperial City, it wouldn't fail. Even in the case of an unexpected event, they wouldn't leave empty-handed. They had been preparing for so long and had considered many possibilities. As people who had awakened from the depths, patience was something they had in abundance. In early March, Jiang Hao had been waiting at the outpost for 3 days. He sensed people heading deeper into the area one by one and bringing with them the sea patrol spirit beasts and thieving sea monsters. Their cultivation realms were all very high. It was even impossible to see through. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The arrival of such a powerful group of people meant that he was much safer. However, he couldn't let his guard down. Tong Lu's death would definitely alert the people inside. The future was still uncertain. His immediate priority was to clean the walls. The dirt on these walls was unbelievably thick. It was almost like a new layer of wall. Luckily, there were bubbles. Half a month later, Jiang Hao noticed that his act of cleaning the walls had made progress. He got bubbles similar to the previous month. There were many white bubbles, quite a few green bubbles, and about 9 blue bubbles. It was twice as many as watering the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. During this half-month, there didn't seem to be any changes in the depth. At least there were no power fluctuations coming from there, or perhaps it was too far to sense. But the sea fog was surging, and he was keeping an eye on it. If there were any significant changes, he would be able to sense them. He would have to leave then. Suddenly, he felt something vibrate on his body. It was the stone tablet. "Are we going to have a gathering?" Out of curiosity, he put the cloth aside and secretly observed to see how the creatures would steal it. However, after waiting for a while, he didn't see any of the sea monsters making a move. After that, he didn't pay much attention to it. Tonight's meeting meant he needed to find a place to stay with Zheng Shurjiu to avoid being disturbed. But as soon as he came out, he saw people in the mine talking in low voices. They were using secret techniques, and their voices were transmitted to his mind. "Look, the manager is out. He's been cleaning the walls for almost 2 months. What do you think he's here for? Isn't it obvious? He's here to clean the walls." The person asking the question was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. "I don't believe his group's claims. What secrets could there be in the walls? They're all just trying to deceive us. Perhaps a female senior has taken a fancy to him and asked him to come here to gain experience so that he can righteously make contributions. Didn't they chase the thieving sea monsters to earn merit before? Most likely, someone arranged it. What about the wall cleaning? It's just a smokescreen to make him appear special and to highlight his achievements. Whether it's the sect or us overseas, it's the same. You guys are just too young. You see something and believe it. There must be someone orchestrating all this just to make him stand out. So, you're saying he's just a pretty face? I don't think so. I don't think he's as handsome as me. What if some senior female just happens to like this type? Jiang Hao didn't linger and didn't pay much attention to their thoughts. He couldn't stop or interfere with them. As long as it didn't cause him trouble, it was fine. He was afraid that someone would really believe he was cleaning the walls to reveal some secrets and would keep an eye on him. That would be the most troublesome. Once he left, someone might go in to explore. Once the secret was discovered, he wouldn't be able to clean the walls anymore. The Heavenly Note sect would definitely send someone to take over. The mine remained unclaimed because it was small and unremarkable. Those people turned a blind eye to it. But the secret that the walls could produce bubbles was definitely not simple. The Heavenly Note sect was not a good sect. Anything they set their eyes on would be theirs unless the other person was too strong to fight. So far, there was no one stronger than the Heavenly Note sect nearby. Junior brother Jiang, aren't you cleaning the walls anymore? Xian Yue was surprised to see Jiang Hao out. The others were also surprised. Yeah, I'm taking a break for 2 days. Jiang Hao nodded. Your room has already been arranged, and no one will disturb you, Xing Shiju said. We'll seal off the walls on that side as well, so it won't affect your rest. Jiang Hao thanked them with a bow. They really had arranged everything for him. Doing sect missions with them was great. They didn't ask too many questions and took advice readily. After that, left and returned to his room and waited for midnight to arrive. This time, he needed to consider what questions he would face during the gathering. There shouldn't be anything major, but he had to inform the people in the Imperial City about the Saint Bandits. No matter what, the Saint Bandits were too closely related to him, and he couldn't let them grow stronger. Now was the time to turn his thoughts into action. If he let Gui take action, it would be a trade, and he would need to offer her something in return. He couldn't afford that. So, if they had a mission, then he could inform them of the situation. This way, he didn't have to pay them. Instead, he would receive a reward. It depended on whether they had something they needed. If not, he could only tell them about what he had seen. If no one cards, then he'll have to reconsider. Jiang Hao began to think about the best choice. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. The only solution he came up with was to complete tasks that others couldn't, such as those related to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. There was indeed a solution, but the cost was too high. Jiang Hao shook his head and sighed. Let's see for now. After entering the public area, Jiang Hao arrived at his designated seat. Greetings, Senior Dan Yuan. The four of them bowed to Dan Yuan. After they were seated, Dan Yuan said, Do you have any questions about your cultivation? Gui hesitated but did not speak. Lu and Xing also didn't say anything. Jiang Hao remained as silent as ever. Then, do you have any information about the Saint Bandits? Dan Yuan asked. I saw signs of cooperation between the Saint Bandits and the royal family in the Imperial City, Gui said. Oh. Dan Yuan was interested. Do you have the details? I only saw some formations, and there's a certain probability that they were inviting talented youths, Gui said. She couldn't figure it out either. Although she had been paying attention recently, she hadn't conducted a thorough investigation. The royal family wouldn't cooperate with the Saint Bandits, at least not in stealing talents, said Jiang Hao suddenly. Why? Gui asked. Good question. Jiang Hao really thought Gui always asked the right questions. The more he answered at this stage, the more advantageous it was for him. If Gui didn't ask the relevant questions, he couldn't keep talking. Chapter 512 Gui gains a lot. Chapter 512. Gui gains a lot. Jiang Hao was not worried about Gui's questions. He had asked and received answers already. After a pause, he spoke in a low voice. The path taken by the royal family and the Saint bandits are opposite unless the royal family abandons their own identity. Gui looked at Senior Dan Yuan. Xing and Lu were also the same. They weren't very familiar with this. That's true. The details are complicated. They can cooperate on other matters, but the royal family would never steal others' talents through the Saint bandit. Dan Yuan nodded. Then, why are they cooperating? Gui was quite puzzled. Dan Yuan looked at Jiang Hao and smiled. Friend Jing, do you have the answer to that? Coincidentally, I overheard it, Jiang Hao said respectfully, but the information is from the Saint bandit side. This surprised Gui. She thought this matter must have attracted Jing's attention. It's for the sake of the royal family's fortune and the land's blessing, said Jiang Hao in a deep voice. The statement surprised everyone. Jing's information is quite important. Once it's confirmed, I will inform you, Dan Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Hao understood that he might get a reward for this. He just didn't know what to ask about. Perhaps he could push a bit more regarding the task given by Hong Yuye. That was to find Feng Hua. But how exactly do the Saint bandits steal the royal family's fortune? I've seen that formation, and it doesn't have that capability, Gui said curiously. Shangguan Hengyu, said Jiang Hao. Shangguan Hengyu? Lu was puzzled. Is there something special about this person? Don't ask me. I don't know. Jiang Hao lowered his head. I've heard about this person in the Imperial City. That family has a high status, Gui said. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that someone had answered. The topic ended quickly. The matter with Saint bandits was put aside for now. Dan Yuan didn't give out new tasks this time either. Some were happy, but some were worried. Jiang Hao felt that it was good because it reduced the possibility of his identity getting exposed. Gui, in turn, felt that obtaining the Snow God pill was becoming more and more difficult. Next was the normal trading process. Friend Jing, I found the person that you mentioned, but he has escaped to another place again. Should I send another letter? Considering the valuable information you provided earlier, this time, I can include this letter with the previous rewards, Lu said to Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao shook his head. For now, that was enough. Qi Tian was obviously shaken. Moreover, letting him escape would give him some peace of mind, and he would collect information to ensure his safety this time. Having been found once, he could be located again. Qi Tian was not stupid. He would certainly prepare for this. Moreover, Lu seemed to already know where Qi Tian had escaped to, which made it even more convenient. Qi Tian had no escape. The curse is successful, but the effect may not be that good. I will curse a few more times in the future to try to improve the effect, Gui said. Jiang Hao nodded. Based on what he had learned before, Gui's curses required a large amount of spirit stones. Just thinking about it was painful. There have been sightings of tentacles again in the place under the sea, and they are becoming more frequent. The disciples of the Heavenly Note Sect and people from overseas are still exploring deeper into the Sea Fog Cave. So far, they have only found two types of creatures. The Sea Patrol spirit beasts, which can guide and search for missing people, and the sea monster thieves with exceptional theft abilities, Lu said to Senior Dan Yuan. This was his task. The Sea Fog Cave is the location where the preparation to seize the royal family's fortune is going on. There is an altar inside. Everyone was quite surprised at that. The distance between the Heavenly Note Sect and the Imperial City was not small. The farther away the places, the greater the cost. What made them willing to expend so much effort for this? Dan Yuan lowered his head and thought about it. Gui, are you in the Imperial City? Yes. I have a task. The reward will be a method to transfer the entire curse from a body. Are you interested? Gui was overjoyed. She looked at Senior Dan Yuan and asked, "What task is it?" "Prevent the Saint bandits from seizing the royal family's fortune. To do that, you only need to find the relevant altar and use a special method to destroy it. Once successful, the task will be considered complete, and you will receive the reward," said Dan Yuan and smiled. "What's the special method?" Gui asked. "Since they want to seize the fortune, let's give them a curse. However, during this time, you need to protect your own body. Can you handle this?" Dan Yuan said with a smile. Gui nodded. For a moment, she felt she had gained a lot. As a member of the royal family, she would naturally not allow the Saint bandits to succeed, and the curse had been bothering her for a while. She hadn't found a way to deal with it entirely. Now that everything was resolved, and she had even found the right person, all that was left was to take action. After discussing the task, they moved on to discuss other matters. "Do you still remember Disciple Shouldn? I heard that he intended to go out, but unfortunately, his master refused. He can't go out until he breaks through to the Immortal Ascension platform," Xing said. "I also heard that he can break through to the Immortal Ascension platform anytime now, but he just won't take that step. Moreover, once he reaches it, he retreats immediately, which has infuriated his master." Jiang Hao wasn't surprised. In the corpse realm, Shouldn had the ability to advance beyond the soul ascension realm. It's just that at that time, he had followed the path of forgetfulness. Now that he had joined the Clear Sky School, he probably wouldn't have to go through the path of forgetfulness anymore. He wouldn't take that step because it probably had something to do with the charm goddess. Jiang Hao truly didn't understand that kind of affection. He only felt like cutting her down whenever he looked at the charm goddess. Perhaps he would never have romance in his life. If he did. In Jiang Hao's mind, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared. The poison in his body only made him think of her. Other women were nothing to him. "Has he broken through then?" Gui asked. Shouldn was an extraordinary genius. He was already at the Soul Ascension realm for years now. According to their speculations, even the one with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment realm would take longer to reach the Soul Ascension realm. Both were extraordinary people. In usual cases, cultivators who could reach the Soul Ascension realm would take several hundred to even over 1,000 years to do it. No. He mentioned he'll go on a journey for a few years and upon returning, he'll follow his master's command, Xing said. Going out. Jiang Hao wondered whether the corpse realm was about to open again. Otherwise, why would Shouldn leave? However, there was no sign of the corpse realm opening any time soon. If it did, people from the Divine Corpse sect would have already arrived. Lately, there is some unrest overseas. Leaving aside the matters related to the sea depth, it seems the end of all things is about to begin their sacrifices again. Last time, it was for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. What could it be this time? Lu felt helpless. It seemed to greatly affect him. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought that they probably were still looking for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. He needed to be careful. He didn't want suspicious powers entering his dreams again. On the other hand, he could take advantage of that and find the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. After chatting for a while longer, the gathering ended, and they left the forum. Just as he opened his eyes, he found a figure in red and white sitting in front of him and drinking tea. Jiang Hao was speechless. It was Hong Yuye. Covert Cultivation. Chapter 513 Chapter 513 Asking about the Sect Master's Cultivation Realm. Chapter 513 Asking about the Sect Master's Cultivation Realm. At the Imperial City, in the courtyard, Bai Zhu opened her eyes and looked at the bright moon outside the window. The moonlight was like a white frost illuminating her bed. She sat up and then walked outside. As she moved, the surrounding formations began to disappear. These were the precautions that she had put into effect, just in case. Even entering the gathering was somewhat dangerous. She didn't want to be caught off guard. Proper preparation was essential. The doors and windows had hidden curses. If one's cultivation was insufficient, one would turn into puddles of blood in an instant. Creak. At this moment, Qiao Yi, who was guarding the courtyard, looked over. Qiao Yi, aren't you going to rest? Baizhu was surprised to see her. All the princesses and princes have returned and brought back many people along. I was worried that someone might pester you, so I stayed here, Qiao Yi said. You always work so hard, Qiao Yi, Baizhu said with a smile. Thank you. Not at all. It would be even better if you were willing to work harder, princess, Qiao Yi whispered. I always work very hard, Baizhu said stubbornly. Qiao Yi didn't say much. She was curious why the princess was up so late. What's the matter? Qiao Yi asked. Baizhu's eyes flickered. What was the name of the Shangguan family's heir? Shangguan Hengyu. Shangguan Hengyu? Baizhu said with a sly smile. Why do you ask about him so suddenly, princess? Qiao Yi was puzzled. Normally, the princess wouldn't care about such things. She couldn't sleep and was suddenly asking about him. Something was strange. I think that person might not be so simple. I plan to meet him, Baizhu said as she rested her chin on her hand on the stone table. Qiao Yi sighed. She felt that the princess was going to give her a headache again. When she was in her 20s, the princess was already quite mischievous. Later, in her hundreds, she matured a lot. Now in her 300s, she barely interacted with others. Was she feeling nostalgic for her childhood? It's fine if you want to meet him, but you should be careful. The people from the Shangguan family shouldn't be provoked, especially considering your age. There aren't many people looking out for you, Qiao Yi said. All right. If General Lin comes again, we'll go along with the flow, said Baizhu. She got up from the table. The gathering is over. Hong Yuya looked at the man in front of her. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. He originally wanted to take out the notebook and write things down, but he didn't want to do that now. Hong Yuya's sudden appearance made him a bit worried. Normally, she only visited him a few days after the Sect mission was over. He realized that he should have gone back to check on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. But he gave up on that. What if something had happened, and she blamed him for it? He couldn't bear that terrifying aura. Are you nervous? Hong Yuya squinted her eyes. Jiang Hao stood up. Senior, meeting you here is indeed nerve-wracking. I'm worried that the environment here might not be suitable for you. Hong Yuya chuckled. Jiang Hao dared not say anything more. He remained silent. Fortunately, she didn't mention the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Otherwise, he didn't know how to explain the situation. What about the records? Hong Yuya asked. I haven't written it down yet, Jiang Hao said. Then, what are you waiting for? Hong Yuya asked. Jiang Hao took out the book, sat across from Hong Yuya, and wrote down key points from the gathering. Before writing, he recalled the details of the gathering. He had gotten some of the information from appraisals, and they needed to be sorted out. It's impossible for the royal family to cooperate with the Saint Bandits, so the Saint Bandits might be planning to seize the royal family's fortune and the blessing of the land. A key figure in this was Shangguan Hengyu. Qi Tian has escaped again, but it seems his location is known. Not necessary to worry about it for now. The Saint Bandits' plan to seize the fortune might start from the Sea Fog Cave. Senior Dan Yuan realized something, so he asked Gui to destroy their altar in the Imperial City. The end of all things might start searching for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl again. After finishing it, Jiang Hao put down his pen. That should be all. The matter of Shang and wasn't worth mentioning, so he didn't write it down. Later, he would inform Hong Yuye about it in passing. He saw Hong Yuye looking down at his notebook. He pushed the book toward her. "Senior, please take a look." "Tell me about the gathering," Hong Yuye said softly. Jiang Hao briefly summarized what had happened at the gathering. Hong Yuye didn't say a word throughout the whole process. She seemed uninterested in all of this. However, she asked a few questions about Shang and possibly looking for the charm goddess. Deeply infatuated with her? There are many such people. I wonder if he's considered the most special among them. Probably. Why? Shang-en is an extraordinary genius, and such people are rare. Hong Ye closed the book, sipped her tea, and said, "Heavenly Steel Mountain called for you, didn't it? As an extraordinary genius yourself, what do you think of the charm goddess?" "Not as good as a single strand of your hair, Senior," Jiang Hao said. He could be ready to slay the charm goddess at any moment, but he couldn't harm even a single strand of Hong Yuye's hair. Hong Yuye's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused for a moment, and she looked at him. "Do you like cleaning walls so much?" she asked. "Senior, you jest. It's just that the wall seemed a bit dirty, so I wiped it," Jiang Hao said with his head lowered. In front of this woman, he would not go and clean any walls. Hong Yuye chuckled but didn't say much. "I have a question," Jiang Hao said as he looked at her. She only gave him a cursory glance. "What is it? What is the Immortal Ascension platform?" This question had been on Jiang Hao's mind for a long time. He didn't dare ask it during the gathering because it didn't fit the impression of himself that he wanted to leave behind. He didn't dare investigate within the sect either. He feared someone might find him suspicious. "You, a Golden Core Realm cultivator, want to know about the Immortal Ascension platform? Isn't that too early?" Hong Yuye said. Indeed, it was too early. That's why Jiang Hao didn't dare to ask or investigate within the sect. The Onlvder's son he could ask was the woman in front of him. He had many secrets, and she knew most of them. "It's for the gathering. They often mention the Immortal Ascension platform, and I know nothing about it. In case I expose myself, it might affect my undercover mission," Jiang Hao said earnestly. In reality, it wouldn't come to that, because he could just remain silent. Hong Yuye looked at him with mockery in her eyes. "Do you know all the cultivation realms? Lifeblood Refinement Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Primordial Spirit Realm, Soul Ascension Realm, and Return to Void Realm," said Jiang Hao. "Beyond that, I don't know." Hong Yuye thought for a moment. "Your acting sect master is at the Immortal Ascension platform. Elder Baiji?" Jiang Hao was shocked. "Is Shang-en that strong? What about our sect master?" Jiang Hao asked curiously. Chapter 514 Chapter 514 Should I Dirty the Demoness? Chapter 514 Should I Dirty the Demoness? Elder Baiji was on the Immortal Ascension platform. The sect master should be on an even higher realm. Or perhaps she was also on the Immortal Ascension platform. Of course, she might have died in seclusion. That was also a possibility. Many masters were like that. They would go into seclusion for decades or even hundreds of years. When a crisis arrived and the sect turned to their sect master, they would be horrified to find out that their sect master had died decades ago. They were, more or less, living only in their people's imagination and expectations. "The sect master of your sect?" Hong Yuye chuckled. "Summon her out and let me take a look. Then, you'll be able to tell you about her cultivation realm." Jiang Hao was speechless. He hadn't even seen her. How could he summon her? If he made such a request to the sect, he would probably be killed. But he did feel that Hong Yuye might be stronger. It was just a feeling. Whether it was in the southern or eastern regions, she remained so composed. It seemed nothing in the world could faze her. Having such a terrifying presence by his side was a stroke of luck for him, because as long as she had a need for him, he would most likely survive every ordeal. But precisely because of that, she had become an insurmountable disaster in his life. Once she wanted him dead, nothing could stop it. He needed to be cautious. So, how can one advance to the immortal ascension platform? Jiang Hao asked. The sect master's realm was too high, and he knew very little about it. How much do you know about the soul ascension realm? Hong Yuye asked. Tempering the soul to its limit, Jiang Hao said. What about the return to void realm? The spirit can freely traverse the void. Its movement is unaffected and fluid and possesses the power of nothingness. Hong Yuye nodded. Beyond soul ascension is the realm where the spirit delves into the depths of nothingness. Both strength and body are tempered by nothingness and will begin to transform. That is the beginning of becoming a true immortal. That is called immortal ascension. This was the first time Jiang Hao had heard about the realm beyond return to void realm. What about beyond immortal ascension? Beyond that. Hong Yuye sipped her tea and seemed to be deep in thought. If your ascension is successful, you will reach 9 steps that you'll have to complete. These 9 stages are unlike anything else you have done before. The immortal ascension platform is the 9th stage, which is different from the other step. It is elusive and difficult to reach. It's not something that can be achieved through effort alone. It's exceptionally difficult. There is a huge difference between being on the immortal ascension platform and not being on it. Only by reaching the immortal ascension platform do you qualify to become an immortal. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao realized that he was quite far from Elder Baiji's realm. If Elder Baiji was like that, how strong was Hong Yuye? He felt that escaping the clutches of the demonic sect was a distant goal. But he could wait. A few decades or even a few hundred years wouldn't matter. One day, he would surpass everyone. Suddenly, he remembered the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. How long does it take to reach the Immortal Ascension platform after obtaining the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Less than 150 years. It can be said to be the fastest in the current world. Hong Yuye glanced at him. Then, she continued drinking her tea. Jiang Hao sighed. Chu Jie's speed of advancement was so fast. How could Chu Chuan ever catch up? If she reached the primordial spirit realm in her 20s, he would still be at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, there was still hope. Someone being at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm at 20 was still remarkable. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of Zhuang Yuzhen. He seemed to be completely unafraid of Elder Baiji. Did that mean he had already broken through the Immortal Ascension platform? He was shocked. It turned out that even Zhuang Yuzhen was extremely powerful. It was no wonder he had come to the Heavenly Note sect as though it was a simple courtyard at someone's house. The Divine Corpse sect was indeed a major sect. What happens after breaking through the Immortal Ascension platform? Jiang Hao asked. This time, Hong Yuye did not answer his question. What's your cultivation realm? Early stage of the Golden Core realm, said Jiang Hao. You're aiming too high. Ask me after you reach Soul Ascension realm, said Hong Yuye with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Jiang Hao could only bow his head and remain silent. Indeed, he was aiming too high. The cultivation path had to be taken step by step. As long as he reached the Immortal Ascension, began the transformation, and ascended the Immortal Ascension platform, he wouldn't need to ask too many questions. However, before that, he needed to understand his current self and refine his realm. Right now, he was inferior to even the top 5 disciples of the sect, let alone the elders. Focusing on cultivation was the most important thing. At this moment, Hong Yuye stood up and looked out of the window. You said you saw a figure there? She asked. Yes, it was very blurry, but I did see someone. Jiang Hao also walked to the window. He had told her what had happened to him. Now that Hong Yuye was here, he wasn't worried about danger. But she wouldn't stay for long, so he still needed to rely on his own abilities. Do you know what's sealed here? Jiang Hao asked. There are taboos, Hong Yuye said. Was it sealed by someone? Jiang Hao asked again. Hong Yuye did not answer. It seemed she didn't know much about the place either. Compared to things like the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, the Saint Bandits weren't that dangerous. No matter what they stole, ordinary people could still live their lives as they always did. Once the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl erupted and no one intervened, everything would be affected. Once misfortune tainted the heavens and the earth, the entire expanse would become a part of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Which form did you reach for the Heavenly Blade? Hong Yuye asked. The fourth form, Jiang Hao said. He had comprehended the no-regrets technique but had not been able to unleash its full power. It couldn't be utilized just like that. It was only made to be used in desperate situations. It was an all-or-nothing kind of move. What have you been doing here these days? Hong Yuye asked. I've been thinking about how to complete your task, Senior. Hong Yuye sneered. Thinking about it? What about acting on it? I've been cleaning up this place to prevent you from dirtying your clothes, Senior, Jiang Hao said with a bow. Why does it matter if it gets dirty? Hong Yuye lifted her red and white dress slightly and looked at him. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. You like cleaning things. Why don't I see you cleaning yourself? Hong Yuye asked. Huh. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Cleaning himself wouldn't fetch him bubbles. His thoughts began to wander. He wondered if cleaning a powerful expert would give him bubbles. Suddenly, Hong Yuye's image flashed in his mind. If that were true, he would have discovered it when he was 19. Perhaps she was just too clean and didn't need cleaning up. What if he were to get her dirty? What are you thinking? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao was startled. I'm thinking about the tasks you entrusted to me and planning the next steps, Senior, he said hurriedly. The tasks I entrusted to you? Hong Yuye smiled slyly. Didn't I entrust you with the task of taking care of my flower? What about that? You let that little dragon do it instead. Jiang Hao was speechless. I didn't see her having any problem when the spirit beast did it. Chapter 5:15 Chapter 5:15 Heaven Lock. Chapter 5:15 Heaven Lock. Bam! Jiang Hao slammed heavily against the wall. He was punished because he hadn't been taking care of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Although the impact was much smaller than when he had seen her in the bathroom last time, it still was a testament to her mood swings. One had to be cautious around powerful experts. I'll spare you this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. Hong Yuye glared at him. Just continue with your cleaning the walls. In the future, you might not get a chance to do so. Jiang Hao followed her with his gaze as she disappeared. Although he took a hit, it was still okay. There was no need to worry about it. Now that Hong Yuye had told him to clean the wall, he would be just following orders. Later, after a short rest and once his state returned to its peak, he left the room and returned to the wall. Without a doubt, the cloth that had been put aside had disappeared once again. Curious, he looked for the thieving sea creature. He wanted to see which sea creature had been stealing from him. Soon, he found a relatively young thieving sea creature. Its tentacles were quite slender, but it clutched 3 pieces of cloth. Although it tried to hide, it couldn't escape Jiang Hao's sight. Upon seeing someone approaching, it became somewhat nervous and instinctively retreated. How did you steal them? Jiang Hao asked. The thieving sea creature, with 3 eyes, looked at Jiang Hao in fear. Yet, it looked determined to defend itself. Seeing it remain silent, Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and activated his divine ability to appraise it. Jiang Hao was surprised that a sea creature had such principles. But how long could this kind of thinking last? It might be just feeling this way because it was a captive. Once it was set free, it might not care about repaying favors. Qi Tian was a living example of that. He had even changed his whole identity just to get away. Humans couldn't be trusted, and sea creatures were somewhat similar. Zha named it. I didn't expect it to accept the name so readily. Only when the creature accepted it would the name be permanent. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up Kong and walked out. He met no one along the way, not even the miners. Kong looked at the human and trembled in fear. It knew it was going to die today. When the human reached the open space outside, he brandished a knife. Clang! Kong knew it was going to die. But, after a while, it felt its bindings loosen. Then, it shockingly discovered that it was free. It looked at the person in front of it in disbelief. Why? It asked. Just go. Jiang Hao stored away his knife and turned to leave. Letting a thieving sea creature go wasn't a big deal. It was a small gamble. At most, he would lose a captive sea monster. Or, if it kept its end of the bargain, he might gain a lot. Anyhow, after this, he wouldn't lose any more rags. Kong stared at him for a while, then it entered the misty fog in gratitude and disappeared completely. At noon, Zheng Shurjiu came to find him. He said that a thieving sea creature had disappeared. Oh! Jiang Hao's indifferent attitude surprised Zheng Shurjiu. Then, Zheng Shurjiu asked if he needed him to act on it. Jiang Hao told him to do as he saw fit. Zheng Shurjiu never paid attention to the matter again, and naturally, others didn't care either. This matter did not cause a big commotion. Instead, Jiang Hao going back in to clean the wall did cause some fuss. It lasted from mid-March until the end of May. A full 4 months. They mined for 4 months, while their manager did nothing but clean the wall for 4 months. It was unbelievable. Jiang Hao looked at the wall. His cleaning was about to end. Once it was done, only the last layer would remain. For such a thin layer of dirt, he didn't need to clean for long. He decided to do it slowly. If others found out, they would be curious and come to check it out. Despite the constant mockery from the people outside, each of them was curious about this wall. They all wanted to come and clean it to see what was so captivating about it. After a few days, in early June, Jiang Hao had cleaned all of it. Only a last layer of dirt remained. If he cleaned it, the secret of the wall would be revealed. He looked and perceived his surroundings using his senses. He made sure that no one was approaching and that the fog wasn't shifting. Then, he continued to clean. For these few months, he hadn't noticed any changes in his surroundings. He still remembered the waves caused by Tong Lu's explosion. Whenever there was a fight, these waves would spread. He took a deep breath and started cleaning the stains on the wall. If his guess was correct, many people would be alerted by this. There might also be a few extra bubbles. However, the sect wouldn't trouble him for mere bubbles. It was different with the Saint Bandit. They would likely target him. He didn't care. He was already being targeted by too many people anyway. One more wouldn't matter. Well, nothing seems amiss in the surroundings. The seniors of the Lawless Tower might arrive soon to check this. Now is the best time to do it. After calming himself down, Jiang Hao started to clean the topmost part of the wall. The words emerged. 2 words written in the language of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. A faint light emanated from the words engraved on the wall. Jiang Hao read them out loud. Heavenlock. Without pausing, he moved to the leftmost part and started cleaning from top to bottom. Blue bubbles fell once again. Some more words appeared. If I don't die, the great thief will live forever. The light gradually bloomed, and the aura spread with it. The light surged as if it had waited countless years to burst forth. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao continued to clean. As he cleaned, more bubbles fell. There was always a blue bubble. Outside, Zheng Shurjiu and others stood in their positions and waited for the Sect's people to come and inspect the area. They hadn't left this place in a while, and everyone was curious. When the seniors from the Sect arrived, they turned a blind eye to their mining activities. This allowed them to harvest quite a bit of ore, which they later sold for a considerable amount of spirit stones. Of course, for safety reasons, they received very little. The vast majority was saved to be handed over to the Sect. "It's been over 4 months. Hasn't that wall been cleaned enough?" said Xiao Xiaowei as she looked in the direction where Jiang Hao was. Others agreed with her. Zheng Shurjiu, who had gone inside a few times, had seen the wall. It was pretty clear by now. It was almost as smooth as a bald head. "I wonder how much longer junior brother Jiang will continue cleaning." Asian. Yu sighed. Yu shook her head. "Now everyone says that the manager is just putting on a show. Go and listen." "They all gossip about it," said a bald golden core realm cultivator. Chapter 516 Chapter 516 Revelation of the Secret. Chapter 516 Revelation of the Secret. Zheng Shurjiu and others looked at the miners resting on the side. They were whispering. The group tried to listen to what they were whispering about. At that moment, Xiao Xiaowei took out a magical treasure and heard the conversation. The last time the Sect members came, the manager was still cleaning the walls. "Do you think it will be the same as last time?" "Probably. The manager will be praised for his hard work in cleaning the walls." "I don't think so. This time, the manager should come out and talk about what he has found out this time. Then, people will nod and praise him, and then immediately accept this big secret, and no one will be allowed to approach." For a moment, I also wanted to be noticed by some senior female disciple. Who do you think it might be? However, the others didn't dare to chime in. They were on guard because it could mean death if a senior female disciple heard it. Soon, they changed the topic. "What do you think the manager will uncover in the end? I really want to see it." Several people echoed their agreement. But each person was somewhat mocking as if they were just watching a joke. Zheng Shurjiu and the others listened to them and sighed. They didn't dare to let Jiang Hao hear such words. They were also puzzled and didn't know when this would come to an end. Xian Yue sensed a glint of light from the corner of her eye. "Where is the light coming from?" "Light? What light?" Xiao Xiaowei asked. "It's from junior brother Jiang," Yu immediately said. Then, the group looked in the direction of Jiang Hao. That place was sealed by a wall, but there was an entrance, and the light was coming from that place. "What's going on?" Zheng Shurjiu looked puzzled. The light was too conspicuous at this moment, and the group of miners noticed it. They exclaimed, "Did you see the light? The secret is revealed." Their voices were tinged with amusement, as if saying, "Watch him perform." However, Zheng Shurjiu, Xiao Xiaowei, and the bald golden core realm cultivator stepped back instinctively. "What's wrong?" Xian Yu asked. "No, this light is not right," Xiao Xiaowei said cautiously. "Yes, I have that feeling too, a kind of inexplicable palpitation. It's like a fierce beast, ready to pounce at any moment," Zheng Shurjiu said. They kept stepping back as they spoke. Xian Yue and Yu were puzzled but still followed suit. After all, just a moment ago, the 3 golden core realm cultivators had retreated together. It was instinctive. There was indeed something wrong with the light. What happened inside? The 5 people wondered. Looking at the doorway, they saw the light gradually brightening. It seemed to occupy the space inside. Xian Yue and Yu also felt something. As for the miners, their cultivation levels varied, and some of them sensed something, but many still remained motionless. They just saw some people retreating and were a bit puzzled. "What are you doing? Cooperating with the manager?" Really? No. Haven't you noticed? Noticed what? The light. The light? What's wrong with the light? The retreating individuals broke into a cold sweat. It's like a ferocious monster. This confused the others. At this moment, it seemed like the light was occupying the space inside and was seemingly trying to squeeze out. If it couldn't squeeze out, it would break through the walls. Crack! Suddenly, the wall began to crack, and light started pouring out from inside. It seemed to be squeezing out of the narrow space. This made the crowd apprehensive. The light seemed to be twisting as it came out. It didn't shine like a light was supposed to. At that moment, everyone involuntarily stepped back in fear. Is the manager playing a joke on us? Someone activated their defenses. Crack! Rocks started falling, and the light was about to break through the wall completely. As everyone was retreating, a loud roar echoed. Boom! The entire wall shattered, and the confined light began to shine fully. Everyone present was illuminated by the light, and for a moment, those under the light stood still, as if completely suppressed by something terrifying. Fear began to spread in their hearts. There was a figure in front. He stood under the wall and was still wiping it. Every wipe would make the light brighter, and the pressure would increase. They vaguely saw many inscriptions appearing on the wall, which they couldn't understand, but it carried a terrifying aura. Everyone was stunned. So, there really was a secret in the wall. The person who had wanted to see the secret regretted it. He didn't want to see it anymore. Just a glance at this secret brought an unparalleled terror. If it continued, they didn't know what might happen to them. Jing Shurjiu and the others felt it even more clearly. As they watched the light become stronger, they wanted to ask Jiang how to stop, but they couldn't utter a word. They could only watch him wipe the wall as the secret unfolded. As the light appeared, the surrounding sea fog began to swirl, and the light penetrated through the sea fog outside. The first person, Zhua Cheng, who was on the road. He sensed the presence of the light, and he was extremely shocked. Where did that light come from? He immediately ordered someone to report back and went to check it himself. However, the person who left was not faster than the light. Outside the sea fog cave, a burst of light shot out. Then, it rose into the sky. The two ordinary disciples who were walking on the road were stunned. Heaven Lock? How is this possible? Who discovered it? The Heaven Lock. This is a big problem. No, not necessarily. Heaven Lock was inscribed by that person himself, and not everyone can view it. I just don't understand how someone could discover Heaven Lock. Do you want to go and take a look? While they were still hesitating, a white figure headed toward the sea fog cave. It was Elder Baiji. The moment they saw her, the two could only choose to give up. The top elder of the Heavenly Note sect had already realized the situation. It would be dangerous for them to go. At this moment, Baiji was shocked. What exactly had happened in the sea fog cave to cause such a change? At the same time, Jiang Hao wiped away the last bit of dirt. This was probably the last of the gains. He looked at these inscriptions and understood them roughly. This made him sigh. This person is truly talented. The so-called Heaven Lock didn't mean locking the heavens but locking one's innate talent. This person believed that the total amount of innate talent obtained by each race remains constant. To gain more innate talent and to break free from racial restrictions, one must lock the innate talent of other races and transfer it. Chapter 517 Chapter 517 Remembering the Heaven Lock Technique. Chapter 517 Remembering the Heaven Lock Technique. Jiang Hao was shocked at the inscriptions on the wall. Although he recognized many of the words on it, there were still many things he couldn't understand. However, he could vaguely comprehend the Heaven Lock Technique. This person is truly an extraordinary genius. The theory and the technique are simply unimaginable. But Jiang Hao didn't understand. Was it really possible? If someone's talent was locked, could others then obtain that talent? If someday the Heaven Lock technique was unraveled, would the talent revert to its previous place or person? There were too many questions. I wonder what the original intention of the person who created this technique was. If it was simply to achieve a higher realm, this wasn't needed. As Hong Yuye said, talent could only represent a part of the person. How far one could go depended on oneself. A person who could create such a technique must have walked a long and difficult path and didn't need to cultivate talent themselves. Perhaps they needed something else. There was a loud sigh. Jiang Hao was taken aback for a moment. He looked away from the wall. From the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing beside him. His heart dropped and he quickly turned to look. He was sure he had seen someone there, but, in the next moment, the figure disappeared. It was at this moment that the light ahead exerted pressure and made it difficult for him to move. He instinctively wanted to activate the Hong Meng Heart Sutra to resist it, but soon gave up on the idea. At that time, no matter how he explained it, it would be useless. For now, he could only act like a golden core realm cultivator and resist the pressure with the 100 revolutions of the heavenly note. The terrifying pressure made him bend down. But he did not collapse. He persevered. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the Sect's powerful individuals were here. Sure enough, a white figure appeared. She unfolded a treasure that looked like white cloth and covered the entire wall. The light dissipated and the pressure suddenly disappeared. Move aside. No one is allowed to leave from here. The stern voice of Elder Baiji echoed. In an instant, Jiang Hao felt his body return to normal. He then stepped back. After retreating, he saw that Senior Brother Zheng and the others were already lying on the ground. Whether it was Foundation Establishment or Golden Core Realm, they couldn't bear the pressure. And they struggled to get up and followed Jiang Hao as he retreated. They all looked at their manager with a strange look in their eyes. No one dared to mock him anymore. What had just unfolded had left them baffled. Zheng Shizhou and others were astonished. The reasons they had casually come up with as an excuse had actually come true. Step back. Stand behind me. Zhuoqing had also arrived. The light had made him fearful. He saw the light and glimpsed the contents of the wall. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt a roaring sensation in his brain and couldn't look directly at it. Fortunately, Elder Baiji had arrived. When they retreated far enough, Zhuoqing turned to look at Jiang Hao. Cleaning the wall, unexpectedly cleaning out something so terrifying. He felt somewhat fortunate that he had reported him cleaning the walls before. Otherwise, something as important as this would have gone unreported. That would have been his negligence on his part. Although he really wanted to ask Jiang Hao about it, this wasn't the right time. Moreover, Elder Baiji would definitely ask him. Now they just needed to wait patiently. The commotion was beyond his expectations, but fortunately, nothing unusual happened. Except for some bubbles, Jiang Hao hadn't done anything impactful. In these 4 months of effort, his cultivation and lifeblood had increased significantly. While waiting for Elder Baiji, he glanced at his interface. He had reached 60. He only had a few points when he arrived, but now, he had over 60. 4 months here were equivalent to more than a year of cultivating divine flowers. Not only that, but he had also obtained more than a year's worth of white and green bubbles. He even had quite a few spirit swords. When the time came, he could sell them again. Now, he was less than 40 points away from advancement. If everything went smoothly, he would reach the peak of the Soul Ascension realm by the end of the year. He would then surpass Senior Brother Bai. The only regret was that the wall in the sea fog cave wouldn't produce something of the same quality as Heaven Lock anymore. Even though there were records, it couldn't compare to the content of Heaven Lock. It was truly extraordinary. Regarding the part of the Heaven Lock content, he couldn't understand it, but he could remember the Heaven Lock technique. After going back, he would spend some time trying to find out more about it. If one could lock someone's talent at will, then it would be a disaster for the entire cultivation world. It was understandable why people wanted the sacred bandits gone. After that, they waited in place for Elder Baiji. After a long time, the white cloth on the wall disappeared. Elder Baiji appeared before them. "It disappeared," someone whispered. "The content on the wall has disappeared." At this point, the crowd noticed that after the white cloth was removed, all the words had vanished. However, the previous scene was imprinted in their mind. If they hadn't witnessed the scene of the golden light blossoming, they might have thought that it was a trick of their eyes. Someone would arrive and praise the efforts of the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. But now, they couldn't possibly tell themselves that everything had just been an illusion. Not after this. "Greetings, Sect Master." Jiang Hao and the others bowed respectfully. The acting Sect Master was the Sect Master for all intents and purposes. Jiang Hao addressed her that way, and others followed suit. Baiji didn't mind. They could either call her Elder or Sect Master. "Who discovered the thing on the wall?" she asked. "It was me," Jiang Hao respectfully said. "Come with me." Baiji instructed Zhuocheng to ask the others for details. They arrived at the wall. "Tell me about the appearance of the light," said Baiji calmly. She didn't ask him why he was cleaning the wall because she knew he wouldn't tell her the truth. When the words were wiped out, a light appeared, Jiang Hao said truthfully. "And then?" Baiji asked. "I just continued wiping and more words appeared," said Jiang Hao. Baiji's face remained unchanged. "Did you feel anything during that time?" "I didn't feel anything. Just," Jiang Hao hesitated. "Just," Baiji pressed. "After wiping it, I thought I heard a sigh. It felt like someone was standing beside me. But when I turned to look, I found no one there. At that moment, the pressure from the light was so immense that I couldn't even stand upright. After that, you arrived, Elder Baiji." Jiang Hao did not hide anything. All of what he said was known to everyone here. Chapter 5:18 Chapter 5:18 He shouldn't it care about my age. Chapter 5:18 He shouldn't it care about my age. At the sea fog cave, Jiang Hao was still standing beneath the wall. But Elder Baiji had already left. After understanding what had happened here, she did not linger. Zhuocheng, on the other hand, stayed for a long time. He wanted to understand the situation in detail before going back to report. Before Zhuocheng left, Jiang Hao asked him about what would happen next. The answer he got was to wait for information. In other words, they should just continue mining here. This was really good news, at least for him. However, the appearance of Heaven Lock would definitely cause a series of changes, and he needed to be careful in how he handled them. There weren't many people who knew that Heaven Lock originated from here. As long as Elder Baiji and the others didn't disclose the information, the people present here would be safe. It's just that he didn't know how the people from the Saint Bandits would respond. Jiang Hao was once again the manager here. The others didn't look at him mockingly anymore. Especially under the light, they had seen Jiang Hao stand there like a hero and gazing at the wall. "Let's first repair the surroundings," Jiang Hao said. Many things here were broken by the light, and it wouldn't be good to continue mining without fixing them. After spending the whole night repairing the damage, everything was done. All that was left was to mine. Elder Baiji had seen the ores, but she didn't ask any questions, which meant they didn't need to worry too much about mining secretly. "Junior brother Jiang, are you going to mine?" Jing Shurjiu and the others were shocked. Xian Yu hesitated. Could it be that there's a secret in the mine as well? Everyone was concerned about this. There was a secret on the wall. So did mining now mean that it also harbored unknown dangers? After all, no one wanted to go through what had happened yesterday. The terrifying aura made everyone feel powerless. Not really. Jiang Hao shook his head. He just wanted to mine. There was no secret. Others only half believed him. In the end, they could only let Jiang Hao go into the cave to mine, but many people observed him. A day passed. Is everything okay? Shall we asked in concern. At the moment there's no problem, but Jing Shurjiu was puzzled. But what? Yu curiously asked. Jiang Junior Brother seems unusually focused on it, Jing Shurjiu said. Much more focused than an ordinary person would be. Could it be that your junior brother is trying to find something good in the mine? The bald golden core realm cultivator asked. Others thought this was the most likely possibility. 2 days passed, and they still didn't see anything strange happen. 5 days passed, and everyone was now getting used to it. There was just one question that puzzled everyone. Why wasn't the manager taking a break? If the manager didn't rest, they didn't dare to stop either. For a while, everyone felt bitter. In fact, Jiang Hao was also helpless. He found that mining here was far less comfortable than mining in the corpse realm. The bubbles were not like the ores. He felt uneasy because he was in charge here, and every move he made would inadvertently lead to opinions from others. They would look at him and judge him. It was more convenient to be an ordinary disciple than a leader. He sighed and took a break so that the others could rest too. In 5 days, he had obtained 2 blue bubbles. It was not as efficient as wiping the wall, but the progress was good. He observed the situation in the sea fog. No one had approached him without permission. He anticipated conflict. Then, he remembered the matter of the imperial city. He asked Jing Shurjiu to help him inquire and see when the imperial city's marriage alliance ceremony would start. Most people had heard about this, and Jing Shurjiu quickly got the answer after going out for a while. It would start at the beginning of July. A little over a month was left for that. It seems that the changes are about to begin. He needed to prepare for it. There would probably be some waves in the sea fog cave. The gathering was about to start. Senior Dan Yuan seemed to be paying a lot of attention to this matter, and they would surely exchange information before it started. At the White Moon Lake, Zhuo Cheng stood by the side. Tell me what you saw when you entered the sea fog cave, Baiji asked softly. She had been investigating the matter these past few days. Only after roughly understanding everything would she proceed with her plan. I saw junior brother Jiang standing in front of the wall and looking at the contents on it. He seemed to understand them, said Zhuo Cheng. I asked. Junior brother Jiang, and it seems he has learned about some other languages. What else? Baiji asked. Then, he made a strange move, said Zhuo Cheng. After watching for a while, he suddenly turned his head and seemed to feel something. But I watched carefully and there was nothing around him. After that, he was suppressed by the light from the wall. Baiji lowered her head in thought. Zhuo Cheng's answer was exactly the same as Jiang Hao's. There was indeed a figure there at the beginning. This was the second time Jiang Hao had seen this figure. As for what this figure represented, she could only speculate, but she could be sure that this figure prevented Jiang Hao from being affected by the wall. What is Jiang Hao doing now? Baiji asked. He's mining, Zhuo Cheng said. Baiji remained silent for a moment. Has anyone tried to enter that area? 3. One of them is extremely powerful, and has been sent to the higher levels of the Lawless Tower, Zhuo Cheng said nervously. After the light appeared, the people of the Lawless Tower gathered and collaborated with the Law Enforcement Hall and hid in the sea fog cave. They were lying in wait. They knew that some people would always intervene in matters like these. That was why they had instructed Jiang Hao and his group not to leave the mining area. Have you asked about it? We did briefly. It might be related to the Saint Bandits, but we don't have much information about them. After asking for some more details, Baiji asked Suocheng to leave. After that, she looked toward the highest peak in the Sect. She needed to go up there. At the Imperial City, Baiju sighed with her chin on her hands. It's been so long. Why hasn't General Lin come yet? Given the opportunity, he turned out to be useless too. Maybe he thinks you aren't suitable, so he found someone else. Auntie Chiao helped pour a cup of tea. Why am I not suitable? I'm older in age and have a shorter lifespan. If he marries me and then wants to change his mind, he won't have to wait long. The young princesses would seek to live together for hundreds of years. Baiju drank her tea. Maybe it's because of your age, said Aunt Xiao somewhat helplessly. Princess, don't worry. It won't be long before he comes again. The grand event is about to start and he, the Shangguan family's heir, won't find a suitable candidate. After all, to enter the ancestral land and receive the blessing of the earth, you need a member of the royal family to be with you. Have some of my sisters visited recently? Baiju suddenly asked. Yes. They all came to ask how old you were now. Aunt Xiao nodded. Did you tell them? I did, but I deliberately made you appear younger. Did you say I'm 15 years old? 315 years old. Baiju was speechless. Oh right. Prince Baiju visited and mentioned that in a couple of days, he will take you to meet Prince Baichun. I have to go see my eldest brother? Chapter 519 Chapter 519 I Astonish Time and Dim the Years. Chapter 519 I Astonish Time and Dim the Years. At the Imperial City, time passed, and most people began to gather. Almost everyone who received the invitation came to the event. Luo Zhong was one of them. After buying the invitation from Jiang Hao, he hurried over without delay. It wasn't a smooth journey, and he had to pawn a lot of things, but he finally made it. The location of the Imperial City was the core of the southern capital. The city was huge. Inside, there were not only the royal family but also various dignitaries. As Luo Zhong walked on the street, people came and went. There were various cultivation residences and ordinary shops. Regardless of whether one practiced or not, they still needed to lead a normal life. Most of the royals were ordinary people, so they naturally needed these things. It'll be fine. Luo Zhong looked at the invitation in his hand and felt lucky. However, he was puzzled. That Junior had asked him to inform him about what he saw and heard. Although royal marriages were rare, they weren't that extraordinary. Who asks for information instead of spirit stones? Along the way, he observed everything. He would inform that Junior about it later. Of course, the most important thing was the royal family. Even if he couldn't get what he wanted in the end, he would just note down what he saw and heard around him. But before that, he needed to eat something to replenish the energy he spent rushing here. He ate meat with spiritual energy. However, due to a shortage of spirit stones, he could only find a small shop in an alley. The things here were expensive and not really delicious, but they were good for replenishing lifeblood. However, he dared not eat extravagantly. He feared that he might not be able to afford it and would feel embarrassed later. He was just living hand to mouth. As he left, he walked along an empty alley. Suddenly, he sensed some fluctuations of spiritual energy. His instinctive vigilance made him react. He heard someone speaking. Hasn't the Shangguan family found a suitable match yet? They are indeed a bit slow, but this kind of thing can't be rushed, or it will easily expose flaws. They are really slow in handling matters. They still want to become the new royal family with this attitude? It's hard to say. Our vision is limited. Regardless, we must ensure the success of our plan this time. The royal family is cooperating with us openly, but they should also be planning something in secret. Luo Zhong was startled. He seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Without hesitation, he tried to leave from there. But just as he took a step, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Friend, where are you going?" said a calm voice. Around mid-June, Baizhu finally saw General Lin. When Aunt Xiao mentioned that her elder brother wanted to see her, she did want to meet him. She hadn't seen him in centuries. Unfortunately, it seemed that he was quite busy, and days passed by without finding the time. However, it was good that General Lin came. It saved her from reaching out first. "Princess, someone is here," said Aunt Xiao in a hushed tone. Baizhu nodded and poured tea for herself. Shortly after, the general appeared at the garden gate. He came straight to Bai Zhu and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Princess. Why are you here this time, General Lin?" Baizhu asked as she propped her chin up with one hand and smiled. "I am still here on behalf of Prince Shangguan." General Lin hesitated for a moment. "Princess, you can state any conditions you have." "Any conditions?" Baizhu asked. "Most conditions will be accepted." "Do you have snow god pills?" Baizhu asked. General Lin was speechless. "It seems you don't." Baizhu shook her head with a sigh. "Princess, that is a difficult request," General Lin said softly. This time, he dared not show any disrespect. The Grand Assembly was about to begin, and the princess before him was the best choice. Since the Shangguan family had given him enough benefits, he naturally had to do his best. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't produce a snow god pill. There was none in the entire imperial city. It was almost a mythical pill. "It is a bit difficult. Let me think about what else I might need," Baizhu said calmly. "Princess, take your time," General Lin said. Since Princess Baizhu had started stating conditions, there was hope. He just feared it would be like last time when she just ignored him without even hearing the proposal. "I remember the Shangguan family has something called the Spear of Curses. Can I have that?" Baizhu asked with a smile. "That?" General Lin fell silent for a moment. "I need to ask about this and see what they say. If you have any other requests, please feel free to mention them. One more thing, I haven't figured it out yet, so you can help me with that. Get me 2 more items. One from the east and one from overseas," said Baizhu as she lifted the teacup and took a sip. "If your conditions are fulfilled, you'll agree, Princess?" asked General Lin. "It depends on whether the items you offer me show sincerity. If I feel you are sincere, maybe that's possible," said Baizhu. "All right. I'll go negotiate now." General Lin bowed and began to leave. "Are you really going to agree, Princess?" Aunt Xiao asked as she saw him leaving. "Agree to what?" Baizhu asked in return. "The marriage," Aunt Xiao said. Baizhu smiled. "Even if I pretend to agree, it'll never happen. Don't be fooled. They just want to covet the blessing of the land." Aunt Xiao was puzzled. "Won't you need to set a marriage contract once you're out of the ancestral land?" Baizhu smiled faintly, extended her hand and gently grasped hers. "I am the first princess of the royal family. I astonish time and dim the years. Forget about surpassing, no one can even match 1/10 of my strength. As long as I don't let the prince enter the ancestral land, won't that be enough?" Auntie Qiao looked at the princess helplessly. Since when did the princess speak of herself like this? Over 300 years old, yet she still looked unchanged. At the Sea Fog Cave, Jiang Hao led the team in mining for ores. They mined until late June, then stopped. He walked out of the cave alone. Others were a bit alarmed when they saw the manager going out. Why did the manager suddenly leave? "I don't know. Could there be danger here?" "It's unlikely. Probably there are no secrets here, so he didn't linger. As they talked, the group became a bit excited. Jiang Hao ignored them. Mining was good, but it depended on the timing. If the information Jing Shurjiu got was correct, then danger was imminent. He needed to be prepared. As for whether it would affect him, that was uncertain. After waiting for 2 more days, Jiang Hao arrived at the gathering. It seems like it's really about to begin. At first, it was only the matter of the Imperial City, but I didn't expect the Heavenly Note Sect to get involved. Jiang Hao lowered his head. While this matter involved the Heavenly Note Sect, he was still on the periphery. As long as he was cautious, there shouldn't be any major issues. For safety's sake, he found Aja. Human, what do you want? Why are you so alert, senior? Jiang Hao was curious. You are not a good person, so what good could come out of it? Jiang Hao was speechless. Are you going to fly into a rage? Jiang Hao looked at the creature in front of him. He was unsure how to make sense of it. Chapter 520 Chapter 520 The Heavenly King won't bow down even if the Lord of Heaven comes. Chapter 520 The Heavenly King won't bow down even if the Lord of Heaven comes. Senior, do you think the sea fog here is stable? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Hao got straight to the point. Not stable, Aja said. Jiang Hao was quite surprised and looked at Aja. And Aja looked back at him. After going out, I'll bring you some flesh and blood, Jiang Hao said. Do you think I believe you? Aja asked. Jiang Hao was speechless. This was the downside of being in a demonic sect. Nobody believed what he said. Because it had been deceived before, Aja no longer believed in anyone. After that, he asked Jing Shurjiu for some flesh and blood. Aja needed nourishment. Although the sea fog here looks normal, it's about to get rough. Aja ate the meat. The waves will cause a moment of chaos in the sea fog cave, and we all need to avoid it. But we are too far outside, so there shouldn't be any problems. Why are there waves? Jiang Hao asked. Aja looked at Jiang Hao in puzzlement. In his understanding, there seemed to be no reason for the wave. But that would make it easier to seize the royal fortune. It might also be a sign that danger was approaching. He had to leave before that. After roughly understanding it, Jiang Hao returned to his room and waited. At midnight, Jiang Hao entered the common area of the stone tablet. Gui and others had already arrived. Is there any problem with your cultivation? Dan Yuan asked everyone. Do you know what to pay attention to when practicing the free-form technique? Xing asked. This surprised everyone. Xing wanted to practice the free-form technique. Wasn't that the technique of the Clear Sky School? You should avoid the Clear Sky School's technique. The free-form technique has a benefit, which is that it is compatible with various techniques. So, if you really want it, you can integrate the free-form technique with your own technique and can practice with confidence, Dan Yuan said. Xing nodded. Jiang Hao felt that Senior Dan Yuan spoke casually, but the difficulty was self-evident. Modifying the free-form technique was not something an ordinary person could do. Senior Dan Yuan might be able to do it, but he only gave the information without actually describing the method. If Xing wanted the method, then it would be a trade. The task of the Saint Bandits has changed. Someone wants to know about Heaven Lock, said Dan Yuan. Heaven Lock. Even Xing was at a loss. They hadn't heard of it before. I only know that Heaven Lock is related to the Saint Bandits and seems to have just come to light, Dan Yuan said. If you have information about Heaven Lock, you can exchange it for a snow god pill. If you know the information, you can provide the corresponding reward. Jiang Hao remained silent for a moment. The information about Heaven Lock was currently with the high-level members of the Heavenly Note Sect. The likelihood of it leaking was very low. Someone had already noticed it. Although Senior Zheng and others had seen Heaven Lock, they didn't know with certainty that it was heaven-locked. For now, only he, Elder Baiji, and Senior Zhuo Cheng might know about it. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao chose not to speak about it. There was no hurry for now, and he didn't plan to leak the heaven-lock technique. The impact of such a thing would be too significant and could easily lead to a second group of Saint Bandit. What he wanted was a stable cultivation environment, and heaven-lock would disrupt that stability. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. "Friend Jing, you can ask for a reward," Dan Yuan suddenly said. Jiang Hao felt a bit anxious. He thought that Dan Yuan might know that he had. Fortunately, he didn't show it, and he remembered the reason for this reward. It was the information he had given last time. "I would like to know about the Great Thousand God Sect's Feng Hua. If you have any contact information, that would be great," said Jiang Hao. "Okay." Dan Yuan nodded, then looked at Lu. "Lu, did you receive what you wanted?" "Thank you, Senior. I have received it." Lu nodded. Jiang Hao knew it was a protective talisman. After the transactions, they moved on to discuss casual matters. The first to speak was Gui. "The Imperial City's marriage alliance is about to begin. I should be able to infiltrate them. I haven't found anything lately, but I successfully made contact with Shangguan Hengyu." "Be careful, Gui. The Shangguan family is cooperating with the Saint Bandit. There is a possibility that they want to become the new royal family. What they're doing is not simple," Dan Yuan said. Gui nodded. "Shangguan Hengyu is crucial in this," Jiang Hao said. Whether it was Senior Dan Yuan or him, they didn't want the Saint Bandits to succeed. "Friend Jing, have you been near the Heavenly Note Sect lately?" Dan Yuan asked. Jiang Hao knew that he wanted him to take action, and he couldn't refuse, but he also couldn't agree. "If everything goes well, I'll make a trip." As for whether it would go well or not, it all depended on how he wanted to play it. "What is the purpose of marrying into the royal family?" Lu curiously asked. "For the sake of future generations. Having the blessings of the earth and royal bloodline leads to a longer lifespan and an easier path in the future," Xing said. "There's actually another thing," Gui said. "It's said that children born to the royal family have a certain probability of becoming great Earth sovereigns." "Earth sovereigns?" Jiang Hao was puzzled. "Is it something like the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment?" Lu asked. "Definitely not as powerful as that, but undoubtedly extraordinary. As for whether it's true or not, it's hard to say. Such individuals haven't appeared in the southern region, but it's uncertain whether they are in the other regions," Gui said. Everyone looked at Senior Dan Yuan. "Do you know about the Xianyuan clan?" Dan Yuan asked the crowd. They were the former royal family, who had Earth sovereigns and were people of great luck. However, they are different from the current royal families, who are from various tribes. The Xianyuan clan was the guardian of the mountains and seas and was recognized by the earth and oceans as the royal family. As for whether the current royal family can produce Earth sovereigns, it's still uncertain. But there's indeed a certain possibility. The Xianyuan clan? Jiang Hao recalled Xianyuan Tai, who was indeed a guardian of the mountains and seas. But Xianyuan he didn't seem to be the same. However, he didn't think too much about it because he was sure that the Xianyuan clan was no longer a royal family. He didn't know about the details. As for the Earth sovereigns, he probably wouldn't encounter one. Xing mentioned that Shang had left the Clear Sky School. No one knew where he went. Bit Xing affirmed that when Shang returned, he would finally take the step to ascend higher. Jiang Hao sighed and decided to find out whether the corpse realm had opened up again. If it had, he would try to enter through by using the golden rings. Recently, Heavenly King Hai Luo took some people to find the end of all things and the Great Thousand God Sect. It seems he obtained some secret and disappeared completely in the end. His subordinates have once again returned to their previous place. The difference is that this time they seem to be used to it. It's just that no one knows if the Heavenly King is alive or not. Many people are concerned, said Lu. Some ambitious people were concerned because they thought King Hai Luo might still be alive, while others who were loyal to him worried that he might have died. However, King Hai Luo's sudden radical actions made them wonder if it was due to emotional distress. Outside the Heavenly Note sect, a middle-aged man appeared a bit disheveled but had a gleam in his eyes. He threw a powerful artifact, which caused an explosion that shook the surroundings. He was forcefully intruding into the mountain gate. After a while, an elder suppressed him. However, the hearty voice of the man spread far and wide. Summon the people from the Lawless Tower. This time, this Heavenly King is fearless. Even if the Lord of Heaven comes here, he can't keep this Heavenly King quiet and will have to listen to him. Who dares to refute me this time? The elder was somewhat surprised. But he still contacted the people of the Lawless Tower. Zhuotring arrived to help assist in the situation. What he saw stunned him. Chapter 521 Chapter 521 A Bad Person. Chapter 521 A Bad Person. 3 days were left until it was July. Since the last gathering, Bai Zhu was waiting for the right time. Senior Dan Yuan should be quite concerned about this royal family union. Perhaps his people will come. Jing said everything will go smoothly. I wonder if he's dealing with something dangerous again. Senior Dan Yuan gave her a sense of reliability, while Jing made her feel that danger was everywhere. It wasn't that he was dangerous, but it made her feel like he was always involved in something dangerous. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl was with him. He was also the first to know about the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. Who knows what other dangerous things he had on him? Fortunately, everyone was here for a gathering, so conflicts were unlikely to arise. Shaking her head with a sigh, Bai Zhu decided to complete the task at hand first. In the courtyard, she sipped tea and looked at the gate. She waited for the Shangguan family's response, and also her elder brother. Only 3 days were left until the main event. She felt that the Shangguan family's response was about to come. After all, they couldn't wait forever. But what surprised her was that her second brother came to visit her. I'm thinking about when our eldest brother will be free. Bai Zhu stretched and sighed. Let's go, Bai Yu said. Go where? Bai Zhu was puzzled. You were asking when our eldest brother would be free, right? Well, he is now. Bai Yu smiled. Now? Bai Zhu perked up. After a short while, the two of them walked out of the courtyard together. Where's Auntie Qiao? Bai Yu asked. She went to buy some snacks for me. It is a bit far, so it will take her some time to come back, Bai Zhu said softly. Sister, you're really brave. I heard that the other princesses are eyeing you and planning to bully you, said Bai Yu with a smile. The imperial palace was vast and magnificent. The path was lined with blooming flowers, and the trees were neatly arranged. A faint floral fragrance wafted up and refreshed the senses. This place still smells so nice, said Bai Zhu with a smile. It's been a long time since you've been here, hasn't it? Bai Yu looked around and whispered, You've been away from the imperial city for years. Even when you come back, you just stay in your own residence. That's right. I worry that people will make fun of me when I come out. What if I get angry and they suffer? I might draw circles at night to curse them, said Bai Zhu jokingly. Bai Yu ignored it. They talked and laughed along the way and occasionally saw some women along the way. They were beautiful. Most of them were young princesses, and they seemed surprised when they saw Bai Zhu as if they were looking at something elusive and rare. Everyone stole glances at her. The bold ones would come over and greet them. Royal brother, royal sister, greeting. Then, they asked about their age, and were stunned to look at a princess who was over 300 years old. After a long time, Baiju entered a large courtyard and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This was why she didn't want to leave the palace. Some princesses were genuinely curious, while others wanted to ridicule her. It was not a pleasant experience. Out of sight, out of mind. Come in. A deep voice came from the courtyard. Baiju looked inside but didn't see anyone. Eldest brother has already entered the Return to Void realm. We can hear his voice, but we can't see his figure. Baiju smiled. Come on, let's go in. Will you also reach this realm soon? Baiju asked. It's probably impossible for me. Although we, the royal family, live a long time, talent is not determined by age. Baiju sounded regretful. It's a pity that our royal family hasn't produced a stunning genius. There is. Baiju pointed at herself. Right here. Baiju laughed and led the way ahead. After a while, they saw their eldest brother by a pond. He looked like a man in his 30s with no visible aura on his body. He wore a gray robe. Big brother, said Baiju. Big brother. Baiju followed suit. At this moment, Baiju turned around. His features were distinct and his eyes were deep. He exuded a majestic aura. It's been many years since I last saw you. Baiju, you're already at the primordial spirit realm. What about you, Baiju? He asked with a gentle smile. Baiju chuckled. Big brother, stop making fun of Baiju. Otherwise, she'll say she's the first genius of the royal family and her realm is unfathomable. Baiju was speechless. Bai Chen laughed and looked at his sister. I heard you've been in contact with the Shangguan family. Yeah. I asked for some things, she said. Yeah, it's good to make contacts. Bai Chen nodded. If you encounter any trouble, you can come to me. Perhaps we are not stronger than others, but we are not afraid of them. Baiju nodded and promised to do so. In fact, she hadn't been here before, and she didn't have any trouble. Here, take this. Bai Chen then handed over 2 blood jade pendants. When there's danger, I'll sense it. If I'm not held back, I'll come and help you. Also, the palace may not be very stable lately, so don't wander around. Baiju nodded with a sunny smile. The next day, at Baiju's house, General Lin visited her with 3 items. One was the Spear of Curses she had requested. Another was a book from overseas titled Travels in the Heavenly River, and a 6-sided die from the East. A replica? Baiju noticed that the 6-sided dice was a replica, but even so, she felt it shouldn't be used carelessly. Overall, these gifts were not sincere enough, but General Lin insisted. So, Baiju had no choice but to cooperate and accept these items. Then, she decided that in 2 days, she would enter the ancestral land with the heir of the Shangguan family. In early July, Jiang Hao stood in front of a sea fog in the sea fog cave. He looked ahead and waited for something to change. Aja stood beside him. It was curious about this human. Human, how do you behave as a person? How do I behave as a person? I think a person like you won't be harassed or exploited. Why not? Many things are beyond one's control. Jiang Hao shook his head. He wanted to leave this place, but it was not suitable to leave without a proper reason. He had to do things till he remained in the Heavenly Note Sect. So, what does it take to not be harassed or bullied? Aja was curious. What do you think? Jiang Hao asked. Aja thought for a moment. Do whatever you want to do. Jiang Hao shook his head. Ideally, yes, but sometimes you have to do things even if you don't want to. Aja was puzzled. It suddenly paused. They're here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao closed his eyes and began to sense the sea fog. The nameless manual guided him. He could sense subtle movement from the sea fog. The waves were coming. Without hesitation, he found Zheng Shurjiu and the others. "Please have everyone pack up. We need to leave this place quickly," said Jiang. "How?" The crowd was stunned. Yu was about to ask, but Zheng Shurjiu and Xian Yue began to make arrangements immediately. Xiao Xiaowei and the others were also surprised by this. They hadn't received any evacuation orders. It wasn't until Aja spoke that they found out the sea fog cave was about to create waves. Chapter 522 Chapter 522 This is the real me, a super genius. Chapter 522 This is the real me, a super genius. Human, why are you leaving? It's dangerous in the sea fog when the waves are forming. Even I may not find the right direction, Aja said as she walked ahead of Jiang Hao in the sea fog. In fact, it wasn't just Aja. Many people didn't understand. They felt Jiang Hao was a bit delusional. If there were waves coming, it would be safer to stay in place. There were treasures and defenses set up in the area. Wasn't it better than running around in the sea mist? Jiang Hao didn't explain to those who questioned him. He wasn't forcing them to leave. On the contrary, he preferred acting alone. It's just that he didn't want them to be in danger because he was in charge. This wave was extraordinary. The royal family, the sacred bandits, the Heavenly Note sect, and powerful individuals from overseas were all involved. After what the sacred bandits had been planning for a long time, he didn't believe that the people on the periphery would be safe. So even if they were punished, it wouldn't matter. They just didn't know if they would make it in time. The sea fog seemed to be changing. They needed to leave quickly. However, it wasn't that easy. Aja seemed to have lost its way. "What's going on? Why can't I find the direction? It seems to be getting blurry," Aja said. "Even you can't find the way, senior?" Zheng Shurjiu was surprised. "It's not that easy," Aja said. The others were a bit worried, and some even said it would be better to stay in the stronghold. At least they could try to defend themselves. Now, in the sea fog, they couldn't even see the way. It was like waiting for death to come. The others could only agree. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He hadn't seen much with the technique from the Nameless manual, so he couldn't find the way, especially with so many forks in the road. In the Imperial City, the moon was bright. The wedding ceremony had already begun, and Bai Zhu sat in a corner. She still hadn't seen Shangguan Hengyu, but the first group of people was about to enter the ancestral ground, so he should be coming soon. "Princess, do you really want to go into the ancestral ground with the Crown Prince Shangguan?" Auntie Qiao was a bit worried. "It's just to take a look. Speaking of which, I haven't been there before, so let's take a look," Bai Zhu said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid of getting married for real?" Auntie Qiao asked. "What if they break the engagement on the other side?" Given his personality, he could do something like that, Bai Zhu said without concern. Auntie Qiao felt that the princess had already thought of a way to make the other person break the engagement. That would mean she would escape the marriage but still would receive the gifts she had asked for. If everything went smoothly, she felt the princess would gain a lot. But she didn't know if it would cause trouble. At that moment, a young man walked over to Bai Zhu. "Princess Bai Zhu?" he asked with a smile. "That's me." Bai Zhu nodded. "Shangguan Hengyu?" "Yes. Are you the one who cried and wanted to go into the ancestral ground with me?" Shangguan Hengyu said disdainfully. He was dressed in magnificent clothes and had an extraordinary appearance. "Have I disappointed you? Then, it's fine. Let's not go." Bai Zhu looked at him. "I was just joking." Shangguan Hengyu snorted coldly and didn't speak again. After that, they planned to go to their ancestral land. Before entering, Qiao Yi informed Bai Zhu that the prince was in the Golden Core Realm and that she should be careful. Golden Core Realm. Bai Zhu smiled. He was not at the Golden Core Realm for real. He was only slightly weaker than her brother. The Shangguan family kept their real cultivation realm hidden. The ancestral land was deep within the imperial city. They were led by the guards and walked into the ancestral land. Here, they could receive the blessing of the land, but what exactly the blessing was, few people could perceive it. But every royal family member, upon marriage, had to come here once. They could only enter once. So, if they didn't intend to marry for real, not many people would visit the place. After entering the gate of the ancestral land, Shangguan Hengyu seemed to relax. Princess, I didn't expect you to be over 300 years old, and still look so young. Do you like older women? Baizhu looked at the person beside her. Not really. I was just marveling at how well you are dressed. Shangguan Hengyu shook his head and walked ahead. He seemed to have his own purpose for this trip. Baizhu followed behind him and didn't care. She just let him go wherever he wanted. Maybe it's my natural beauty, said Baizhu. Princess, do you think it was right to choose to come to the ancestral land right now? Shangguan Hengyu looked serious. He didn't look frivolous and flighty like before. It certainly doesn't feel wrong, Baizhu said. Do you think you are a bit naive and getting older and less knowledgeable? Shangguan Hengyu asked while preparing something in an open space. You are the same as the rumors made you out to be. Young with little to no experience. By now, the formation had been set up, and everything was ready. The moon was in the sky. The moonlight shone on the formation and activated it. That's true. Baizhu nodded. Princess, you are as naive as they say. You must be getting older, Shangguan. Hengyu said and gestured to her. Can you stand inside? Of course. Baizhu nodded. She stepped into the formation. She looked unconcerned. I heard you like to talk big. What kind of big things do you say? Shangguan Hengyu asked while activating the formation. By now, the formation was fully activated, and a light enveloped Baizhu. Gradually, something eroded her body. I often tell Auntie Qiao that I am the first genius of the royal family and unparalleled throughout history. Standing at the pinnacle of the royal family, I'm only slightly inferior to the astonishing geniuses. Baizhu shrugged. But Auntie Qiao just laughs at me, and so does my second brother. Although my eldest brother doesn't speak, I'm sure he's laughing inside too. That's indeed quite amusing. Shangguan Hengyu nodded. Then, he looked at the young girl in front of him. Do you have any last words? Last words? Baizhu tilted her head in confusion. I'm fine and dandy. Why would I need to say my last words? That's a pity. Shangguan Hengyu sighed. Then, he cast his technique, and the fortune of the royal family began to be corroded. A formation appeared under his feet. But he felt uncomfortable. Then, without any warning, the flesh of his arm began to rot. What's going on? The sudden change shocked him. A curse. Haven't you encountered it before? Baizhu stood in the center of the formation. A curse. Shangguan Hengyu's face changed, and he immediately tried to channel his power to counter it, but it had no effect. How is this possible? How can a mere curse be impossible to dispel? He exclaimed. A mere curse. Baizhu gave him a charming smile. This is not just a mere curse. It's the curse on my body. According to your words, you're just an early-stage return to Void Realm Cultivator. How can you withstand the curse on my body? Shangguan Hengyu was horrified to find that his flesh and blood were also decaying, and his cultivation was crumbling. He panicked. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the young girl in front of him. What do you mean? Baizhu shrugged. Didn't I just tell you? I am the first genius of the royal family and am unparalleled throughout history. The entire imperial city can't even match my strength. This is the real me. It's just that no one believes me. Chapter 523 Chapter 523 Beyond Saving. Chapter 523 Beyond Saving. At the ancestral land of the royal family, a young woman stood in a brightly lit array of magic. A man stood opposite her. The array under his feet gradually darkened. It seemed like something was being transferred from his body. But this simple transfer was enough to make his flesh rot, his cultivation collapse, and his life wither. He looked at the young woman in front of him in disbelief. Why? How does no one know about this? Shangguan Hengyu was filled with questions. They had been paying attention to the royal family for so many years, and even the Saint Bandits had confirmed it. Why had no one discovered this person's strength? Perhaps because you were overconfident? After all, when I told you just now, you were so full of yourself. Baizhu smiled. At this point, the curses on her body were rapidly leaving her and merging into the array. These curses were being transferred through Shangguan Hengyu to an unknown location. Baizhu had some speculation about this. It must be going to the Sea Fog Cave of the Heavenly Note Sect. The other side of the array would also bear her curse, but that was no longer. Shangguan Hengyu smiled bitterly. The flesh on his body was decaying, and this decaying flesh kept falling off. He was filled with regret. I didn't expect that I actually picked someone who could ruin everything for me. Actually, you didn't pick me, Baizhu said. It was I who picked you. You cooperated with the Saint Bandits because you wanted to become the next royal family and coveted the blessing of the land. I couldn't turn a blind eye to that. So, as one of the key figures involved in this, you naturally caught my attention. At that point, Shangguan Hengyu's body was disintegrating, and he couldn't make a sound anymore. He could only stare at the young woman in front of him in fear and confusion. When had he exposed himself? I should actually thank you. This array is a bit unique. It can transfer all the curses out of my body. It allowed me to successfully reach where I intended. Baizhu took a step in the air, as if stepping on an endless platform. She looked up at the sky. The sky is even broader now, and I have the qualifications to touch the limit. Then, a new curse appeared on her. This time, it no longer affected her. It was as if she had the natural talent to avoid it. Shangguan Hengyu watched Baizhu in disbelief. He didn't know what realm she was in. His cultivation realm and energy dissipated and finally turned into dry bones and became part of the earth. Boom! In the distance there was a rumble. Someone shouted in anger. Baizhu knew that the conflict had begun, but she planned to observe secretly and only intervene if necessary. She didn't want to stay in the imperial city, but she had to wait until her lifespan was extended. Shaking her head with a smile, she headed deeper into the ancestral land. As she left, all traces gradually disappeared, as if she had never existed in the first place. Deep inside the sea fog cave, the sea fog was constantly churning. Some tentacles appeared in the sea fog, but they were hard to see clearly. In the shadows, there was an altar in operation. The man who arranged the personnel earlier was maintaining it. He was waiting for the arrival of the royal family's fortune from the other side. Tong Tian, be careful, Yi Jian reminded him. He had made many preparations. Everything was ready. I know. Tong Tian nodded and looked into the distance. The people from the Heavenly Note Sect are coming. Once we start, they will find us. You should be careful. Yi Jian looked outside and sighed. They had arrived. Unfortunately, he needed quite a bit of time to restore his peak strength. At this moment, a trace of the royal family's fortune appeared on the altar. Tong Tian was overjoyed. Finally, they were going to succeed. But soon, he frowned. Yi Jian furrowed his brows in confusion. What happened? Tong Tian remained calm and then said, sever the connection between me and the other altars, all altars related to Shangguan Hengyu. Yi Jian immediately severed all connections related to Shangguan Hengyu, and then looked at Tong Tian. "What's happening to you? I'm beyond saving." Tong Tian's voice was calm, as if he was talking about someone else's matter. At this moment, he was still letting the array absorb things from the other side and separating the fortune from the curse on the way. The fortune condensed into a bead, and the curse stayed on him. "If I regain some cultivation, maybe I can avoid this disaster, but unfortunately, the other side is too strong," Tong Tian calmly said. Black fumes appeared on his skin. However, in the next breath, the black spots started decaying. His cultivation was also crumbling. Tong Tian did not show anger or pain. On the contrary, relief showed on his face. "This is also good. I can go and do my own things now." Tong Tian turned to Yi Jian. "Something has happened in the Imperial City, and it's something unexpected. But the consequences are now your concern. Now I want to do one last thing." Yi Jian looked at his friend and hesitated. "Let me take you back. Perhaps there's still hope. With my cultivation and artifacts, I can buy you enough time." Tong Tian smiled and shook his head. "No need. It's fine. This is enough. Tong Lu is dead, and I need to do something for him. Even if I can go back alive, it's not what I wish for." Yi Jian lowered his head and remained silent. Tong Tian staggered down from the altar and then placed some treasures on it. He was about to die, so he left all his useful things for his friend. Finally, he walked into the sea fog and disappeared. Yi Jian was silent for a moment, but he had to continue with the plan. The Heavenly Note sect was an enemy they had to face. Their plan had reached this point, and they were no longer worried about being discovered. Countless tentacles emerged behind him. They bore many runes. Then, they charged outward. It wasn't just him. In every passage, tentacles appeared. It seemed as if they wanted to engulf all life in the sea fog cave to provide power for their plan. Shangguan Hengyu's failure was a significant blow to them, but this was not the entirety of their plan. Outside the sea fog cave, Jiang Hao led the way, and the sea fog kept rushing in. Even Jia found it difficult to find the path. Fortunately, they did not backtrack. If it weren't for the Sea Patrol spirit beast guiding the way, they would have been lost in this fog. The beast was indeed very accurate in finding the way. "How are you doing, Senior?" Jiang Hao asked in a low voice. He felt danger everywhere. Others seemed unconcerned, as if they didn't think much of the tide. Jia had said that the fog wasn't something to worry about. They all felt Jiang Hao had made the wrong decision. Xiaowei and the bald golden core realm cultivator also felt this way, but they didn't know the strength of the other side, so they couldn't say much. "How about we turn back?" asked a Foundation establishment cultivator suddenly. "I asked the Sea Patrol spirit beasts, and they confirmed that turning back will surely take us back to the base." Chapter 524 Chapter 524 Junior Brother is Always Kind to Others. Chapter 524 Junior Brother is Always Kind to Others. Walking in the sea fog was unsettling. Some people wanted to go back and continue staying at the base. "Yeah. Going back the way we came would be much quicker," said someone. Things were getting noisy as more people chimed in. Zheng Shijie wanted to dissuade them, but Jiang Hao stopped him. He let everyone choose for themselves. It was not his choice. He would let everyone make their own decision. Some people chose to leave. They asked Jiang Hao about the ores and the mines. Jiang Hao told them they could have it. They were even more excited to go back. Some people looked at the few Golden Core Realm cultivators. If there was a Golden Core Realm cultivator among them, they would follow. However, Xiaowei and the bald cultivator hesitated for a long time and eventually gave up. They had faced Jiang Hao's threat earlier and were afraid of retaliation. They sought refuge in stronger individuals. In the end, only some of the people left. Most of them lacked confidence and were afraid of making the wrong choice. So, it was better to follow the strong. If you want to leave, you can leave now. Don't blame me for being heartless if you can't leave later. Zheng Shurjia looked at the people around coldly. There was no response. Jiang Hao didn't mind. He would fulfill his responsibilities. Beyond that, they weren't his concern. They weren't children, after all. They could make their own choices. As long as it didn't affect his safety, he didn't need to care. Aja, lead the way, Jiang Hao said. The others could only follow. Among the people who stayed behind, most just went with the flow, but some had stayed behind because they trusted Jiang Hao's judgment. In the end, these people discovered that the manager didn't intervene when others went away and felt a bit regretful. If they had left earlier, they could have gone back to mine and obtained a lot of spirit stones. In the fog, everyone felt insecure, as if danger could strike at any moment. Zheng Shurjiu and Xian Yue, on the other hand, had confidence in Jiang Hao. They had worked together many times and knew him. Xiao Xiaowei and the others were uneasy. The sea fog was becoming more intense. If it got any denser, they might lose their way entirely. However, since things had come to this point, they could only grit their teeth and continue ahead. After a while, the sea fog started to churn. Their field of vision and their perception shrank. Aja didn't dare to point in a random direction. The people who went back might have already reached the base, someone said softly. Jiang Hao stopped. He looked in a certain direction with a frown. Senior, look over there. Aja turned to look. A little while later, Aja's face changed. Oh no! How did these monsters end up here? We're done for. Hurry! Run! Aja exclaimed in panic. The others were confused. Aja wanted to escape alone but was grabbed by Jiang Hao. Senior, stay calm. Running randomly will be dangerous. Find a way out of the sea fog cave, Jiang Hao said. Aja felt immense pressure. It hadn't expected these things to appear. They had never come out during previous surges. This also confirmed that it should learn from these humans in the future. Boom! As the sea fog closed, the tentacles began to attack. Jiang Hao unsheathed his half-moon blade and used the demonic sound slash. Boom! The blade flashed and temporarily dispersed some of the sea fog. Thus, the thing underneath the sea fog was revealed. Countless tentacles were swiftly rushing toward them. The frontmost tentacle had some blood stains on it, and it even held some ore. It even held onto some severed human limbs. Blood was dripping from the severed parts. Jiang Hao knew that those who had just left were in great danger. The people behind him turned pale in shock. They saw the ores, which meant they felt lucky to have followed Jiang Hao instead of going back. Senior Aja, find a way out quickly. Someone begged in fear. We can't go the wrong way. If we do, we'll be attacked from behind, Jiang Hao said. Aja felt stressed. It hadn't expected these things to come out. They had never done so before. Boom! As the sea fog closed, the tentacles began their assault. Jiang Hao slashed with his half-moon blade. The tentacles were cut off. But soon, new tentacles continued their attack. The strength of the late Foundation establishment stage, said Jiang Hao. Xiao Xiaowei and the others were overjoyed. If it was only at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, they could hold their own, especially with their 4 golden core realm cultivators. Boom! Boom! They fought for a while and retreated. Even with 4 golden core realm cultivators, they couldn't stop the Foundation establishment realm tentacles. Some of them were injured. As time passed, the strength of these tentacles increased. They were almost at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Hao frowned. If they continued like this, these people would all die. He couldn't go ahead alone. Moreover, without Aja, it was unlikely that he could find his way. He would have to use his golden rings to go back. Boom! The tentacle attacks were relentless. Even a golden core realm cultivator couldn't escape unscathed. Only Jiang Hao, who had studied the Nameless manual and could finally control his power, could handle it with ease. The bald golden core realm cultivator tried to beat back the tentacles with his blade. However, the more he fought, the more he was surrounded by numerous tentacles. When he came to his senses, he found himself completely surrounded by the tentacles. They were surging toward him. Even when he defeated a part of them, it was futile because new tentacles replaced them instantly. These tentacles were shifting toward the gold core realm cultivator gradually. At that point, he had no way to retreat. He began to panic. Although he had escaped to this point, he was now in a dire situation because of his impulsiveness. He opened his mouth, attempting to plead for help. But who would come to save him at this moment? Everyone was selfish. When others were in crisis, they would not rush to help them at the expense of their own lives. He should have understood this earlier, but he opened his mouth to ask for help. Just then, a blade flashed. 1,000 demonic tones. Boom! The demonic sound roared as the blade cut through everything. The bald golden core realm cultivator, who was initially surrounded by tentacles, looked in disbelief as the blade approached. He was even more surprised at the person who wielded that blade. He felt that he might as well devote his loyalty to this person. Jiang Hao grabbed the person's hand and pulled him out. Then, he swung the primordial heavenly blade. The intensity is approaching the golden core realm, Zheng Shurjiu said wearily. There were simply too many tentacles, and they couldn't stop them all. Jiang Hao realized that if they continued, everyone else would undoubtedly die. He looked at the people around him, and fell silent for a moment. Everyone was afraid that Jiang Hao would leave them there and go off alone. Evidently, their manager was very strong, and his sense of perception was exceptional. If he left, he could obviously survive. Others would have no way of escape. At that moment, they understood that Jiang Hao's choice would decide their life and their death. "You all go first," Jiang Hao said calmly. Everyone was incredulous to hear those words. In truth, Zheng Shurjiu had already planned to tell Jiang Hao to escape while he could, and that there was no need for him to take them along. However, Jiang Hao was telling them to escape first. It is no wonder the people in the sect doubt him of practicing the blood wish path, because junior brother Jiang is always kind to others. Zheng Shurjiu was shaken to his core. Chapter 525 Chapter 525 Stronger when no one's around. Chapter 525 Stronger when no one's around. "I'll stay," said the bald golden core realm cultivator. Jiang Hao was speechless. He looked over and saw him standing resolutely beside him with a determination to face death. The others were also ignited with a fiery passion. They wanted to stay and fight the enemy alongside him. Jiang Hao swung the half-moon blade in his hand. The hilt struck the bald man's neck, and the force invaded his body and knocked him unconscious. The sudden action left others shocked. "Senior brother Zheng, I'll have to trouble you again." Jiang Hao looked at Zheng Shurjiu. "All right, junior brother Jiang. Be careful," Zheng Shurjiu said solemnly. He knew that Jiang Hao wouldn't easily get into trouble, especially when he was alone. Jiang Hao was at his strongest when he was alone. If they stayed behind, they would only hold him back. However, he didn't know Jiang Hao's limit. The only thing he could do was not get in his way. So, Zheng Shurjiu retreated with the others. Everyone else could only follow his orders. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was alone. If it were possible, he would have left with everyone. That way, it wouldn't attract attention. But the tentacle attacked so fiercely that retreating together wasn't the best choice. He could only stand alone against the danger, and let the others leave first. With people around him, he couldn't do what he wanted. Now that no one was around him, he could use his techniques freely. He had a way. If there was no other choice, he could even use the life-saving magic weapon his master had given him. He could escape from here using the spatial power of the magic weapon. But there was a problem. It seemed that he was being targeted by someone. That was why he had to act alone. It seemed that someone was closely watching him and would appear at any sign of movement. The tentacles began to swarm. He used the second form of the heavenly blade, Mountain Suppression. Powerful blade intent covered the surroundings and suppressed the frontmost tentacles. After that, Jiang Hao felt the changes in the surrounding sea fog and sensed the tentacles attack. No tentacle crossed the line. Blades flashed and swept in all directions. Countless tentacles were cut off and turned into bubbles. The tentacles couldn't escape Jiang Hao's blade. At this moment, Jiang Hao had absolute power. He used the heavenly cauldron to lure and trap the tentacles in the divine domain. Unfortunately, the divine domain was broken because the tentacles were too long. But as time passed, the frequency of the tentacle attacks began to decrease. Finally, they retracted. However, Jiang Hao did not let his guard down. He felt that this was just the beginning of the danger he had to face. The person who was keeping an eye on him seemed to have arrived. He couldn't determine the newcomer's strength. It made him wary. Who could it be? Brother! Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The surrounding sea fog no longer blocked his vision. A child of about 4 or 5 years old stood in front of him in ragged clothes. The child looked around in panic and shouted, "Brother, where are you?" Tears fell from the child's eyes. The child looked frightened. At that moment, another voice came from the other side. "Shouldn, where are you?" The child immediately looked around. Then, he saw a teenager in his early teens, dark complexion, and weak in spirit and blood, as if he had been hungry for a long time. The child ran over to the teen and hugged him. "Brother, I thought you were going out like Mom and Dad," said the child in tears. "That'll never happen," said the young man as he wiped the child's tears and patted his head. "When will Mom and Dad come back?" the child asked. "They'll be back in a few days. I brought you some food." The young man took out a piece of sesame seed cake. "What about you? I'm not hungry. I already ate." "Why don't people in the clan like us?" The young man smiled but did not answer. The scene shifted. The child stole a piece of meat from a place and then managed to escape while being chased. Finally, he ran to his brother excitedly. "Brother, there's meat." The young man was surprised. "Where did you get it?" "You eat it. I'll tell you after you finish eating it." Jiang Hao looked at the two brothers and frowned. At the same time, a man came from the opposite direction. He had many dark spots on his body. His breath was ragged. He was cursed. The two boys disappeared and the sea fog emerged. At that moment, Jiang Hao could only rely on the nameless manual to sense the other person's presence. "We depended on each other since childhood. Shouldn was all grown up, but he died by your hands," said a voice. "Are you indignant?" Jiang Hao understood that the person in question was probably Tong Lu. He remained calm, but his body was accumulating strength. "As you grow up, many people will want to kill you, and you will also kill many people. Isn't that right?" "Yes. We've killed many people too." Tong Tian sighed. "Even if it wasn't you, Shouldn would have died at someone else's hands in the future. But we're brothers. Now that he has died at your hands, I need to do something. Even if I die, I'll need to answer to him. At least, I can tell him that I did my best." Swish! Jiang Hao saw a figure breaking through the sea fog at an impossible speed. Boom! He defended with the blade and activated the immortal mountain sea shield immediately. However, even so, the powerful force sent Jiang Hao flying back. He felt the wail of his blade. His blade had cracked. So strong. In an instant, the immortal mountain sea shield was activated to defend him. But even so, his internal organs were injured. The revival of withered wood ability began to activate automatically. Many thoughts went through his mind in an instant. When he landed, he quickly moved forward and attacked. He couldn't determine the other party's strength, so he didn't dare to hold back. He unsheathed the primordial heavenly blade and activated the reappearance of the hidden spirit. He used the third form of the heavenly blade, Meteor. Jiang Hao's figure whizzed like a meteor and collided with the opponent. However, Tong Tian blocked the heavenly blade with his bare hands. Boom! They moved like shooting stars that rapidly disappeared and reappeared. Their power and aura swept the surroundings. Stones from the walls of the passage kept falling. Boom! The heavenly blade clashed with the opponent's fist, and Jiang Hao was once again forced back. Even with the immortal mountain sea shield support, he couldn't withstand the opponent's attacks. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao attacked once again. The heavenly cauldron was activated. Jiang Hao wanted to pull the opponent into his divine domain. That would give him an advantage. Tong Tian's body was already covered in black spots. He looked at the man in front of him and felt uneasy. Late stage of the Soul Ascension realm. It was entirely reasonable for Tong Lu, who was also in the late stage of the Soul Ascension realm, to die at the hands of this man. That last blade technique was more than enough. I can't hold on for much longer. I need to finish this quickly. Tong Tian knew that his cultivation was rapidly declining, and he would die in no time. If the opponent didn't have any more tricks up his sleeve, then he might have a chance. Chapter 526 Chapter 526 Tell him that we'll meet again. Chapter 526 Tell him that we'll meet again. The sea fog surged like dark currents in the deep sea. Jiang Hao's clash with Tong Tian was relentless. Their fight barely gave them time to catch their breath. However, even with such intense attacks, they were unable to break through the sea fog. It was evident that the sea fog had reached an unimaginable height. Continuing to stay here would undoubtedly be dangerous. The heavenly blade flashed, and Jiang Hao severed Tong Tian's arm with a single strike. In return, Tong Tian kicked and shattered Jiang Hao's thigh. Despite the pain, their attacks were unwavering. Boom! The brilliance of their strength clashed, and their figures constantly changed as they exchanged strikes with blades and swords. However, as they fought, Jiang Hao stood in place and blocked the opponent's attacks. The heavenly blade swung in front of him and cut down all attacks. Tong Tian was incredibly fast. Even with only one arm, he had the strength to break through any defense. But after a moment, he found a flaw in Jiang Hao. He threw a punch. It was like a vast sky striking down. If it had landed, Jiang Hao would have been gravely injured. However, what surprised him was Jiang Hao's calm gaze. Is he falling into my trap? What can he use to defend himself? Tong Tan was doubtful. He had no choice but to keep attacking. Boom! The force shook everything. In an instant, a heavy shield blocked his fist. However, his strength carried a resolute intent and left no room for retreat. Crack! The shield shattered. As he attempted to move forward again, a long blade stabbed into him. A strange force corroded his body and disrupted his balance, and the curse's power erupted at this moment. The once mighty fist landed on Jiang Hao's shoulder like cotton. At this point, Jiang Hao thought he had won. To his surprise, Tong Tian smiled. You've lost. Jiang Hao frowned. He sensed the presence of the curse. Without hesitation, he activated the purple energy. However, a tidal wave of black energy erupted from Tong Tian's body and enveloped him entirely. Even though the purple energy could resist some of it, it couldn't stop all the curses. In an instant, the curse entered Jiang Hao's body. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra started to circulate and attempted to suppress the curse. However, the curse was unusually massive. For a moment, he thought he couldn't suppress it. It's useless. Tong Tian sighed as his arm went limp. This isn't an ordinary curse. Even if your cultivation realm matches the caster's, it's difficult to resist it. It will destroy one's vitality and erode one's cultivation realm. The moment I sensed it, I knew I was beyond redemption. But it's okay. It allowed me to come find you and fulfill Tong Lu's last wish. Jiang Hao retracted the heavenly blade. As members of the Heavenly Spirit Tribe and Saint Bandits, why did you want to seize the royal fortune and the blessings of the land? You seem to know quite a bit. Tong Tian signed again. For the depths. The depths? Jiang Hao asked as he let the spots appear on his body. The source of everything, Tong Tian said. The person who wrote about the Heaven Lock technique? Jiang Hao asked again. Tong Tian was astonished. How do you know about Heaven Lock? Did you discover it? Recently, the Heaven Lock had appeared in the world, but they couldn't figure out who had discovered it. Is there a limitation to the Heaven Lock technique? Jiang Hao asked. How is it possible that you were able to see it? Tong Tian was shocked. The content of Heaven Lock wasn't something anyone could easily see. Heaven Lock was mind-boggling, and even the heavens and the earth shrouded its content. Even a soul ascension realm cultivator, no matter how special, couldn't see it. Jiang Hao remembered the figure he had sensed beside him. It seemed that he could make sense of the technique only because that figure had been present. Without him, he couldn't see it. Tong Tian smiled helplessly. Forget it. We're both dying. What's the use of being so special? Jiang Hao sighed. He realized he couldn't hold on much longer. Otherwise, the curse would really hurt him. In the blink of an eye, a pearl appeared in his hand. In an instant, all the curses in his body subsided. Tong Tian was stunned. When he met Jiang Hao, he felt it was extremely difficult to kill him, especially with the curse constantly eroding his strength. So, he decided to use the curse to kill him. But he never expected that the curse would be quelled by the opponent. Tong Tian saw a crimson pearl inside the purple sphere. It looked familiar. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. He was shocked. Tong Tian smiled weakly. This is the first time I've seen someone holding the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. We didn't die in vain. Jiang Hao said nothing. Did Shao Lu suffer before his death? Tong Tian asked. He used something to self-destruct. He wanted to take me down with him, Jiang Hao said. Is that so? That's good. I hope he won't blame his useless elder brother. Tong Tian felt his eyelids growing heavy and slowly closed his eyes. At the moment of his passing, he seemed to hear Tong Lu's annoyed voice. Brother, why did you come here too? You're making me angry. Tong Tian smiled weakly and murmured, Brother is here to accompany you. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao saw the opponent turn into bones and then disappear completely. Jiang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with the curse was troublesome. Now, how could he get out of here? He couldn't let go of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Once it left his hand, the misfortune would erupt. If he went out now, there would undoubtedly be strong opponents waiting for him. If the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was targeted, the problem would become more serious. I need to find another way to suppress the curse. It's also troublesome to get out of here. Without Aja, it was not easy to get out of the place. After hesitating for a moment, he walked to the place where Tong Tian had disappeared. He wanted to see how his opponent had found this place. Was it because of the magic treasure or something else? Unfortunately, he found nothing and had to find a way out on his own using the nameless manual. As for the curse, Jiang Hao took out the sea god pill that Hong Yuya had given him. This pill not only healed injuries but also dispelled curses. If he was correct, the curse on his body was from Gui. He didn't know if the sea god pill could completely dispel it, and it felt a waste to use it here. In the depths of the sea fog cave, Insha and the others were being chased by tentacles. There were originally 9 of them in the group, but only 3 remained. It seems like we're constantly going in circles, a male cultivator said. Insha knew that too, but there was no way out. Look over there. Another cultivator pointed into the distance. At this moment, they noticed the sea fog disperse and reveal a passage. The 3 were surprised. After a moment of hesitation, they headed in that direction. It was like entering a completely new space. This was a cave. Above the cave was a strange symbol that was difficult to discern. What kind of place is this? The 3 were puzzled. A place that can take you out of here, said a calm voice. The 3 were startled. They discovered a figure standing deep in the cave. The figure was faint and indistinct. It wasn't easy to see clearly. Who are you, senior? Insha asked warily. Do you want to leave? The figure asked. Do you have a way, senior? Insha asked again. The figure. She remembered Jiang Hao's reminder. Help me with something, and I'll help you get out of here. It's a simple task. Without waiting for Insha and the others to ask, the figure tossed a stone at them. Take this thing and give it to him. Then, tell him that we'll meet again. Thank him for his praise. Since the appearance of Heaven Lock, only he has praised me, and it seems that only he has understood my discovery. Chapter 527 Chapter 527 A Fool. Chapter 527 A Fool. At the sea fog cave, Jiang Hao walked through the passage. His injuries had now completely healed, and he was in even better shape than before. The effect of the sea god pill far exceeded his expectations. It was almost unbelievable. The curse was dispelled easily. Not even a trace remained on his body. The injuries on his body were visibly healing at a rapid pace. His primordial spirit was condensing, and the power of his divine abilities and techniques was once again enhanced. The immortal mountain sea shield had also been restored to its original state. He felt the terrifying nature of the divine pill for the first time. When he first consumed the scarlet feather divine pill, he didn't experience any reaction, so he thought that divine pills were just like that. Now he realized that he had wasted the sea god pill. It was truly invaluable. Shaking his head, he decided to figure a way out of there first. He was unfamiliar with the route, and he had to find his way on his own. Even with the nameless manual's assistance, finding an exit was still quite challenging. Fortunately, he thought of a way. He let one of the tentacles lead the way. If he wasn't noticed, he could follow the tentacles and find his way. It was going smoothly. However, in order to maintain an appearance of slow progress, he occasionally severed the tentacles and obstructed them. When the time was right, he would let the tentacles lead the way again. Boom! As he walked along the path, he heard a loud rumbling sound followed by the surging of sea fog waves. There was a powerful aura inside. It seems like a big battle is erupting inside. I wonder how it will turn out. Logically, there should be reinforcements soon, but he didn't see any along his route. Fortunately, besides the initial encounter with Tong Tian, no one else chased him. After a long time, Jiang Hao finally saw signs of people. In the huge passage, many people were retreating while fighting. Each person had some injuries, and some were directly swallowed by the tentacles. Jiang Hao took out his half-moon blade and joined the battle. Sorry about this. Jiang Hao looked at the nearly shattered blade and sighed. He had been using it for quite a while, and it was indeed time for a replacement. However, top-grade treasures like golden core-level blades were quite expensive. With Jiang Hao joining the fray, the pressure on these people greatly decreased, but they didn't know that someone was helping them. They couldn't perceive that someone had joined the battle inside the sea fog. They only felt that the tentacles had weakened. Stay focused. The attacks are weakening. If we get through this section, we'll be able to get out. Hold on. Others shouted and began to exert their full strength. However, the person who boosted their morale took the opportunity to escape. It seemed like he wanted the others to help block the tentacles for him. In Jiang Hao's perception, he could see that 8 or 9 people had escaped. Only fools would stay at the forefront. Jiang Hao felt that he was indeed a fool. In order to avoid attention, he had no choice but to retreat with the rest of the group. Even with his participation, many people still died. He could only save those he could, and fortunately, these people were not very clever. Even if he saved them, it wouldn't bring him much trouble. Outside the sea fog, powerful individuals entered. They were at least in the primordial spirit realm. Zheng Shurjiu and the others stood at the edge of the sea fog and looked inside. With Ah Zha's efforts, they managed to get out, but Jiang Hao still hadn't come out. Although they had looked for him several times, they hadn't seen him come out at all. They didn't know what had happened. The bald golden core realm cultivator lowered his head. This experience had made him suddenly understand something. There were still good people in this world. Or rather, he felt the brilliance of humanity for the first time, and this light emanated from Jiang Hao. Not only did he risk his life to save others in danger, but he also forcibly saved him when he was about to die together with him. In the many years of his cultivation, he had encountered many people, and everyone seemed to be filled with selfishness. The suffering and darkness he had endured since he started cultivating constantly reminded him of how terrifying human nature could be. In this world, no one would save him. Only self-preservation mattered. But Jiang Hao was different. He had challenged the Golden Core Realm cultivator's belief. In the eyes of some, Jiang Hao was complex, but mostly he was a kind person. Jiang Hao's death wouldn't affect them much. At most, they would think of him once in a while. After all, they were still alive. At that moment, Zheng Shurjiu and the others saw someone rushing out. It seemed that this person had just escaped from inside. Soon, they were questioned by the people from the Heavenly Note Sect. I came to ask for help. Our people are coming out soon, but at the last moment, they were held back by the demonic beast. I hope the sect can provide support. Almost everyone had similar things to say. There were indeed people from the sect who had gone inside. Jiang Hao was inside too. He considered how to leave without attracting attention. Running out now would be too conspicuous. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching. This person was very powerful. Boom! A powerful attack blasted open the sea fog. The crowd rejoiced. The sect had come to support them. Jiang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief, then followed the crowd and withdrew. This time, there were no surprises, and everyone made it out. Zheng Shurjiu noticed him. After a brief reunion with the group, they all left. It wasn't safe to stay in the sea fog cave for long. If the Heavenly Note Sect and the people from overseas had won, it was fine. But if they lost, it would affect the outside. Once he confirmed that everything was fine, Jiang Hao planned to go back. It had been a long time since he went home. He didn't know what it was like back there. He had come to the sea fog cave at the end of January, and now it was early July. 5 months had passed. Zheng Shurjiu, Xian Yue, and the others also left with him. The 4 of them were on the same team, so they were going back together to report their mission. The sea fog cave had experienced unusual changes, and it was no longer suitable for cultivators of their level to participate. Surviving and coming out was already considered as the mission being completed. This mission exceeded our expectations, Xianyu said with emotion as she flew on her sword. It was so much easier back when we were recruiting disciples together, Zheng Shurju said with a smile as he opened his folded fan. It's been so many years. How are the recruited disciples doing? Yu asked curiously. Xianyu smiled awkwardly. Mine didn't have any surprises. They are all ordinary disciples. Zheng Shurju sighed helplessly. His situation was the same as Xianyu. I brought back 4 people. The one who stood out among them was the one with insufficient talent back then, Yu said. I thought he wouldn't last long, but unexpectedly, he showed astonishing perseverance and a heart like steel. He's most suitable for our flowing waterfall branch. They looked at Jiang Hao. They were curious about the people he brought back. Jiang Hao recalled the 3 people he had brought back. From the 3 people I brought back, one married an inner disciple. The other one is at the Foundation establishment realm. The last one is still at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. Each of them was extraordinary. The first 2 were as expected, but the last one was simply unbelievable. It had been so many years, and they were still at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. I remember that one. His friends have already reached the Foundation establishment realm, right? Said Zheng Shurju. The group expressed their sympathy. They talked about casual matters and arrived at the law enforcement hall. After reporting the completion of their mission, the 4 of them went their separate ways. On his way, Jiang Hao met Lu Xingchen. He encountered him as soon as he came back. It made Jiang Hao feel that something was wrong. Chapter 528. Chapter 528. I'm not angry. I'm just lost in thought. Chapter 528. I'm not angry. I'm just lost in thought. This time, the impact of the sea fog cave was not small. Jiang Hao also felt that he had done a lot of things, and now Lu Xingchen was coming over. It didn't seem like there would be any good news. Junior brother Jiang. Lu Xingchen looked at the person in front of him, hesitated, and finally sighed. Junior brother Jiang, do you feel uneasy when you do nothing? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Currently, your achievements are ranked first. I feel that even after the crisis in the sea fog cave is over, your achievements will still remain in the first place. Lu Xingchen sighed. If that's the case, then you might be taken out of the law enforcement hall's suspect list. Jiang Hao was surprised. He recalled his days in the sea fog cave, and in an instant, he thought of Heaven Lock. Heaven Lock is extremely unique. He was still waiting for Elder Baiji's sealing order, and he had some worries that he might be in danger. Heaven Lock should be known to as few people as possible, so he wouldn't talk about it publicly. Now he is directly lying on the merit list. Isn't that telling others blatantly that he has made a major gain? And won't the members of the Holy Thief who know about Heaven Lock target him immediately? Even if it was not Heaven Lock, his first contribution in the Sea Fog Cave was that he had disrupted the Saint Bandits' plans. Before, he thought that the Saint Bandits would target him, but now, in this way, he would definitely be resented. His achievements weren't of importance. What worried him was that he was going to be taken out of the suspect list. That was just an accident, Jiang Hao said helplessly. He also mentioned the matter of the life core bead. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. Junior brother, you can consider it seriously. Currently, there are not many people targeting you in the sect. Once you are off the list, you will become a true disciple. After that, not many people will dare to target you, especially since the Heavenly Joy Pavilion seems to have settled their matter. Is there a way by which I can remain on the list? Jiang Hao. We are paying close attention to the matter, especially the task hall. Jiang Hao was speechless. If he was taken off the list, the task hall wouldn't be able to earn spirit stones from him. It was natural for them to pay attention to this. The two walked on the road, and Jiang Hao thought of a solution. His achievements are too high. If there are no accidents, the law enforcement hall won't be able to handle the pressure. It seemed impossible to keep him on the list. He really didn't have the intention of making great contributions. Who could have known that Elder Baiji would give him such great credit? If someone understood the text on Heaven Lock, they would know how terrifying the thing is. By the way, we recently found someone at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Lu Xingchen said. We have been watching this person for a long time, and it seems that he wants to leave. But he knows that he is being watched and is still contacting people. Maybe he's looking for a scapegoat. But this person has been guarding the mountain lately and hasn't been in contact with anyone. Lu Xingchen seemed to think of something. Oh, I heard that you killed a Golden Core Realm Cultivator in the Sea Fog Cave. Although it was someone from overseas, we are currently cooperating with overseas forces. Your actions may be seen as damaging the alliance between the two sides. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Xingchen and understood his implication. The crime of threatening the alliance is not really that big. He still needed to be associated with traitors and spies to be considered suspicious. Currently, the known undercover agents were Lu Xingchen, Senior Sister Ming Yi, and Senior Sister Hualo. Unfortunately, these three were not suitable for his plan. So, the only option was the one mentioned by Lu Xingchen. He just didn't know if it would be considered serious enough. Regardless, he had to try. Guarding the mountain was also a sect mission that usually lasted for several years. He just didn't know which sect the undercover agent was from. After bidding farewell to Lu Xingchen, Jiang Hao headed away in regret. The three remnant souls had disappeared. He didn't know what had happened to them. Perhaps they already disappeared, or maybe are biding their time. But in a few years, Lu Xingchen may step into the Soul Ascension realm, which was surprisingly fast. Jiang Hao went straight to the Heavenly Note Sect's gate in the mountain. There were 4 people standing there, and each of them had a Golden Core Realm cultivation. Among the 4 people, one of them might be the person mentioned by Lu Xingchen. No one is hiding their cultivation realm, and there are no issues with their auras. Jiang Hao observed them for a moment but couldn't determine who was the most suspicious. There were 2 men and 2 women. They were sitting cross-legged on the ground and seemed to be meditating and cultivating. 2 of them are cultivating, and the other 2 are paying attention to their surroundings. The ones cultivating have stable auras which represent a calm state of mind. Those 2 might not be the spies mentioned by Lu Xingchen. After that, Jiang Hao looked at the 2 women who were standing nearby. One was at the late Golden Core Realm, and the other was at the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm. He didn't know which of the 2 was the person from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, so he could only use his ability to appraise them. He first appraised the one in the late Golden Core Realm. She was from the Law Enforcement Hall. Not her, then it must be. Jiang Hao turned to the woman in the middle of the Golden Core Realm. She was wearing a dark red gown. Could it be her? Jiang Hao couldn't be sure, so he would have to wait until tomorrow. If it was her, he had to make contact with her as soon as possible. He had to cement his stay on the suspect list before the situation in the Sea Fog Cave stabilized. Back at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao saw Shaoli sitting in front of the Spirit Herb Garden. She looked angry. Ching Cho walked over with a box of pastries. "Senior brother Jiang?" He was very surprised. "What's wrong?" Jiang Hao asked. "Who made her unhappy?" "It's because of this." Ching Cho handed the pastries to Jiang Hao. "Junior sister Shaoli said she prepared a box of pastries for you, but you didn't return for a long time, and she couldn't resist and ate them all. She is upset at herself." Jiang Hao chuckled and approached her. When he got closer, he handed a pastry to her. "Want some?" Shaoli instinctively bit into it and realized it was Jiang Hao who had given it to her. Senior brother Jiang. Are you upset? Shaoli immediately shook her head. No. I was just lost in thought. Is that so? Jiang Hao didn't press further. He handed her the pastries. Qingqiu bought them for you. After eating the pastries, Shaoli became excited and completely forgot about why she was upset. Where is the Soirat beast? Tiang Hao asked. It should have come back by now. It probably went to find junior brother Lin. A lot happened this time he went back, and junior brother Lin took quite a hit, Qingqiu said. That was bound to happen. Two people of the same age at the Foundation Establishment realm, while one was still at the Lifeblood Refinement realm. What happened? Jiang Hao asked. When he went back, the old lady who was helping to keep Lin Ji's house clean passed away. She couldn't make it through. She froze to death. At that time, he said if his cultivation was a bit higher, he could have used the techniques to save her. He could use the technique at the right time. Chapter 529 Chapter 529 He did everything he could but achieved nothing. Chapter 529 He did everything he could but achieved nothing. Jiang Hao remained silent as he listened to Lin Ji's situation. Lin Ji was unaware of the secret within himself. The old lady respected him because he was an immortal disciple, but he couldn't do anything to save her in the end. Indeed, that would be quite a blow. However, the old lady's death was probably not solely due to the cold. It was more likely that her time had come. But considering Lin Ji's experiences with his own mother, he found it hard to let himself off the hook. He would think it was his fault and would torment himself with the guilt. Is there anything else? Jiang Hao asked. Qingqiu nodded. Junior brother Lin and the others went out in search of the Blood Wish Path. Since they were over there, they conducted an investigation. Although they didn't find the Blood Wish Path, they did find another group of people. They were from Azure Mountain, and conflicts arose between the two sides. How did people from Azure Mountain end up over there? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Azure Mountain seldom approached that area because it was too close to the Heavenly Note Sect. Qingqiu looked embarrassed. They also came for the Blood Wish Path. It seems they were a group of hot-headed, idealistic young individuals full of zeal to vanquish demons and evil spirits. So they clashed. Jiang Hao was surprised. This was indeed an unnecessary disaster. Yes, they fought, and unfortunately, in an attempt to save junior brother Lin, Zhao Qingxue was knocked off a cliff. Her fate is still unknown. They haven't found her till now? Jiang Hao was surprised. Zhao Qingxue was from the White Moon Lake, and the sect would take this matter very seriously. It's said that there's a hidden ancient tomb beneath the cliff, and it's highly likely that junior sister Zhao fell into the tomb. People from the White Moon Lake have gone there, and the members of the Law Enforcement Hall and other disciples have gone as well, Qingqiu said. Jiang Hao knew that many of them went there for the ancient tomb. However, going there increased the probability of finding the missing person. Anna Jummer Brotner Lin was drowned. He was told not to get involved because his cultivation realm is too low, said Qingqiu. Junior brother Lin didn't intend to be a burden. He just wanted to stay nearby to await their update. However, he was sent back. Jiang Hao sighed. Because his cultivation was too weak, Lin Ji didn't even have the qualifications to help in the search. Waiting there while doing nothing was humiliating. He was safely sent back to the sect, but he couldn't do anything. Lin Ji was recruited into the sect by Jiang Hao. 10 years had passed since then. He was now in his early 20s. How long has it been since you returned? Jiang Hao asked. About a month, Qingqiu said. You've been out for so long? Jiang Hao was surprised. He was away for 5 months. The beast and the others had been away for almost the same amount of time. It seemed they spent quite a bit of their time in that tomb, but he didn't know what kind of tomb it was. As for opportunities, there would probably be some inside. However, opportunities were accompanied by danger, and it was hard to say if Zhao Qingxue was safe or not. If she was dead, it would be a blow to Linji. Many people might even resent him and look down on him because she had disappeared to save him. A Foundation establishment realm genius dying to save a lifeblood refinement realm cultivator would cause a storm. Jiang Hao sighed sadly. The spirit herb garden seemed to be quite busy. He decided to wait for the outcome. When a battle in the sea fog cave began, the spirit herb garden would naturally need to provide support. However, it might not be as big of a battle as before. Senior Sister Miao Tinglian was in charge of the spirit herb garden temporarily. She was quite knowledgeable about spirit herbs, and having her take charge was reasonable. Miao Tinglian had an exceptional position at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, and Mu Qi had become a powerful expert at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. In the evening, Jiang Hao returned to the courtyard. These past few months, everything had gone smoothly in the spirit herb garden, and Ching Chou had managed to establish himself in the outer Sect's spirit herb garden. However, Jiang Hao felt somewhat despondent. If things continued this way, he might not be in charge of the spirit herb garden anymore. He wondered what his master was thinking. I should do something to make it impossible for my master to send me away from here. I'll continue living as a suspicious disciple. After returning to his house, he took stock of his gains from his recent trip. The biggest gain was Heaven Lock, but this technique was too terrifying, and he dared not write it down. Next were the bubbles that brought him closer to his advancement to a higher realm. Finally, there were spirit stones. Because they were still within the sect, they didn't dare to take too many, and each person had to share. So, there weren't many left. There were still a few thousand, and when he added it to what he already had, it was rugby a little over Tmrty Tnisana. He could now consider upgrading the formation around the courtyard. Recently, the spiritual energy in the courtyard had become denser. If he didn't conceal it, it could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. As a golden core realm cultivator, having a formidable formation around the courtyard was understandable. However, it was quite expensive. The last quote from the merchant was 13,000. Jiang Hao was reluctant. Jiang Hao placed the half-moon blade in a corner of the courtyard. He would need to buy a new half-moon blade. It was yet another extravagant expense. After a simple inspection of the courtyard, he sat there and waited. He was waiting for the beast to come back. In July, the weather was a bit hot, but the courtyard felt refreshing. The peach tree, which was taller than the walls around, began to bloom again and attracted Shaoli. Jiang Hao took out the nameless manual and began to read. The sun had set and the moon hung in the sky. The cool wind blew through Jiang Hao's hair. At that moment, Jiang Hao set down the book and looked toward the entrance of the courtyard. The spirit beast was nibbling on a carrot. "Master, you're back." He nodded and pointed to the wooden chair. After a couple of hops, the beast landed on the table. Jiang Hao didn't mind. "Tell me about Lin Ji." The spirit beast continued to nibble on the carrot. Lin Ji's return is quite complicated. As the beast recounted the events, Jiang Hao listened calmly. He couldn't help but sigh. Misfortune targets the unfortunate, and ill luck finds those in distress. In the cultivation world, there were many unfortunate individuals. He recalled encountering Shuiyu in the corpse realm before and the bald golden core realm cultivator in the sea fog cave. Both were similar. He had killed the former but had helped resolve her unfulfilled wish later. So, the matter was settled. As for the bald cultivator, he had saved him once out of a sense of duty. That cultivator was willing to face death together with him. Jiang Hao vividly remembered that bald cultivator's astonished look when he had told them all to escape. The spirit beast confirmed that Lin Ji had returned to his village and found the old lady. He had done everything within his capabilities to help the old woman. He had begged, fetched medicines, chopped wood, and prepared meals. However, the people had ignored him. The doctor was indifferent. The meals he cooked were too hard for the old lady to swallow, and the house couldn't withstand the cold winter wind. By the time the firewood burned out, the old lady had closed her eyes forever. Her last wish had been simple. She only wanted to eat an egg once again. Lin Ji managed to get an egg from somewhere, but when he returned, the old lady had already passed away. He did everything he could but achieved nothing. That's all. He did everything he could but still couldn't save the old lady. The spirit beast shook its head while nibbling on the carrot. The meat of unlucky people is too bitter to eat. I can't stomach it. Chapter 530 Chapter 530 Marriage Certificate. Chapter 530 Marriage Certificate. Jiang Hao sat in the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. In the demonic sect, he just wanted to survive, and ordinary people outside also simply wanted to survive. In a certain sense, they were all the same. All struggling in their own way. Did she die from the cold? He asked. No. The spirit beast shook its head. She was afflicted with an incurable illness and had no chance. Even if she went to another place, she wouldn't have survived this winter. Jiang Hao nodded and didn't say much. Life, old age, sickness, and death were experiences everyone had to go through. It all depended on how they faced it. Some people succumbed to depression and ended their lives. Others had brief moments of glory, and yet others left a lasting legacy. Peace and harmony were a luxury. What about Zhao Qingxue? Jiang Hao asked. That tomb didn't show any respect for the great demon. Jiang Hao understood. Even the spirit beast could do nothing and could only watch the events unfold. How is Lin Ji doing now? Not well, and more people are bullying him. They all know that the genius is missing. He has fallen into a cycle of self-blame and doubt. This was something Lin Ji had to go through. Keep an eye on Zhao Qingxue. Let me know if there are any updates, said Jiang Hao. Zhao Qingxue's fate would determine Lin Ji's direction of life in the future. If she survived, it would bring relief to Lin Ji. If she died, it would be a knot in his heart. That could ruin his life. He had accepted the death of his mother and harassment from other disciples without complaint. But this time, it was something he couldn't accept. He would feel like it was his fault she had died. No amount of encouragement could change the fact that Zhao Qingxue had died because of him. Even if he wiped out the entire Azure Mountain, it couldn't change the fact that she was dead. Master, when Shaoli was cleaning the house, she found a bathroom inside. She asked if she could bathe in there. The spirit beast suddenly asked. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. You go buy something similar for her and place it in her house. If the house is too small, let me know. He couldn't trust the spirit beast to build a house. As for his bathroom, it was used by Hong Yuye. If someone else used it, Hong Yuye might be offended. If that happened, Shaoli would lose an elder brother, and the spirit beast would become a wild creature without a master. He returned to his room and started cultivating. This time, he was learning something different from the previous techniques, the Heaven Lock technique. This technique was so terrifying that he didn't dare teach it to others. If Hong Yuye asked about it, he didn't know how to respond. After a night, there was no progress in his cultivation. Even though he felt he could learn it, he just couldn't get into the right state. Acing the clear and pure heart ability didn't help either. This technique is really strange. In the courtyard, he examined the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and realized that there was hardly any change over the past few months. 13 years had passed, and it had only grown 7 leaves. After instructing the spirit beast to go to the spirit herb garden, he went alone to the mountain gate. This time, the 4 people were not cultivating. They were talking to each other. Jiang Hao focused on the woman from before and appraised her. Jiang Hao sighed and realized that there were quite a few people under cover from the Heavenly Saint Sect. Senior Sister Ming Yi was one, and Yan Hua was another. Now there was Luoji. There were 3 people at the Golden Core realm. However, it seemed like only Ming Yi had her own plans, and she concealed them well. Currently, she still didn't pose any threat to him and even helped him sometimes. Thus, he didn't need to deal with her. If she was a threat, Luoji wouldn't have any business here. Jiang Hao quietly left after that. The Heavenly Saints Sect was persistent in investigating him. It had been so many years, and they still thought Yan Hua had entrusted the secret to him. They even sent someone to watch him. However, this spy seemed very careful and didn't approach him. She is searching for a scapegoat to brand them as a traitor. That's fine by me. But how do I approach her? As fellow disciples of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, there might be a chance. After much thought, the only solution he could think of was to exchange sect missions. He could exchange with her to guard the mountain gate. It wasn't impossible to do that. If she wanted to find a scapegoat, she would definitely agree. Then, they both would make an exchange. I'm just wary that she might not do anything at all. He couldn't act first. He had to wait for her to use him as a scapegoat. Otherwise, he would be blamed for killing a fellow disciple of the sect. If that happened, he wouldn't just be on the suspect list. He would be sent directly to the Lawless Tower. Decades of cultivation could be ruined in an instant. Back at the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao was still thinking about how to exchange missions with the woman. Junior brother Jiang, you're back. It was Miao Tinglian. She was as beautiful as ever. Senior sister Miao, you look happy, said Jiang Hao. He felt something was odd between Miao Tinglian and Mu Qi. Is that so? Miao Tinglian looked at her hands. Not really. Jiang Hao was speechless. You're already at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Your advancement in cultivation is so fast. Miao Tinglian frowned. I used to think you were fast, but I didn't expect you to reach the Golden Core realm at such a young age. In a few more years, won't you surpass me? Really? You are so talented. I don't think I can surpass you, senior sister Miao. Actually, Jiang Hao felt that Miao Tinglian was very talented, but she was wasting that on her romantic relationship. However, her cultivation still progressed rapidly. 10 years ago, she was in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and now, she was in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Really? That's good then. Miao Tinglian laughed. It seemed like she was really happy. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Did senior brother Mu Qi propose marriage to you? Proposal? What proposal? Miao Tinglian looked confused. She then stumbled, and a red paper fell to the ground. Oh my! What's this? Do you want to see? Miao Tinglian said as she handed it to Jiang Hao. A marriage certificate? Jiang Hao took the paper. A marriage certificate? Miao Tinglian covered her mouth with delicate fingers and acted surprised. Whose is it? Can you read it aloud? Jiang Hao glanced at her and then looked at Mu Qi. Mu Qi turned away awkwardly. Junior brother, don't you know how to read? Miao Tinglian said. Jiang Hao slowly began to read it aloud. Under the auspicious signs, a good fate is sealed. Mutual respect and sincerity, like the mandarin ducks in harmony. May our relationship be prosperous and lasting. With one heart and one virtue, let our home be blessed. May our bond be as eternal as the mythological phoenixes and bound together with eternal love. This is the testimony. Mu Qi and Miao Tinglian. Chapter 531 Chapter 531 How should he act to make it seem like he had fallen for her spell? Chapter 531 How should he act to make it seem like he had fallen for her spell? After reading the marriage contract, Jiang Hao looked up at the senior sister in front of him and felt that she had indeed come to make things difficult for him. These words weren't easy to recognize. Maybe he mispronounced them, and they wouldn't even know. At that moment, senior brother Mu Qi was standing next to senior sister Miao Tinglian. He smiled softly. Jiang Hao smiled. Congratulations, senior brother and senior sister. Miao Tinglian took back the marriage certificate. Oh, it's my marriage contract. I'll put it away then. Jiang Hao was speechless. Senior sister's acting skill was really overstated. But she did get what she wanted. When she escaped from the Heavenly Saint Sect to the Heavenly Note Sect, it was for senior brother Mu Qi. Now they were really a couple. Jiang Hao didn't know if they had simplified the ceremony or planned to hold it later. Junior brother Jiang, please don't pay attention to her, Mu Qi said helplessly. Senior brother and senior sister, you really are made for each other, Jiang Hao said with a smile. He couldn't exactly explain it, but when they stood together, they seemed to blend into each other. In contrast, when he thought about himself and Hong Yuye, he felt as though there was an invisible barrier between them. Junior brother Jiang, that's so nice of you to say. Lately, I met another junior sister. She is beautiful. She is an alchemist, and no one notices her. She's in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, but her progress isn't as fast as yours. Do you want to meet her? You will see that she is beyond your imagination, said Miao Tinglian. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. In his mind, he saw Hong Yuye. Who could surpass her? He politely declined. What kind of person do you like? Miao Tinglian asked curiously. You don't seem to like those with matching personalities, nor do you like those with enchanting physique. What do you like? Why can't I be wholeheartedly devoted to the cultivation path? Jiang Hao smiled and asked. That seems to be it. Otherwise, who would stay put in this garden without going out at all? Said Miao Tinglian. People who are like that wish for a peaceful life, right? Without a partner, your life will be too boring here. Jiang Hao didn't know how to respond. If he wanted a partner, there was only one choice, and that was impossible to even think about. He wouldn't consider anyone else. Unlike other reclusive individuals, he harbored hope, and everything he did was for the sake of reaching a higher realm. His future held promise. Miao Tinglian talked for a while. When she realized Jiang Hao was still there, she was surprised. It seems that you really like beautiful ladies. In the past, you would have excused yourself, but this time, you don't seem willing. Mu Qi was curious why Jiang Hao was here. Do you have something on your mind, junior brother Jiang? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. I've been thinking about guarding the mountain gate for a change. Senior brother Mu, do you have any way to help with that? He should have left, but time waited for no one. Mu Qi happened to come over by himself, so he didn't need to seek him out. To exchange missions, he needed the help of someone with a high cultivation realm. It was different from the exchange with Han Ming before. However, he didn't know if this would involve Mu Qi in any way. He needed to be careful. The mountain gate? Miao Tinglian asked in surprise. Why do you want to guard the mountain gate? The situation in the sea fog cave has changed, Jiang Hao said. Mu Qi and Miao Tinglian exchanged glances. It made sense. Jiang Hao had been staying in the Spirit Herb Garden because it was safe and stable here. The mountain gate was the same. It was just a tedious job. Jiang Hao didn't seem to mind the monotony, so it was normal for him to want to guard the mountain gate. Mu Qi thought for a moment. If it were in the past, it might have been difficult, but now it shouldn't be a problem. I remember there's a junior sister who's stationed at the mountain gate, and she's eager to leave. If you are certain, I'll talk with her. Once she agrees, we just need to report to the sect, and then a trip to the law enforcement hall should do it. Thank you, Senior Brother Mu, Jiang Hao said gratefully. Mu Qi and Miao Tinglian had been quite good to him. It all started with him bringing Senior Sister Miao into the sect. She was grateful to him, which gradually led to them becoming familiar with each other. Otherwise, why would Senior Sister Miao take out her marriage certificate and let him look? He just didn't know when they would have the wedding ceremony. It would definitely involve some expenses. Mu Qi quickly arranged it, and in the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Hao met Senior Sister Luo Ji. It was unexpected for him. Qing Chou felt uncomfortable. During Jiang Hao's absence, he had been under a lot of pressure. Although the spirit herb garden was busy with Senior Sister Miao taking care of it, she was often absent. Some routine matters were left unattended, so he had to handle them all by himself. Fortunately, there hadn't been any issues like before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. He knew exactly how capable he was. Luo Ji felt even more uneasy. When she learned that someone wanted to exchange the mission with her, she was delighted. However, when she learned that it was Jiang Hao, she hesitated. She felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To exchange missions with someone she needed to keep an eye on was a chance that was hard to come by. Since Jiang Hao's cultivation realm was lower than hers, she could try to charm him and thus learn the secret left by Yanhua. She could also shift all the blame onto Jiang Hao. As long as there was a slim chance of escape, she could smoothly leave the Heavenly Note sect and escape from this perilous situation. Jiang Hao didn't know what she was thinking and was worried about how to handle the situation if he wronged her. They exchanged a few words, and Senior Sister Luo Ji left. She agreed to exchange the mission with him but needed a few days to complete some tasks first. She told him that she would find him at night the next day because she was free only then. Jiang Hao was delighted. He needed to make the law enforcement hall see him as suspicious before the turmoil in the sea fog cave subsided. This junior has an enchanting figure. It's obvious she has learned enchantment techniques, and she's quite good at it. Junior Brother Jiang, be careful, Miao Tinglian said. Enchantment? Jiang Hao smiled. He had also learned a little about it. He was immune to enchantment. However, he could still observe her and pretend to set his plan into motion. A person like this isn't suitable as a partner. Junior Brother Jiang, don't let yourself be enchanted, Miao Tinglian said in warning. Even if she looks beautiful and graceful, you can't marry her. You should marry someone only you find beautiful. For example, the junior alchemist I mentioned before. She dresses well, and no one knows about her beauty. You make talismans and she refines pills. It's a perfect match. Jiang Hao was surprised. Senior Sister Miao was really serious about picking a partner for him. The next day, at night, Jiang Hao arrived at Senior Sister Luo Ji's residence. The courtyard was surrounded by tall trees and protected by formations. Creak. The door opened. A woman appeared dressed in thin garments. She pulled out the hairpin that tied her hair up. Her hair cascaded down her back. It's Jummer Brotner Jlang. She seemed to have thought of something and pulled her dress up a little. Jiang Hao was speechless. Is this an enchantment? He wondered how he should act to make it seem like he had fallen for her spell. Chapter 532 Chapter 532 Caught Lusting After a Fellow Disciple. Chapter 532 Caught Lusting After a Fellow Disciple. Jiang Hao sat attentively in the courtyard. Luo Ji smiled. She wore a sheer dress, with an enticing bosom that peeked through it. Her slender waist gently swayed. She did this deliberately to capture her target in one move. There was no time to waste. Tonight, the results had to be achieved. This was her best chance, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to escape the scrutiny of the law enforcement hall. Up till now, she had been cautious in her actions. There might not be any evidence against her yet. But continuing like this would be dangerous. Why did you suddenly decide to guard the mountain gate? Luo Ji looked at Jiang Hao. Because it's an easy job, Jiang Hao said and lowered his head. He acted like he was afraid to meet her gaze. He thought the conversation would quickly get away from them. However, they talked a lot and still, the conversation wasn't heading to where Jiang Hao intended. He didn't know why she was still on her guard. Isn't she too talkative? Is it because my acting didn't meet her expectations? Jiang Hao couldn't sense her enchantment, so he found it a bit troublesome to cooperate. It wasn't easy to act. Jiang Hao pretended that he couldn't pay attention to her words. She wasn't that interesting. Her words weren't even comparable to the sound of Hong Yuye's breathing. Junior brother Jiang, do you still remember Yan Hua? I do. Jiang Hao nodded. Did she tell you anything or give you something? Luo Ji asked. No. Yan Hua seems to have been killed, Jiang Hao said. He couldn't say yes, but saying nothing wasn't an option either. Luo Ji was surprised. Killed? By whom? I don't know. I didn't dare to get close. Jiang Hao shook his head. After that, Luo Ji asked for more details, and Jiang Hao only mentioned what he could. After a while, a dagger appeared in front of Jiang Hao. Junior brother Jiang, take this, Luo Ji said gently. Jiang Hao knew that she was about to do something and didn't refuse. As he grabbed the dagger, she told him to stand up. Then, the dagger plunged into her belly. Blood dripped from the wound. Jiang Hao was astonished. She was indeed ruthless. Boom! Jiang Hao was sent flying, and the entire courtyard exploded. Luo Ji began to retreat. Her gaze was firm, and her voice was low. Junior brother Jiang, I never expected you to be a spy from the Heavenly Saints Sect. Jiang Hao stood up and looked at her in confusion. Of course, it was all an act. Now, he didn't have to worry about being taken off the list. However, he didn't know how much of an impact this would have. If Luo Ji hadn't done this, he would have been left with no choice. Now, he had to make her suffer. The loud noise drew people from the surroundings, and the law enforcement hall arrived promptly. If it were a conflict within their respective sects, they wouldn't interfere. However, when it came to spies and traitors, it was their duty to intervene. Both Mu Qi and Miao Tinglian had rushed over. They were surprised. They looked at Jiang Hao and Luo Ji being taken away. Spy? Junior brother Jiang? How is that possible? Miao Tinglian couldn't believe it. She felt that Luo Ji was the undercover agent. You used to be from the Heavenly Saint Sect too. Do you think it's Luo Ji? Mu Qi asked. It's hard to say. But since she is already here, she would have prepared for it. Miao Tinglian shook her head. Will this incident implicate you? It shouldn't, but junior brother Jiang might be stuck in the suspect list even if he isn't a spy, said Mu Qi. Does the master think highly of junior brother Jiang? Miao Tinglian was curious. Not exactly, but he thinks he has talent. Recently, junior brother Jiang has made significant contributions in the Sea Fog Cave, and Master told me to pay more attention to the law enforcement hall's list. He wanted to promote him to the status of a true disciple soon. It's a pity. Miao Tinglian sighed. She felt a bit sorry for Jiang Hao. When she saw that Mu Qi looked conflicted, she asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Qi shook his head. I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but every time junior brother Jiang has the chance to make it out of the suspect list, he gets involved with spies and traitors. Will he be okay? Probably. His merits are still there. Unless there is irrefutable evidence, he can't be punished. At midnight, Jiang Hao was locked in the same small, dark room as before. The only thing visible was a small window at the top. He still remembered the first time he was here. Hong Yuye had visited him. She had sat at a table and not uttered a word. It seemed like she was waiting for him to ask for help, but unfortunately, the beast had offered it earlier. He had placed all his hopes on the spirit beast. That was the only way he had been able to escape safely. Now, he didn't feel the same restlessness he had felt before. He wanted to leave this place, and it wasn't difficult. He had come here voluntarily this time. The following morning, Jiang Hao was summoned for interrogation. It was a woman in charge. After some questioning, he was escorted out. Looking at the sunshine, Jiang Hao was bewildered. So vast. It was beyond his expectations. He thought he'd be detained for at least 3 days. Good morning, junior brother Jiang. Lu Xingqian greeted him with a smile. Are you surprised that they let you out so soon? It is a bit surprising. Jiang Hao nodded. He was concerned that there might not be any charges against him. You were released quickly because there's no evidence against you, Lu Xingqian said. Without evidence, the law enforcement hall wouldn't dare to detain a person with the highest merit. However, no evidence doesn't mean you're off the hook. You're still a person under investigation. You can't leave the sect temporarily. I believe you are familiar with the rules by now. As for taking your name off the suspect list, it will depend on the outcome of the investigation. Lu Xingqian looked curious. Jiang Hao knew he would keep an eye on him. Out of curiosity, he appraised Lu Xingqian. The 3 remnant souls seemed somewhat apprehensive, but they were still plotting and planning against Lu Xingqian. Moreover, they planned to continue recruiting other soul remnants. There was strength in numbers after all. Apart from this, Jiang Hao noticed Lu Xingqian's growing interest in him. He had completely forgotten about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Oh, by the way, I need to remind you. The mission of guarding the mountain has been transferred to you, Lu Xingqian said. Because the matter is still under investigation, Luo Ji can't leave the sect temporarily. Her original intention was to give over the task to you, so the mission is yours. Jiang Hao wasn't surprised by this. It was just guarding the mountain gate. He could accept it. He still had some free time, and it wouldn't interfere with his task of taking care of the divine flower. After bidding farewell to Lu Xingqian, Jiang Hao returned to the courtyard. Just as he stepped through the door, he saw a red figure inside. She looked up at him with a smile. Shaoli told me you were caught lusting after a fellow disciple. Jiang Hao felt anxious. However, what surprised him more was that Shaoli had met Hong Yi. As for the thing about lusting after someone, he simply explained the situation. Senior, besides you, I don't find anyone beautiful. Chapter 533 Chapter 533 Are you trying to deceive me? Chapter 533 Are you trying to deceive me? Jiang Hao wasn't lying. He was afflicted with the heaven extinction goo poison. He only felt desire toward the person with the other part of the same poison. This particular person happened to be Hong Yuye. Any other woman, besides her, just seemed like a skull with makeup on. Hong Yuye understood this. He explained everything. However, she kept her head down and remained silent. Jiang Hao was unable to understand what she was feeling. Jiang Hao worried about Shaoli. Senior, Shaoli didn't say anything offensive to you, did she? He remembered that Shaoli had called her sister-in-law last time. He hoped Hong Yuye didn't still remember that. If she did, it would be lethal for him. Do you think she did? Hong Yuye asked calmly. Shaoli is obedient and sensible, but occasionally she is a bit impulsive because of her young age, said Jiang Hao. Oh! Hong Yuye's brows twitched slightly. If she did offend me, how do you think I should handle it? Senior, I can't obviously tell you what to do and what not to do, said Jiang. How? He didn't dare to offend her. Hong Yuya looked at Jiang Hao. It was torment for him to be stared at by someone this powerful. He felt that he would be reduced to ashes very soon. How long has Shaoli been with you? Hong Yuya asked. It's been 10 years, I suppose, Jiang Hao said. Shaoli might be 21 this year, but her appearance hadn't changed at all. She still looked the same as before. 10 years, said Hong Yuya with some emotion. Jiang Hao didn't understand why she felt emotional about it. He was 32 years old. It would be logical for him to feel emotional about his lost years. But why would Hong Yuya feel emotional? Judging by her cultivation realm, it was possible she might have lived countless years. It seems that Shaoli is indeed a good child, Hong Yuya said with a smile. She is a good child, Jiang Hao said firmly. Although he didn't understand why Hong Yuya suddenly said that, it was still a compliment. After that, he went to the wooden table and started making tea. How much do you know about the Saint Bandits? Hong Yuya asked while drinking tea. They are from the Heavenly Spirit tribe who were cast aside by the world, said Jiang Hao. What else? Hong Yuya asked. Jiang Hao remained silent for a moment. He had already mentioned everything before, except for one thing. The discovery he had made at the Sea Fog Cave. Should I mention it? There is a technique related to becoming a Saint Bandit from the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Hong Yuya looked at him. It's called Haven Lock, said Jiang Hao. He poured himself a cup of tea and briefly explained the Heaven Lock technique. The technique was bizarre, and he had studied it for a long time but still couldn't master it. There was a vague possibility of success, but he always fell short. He wasn't sure what he was lacking. Hong Yuya took a sip of her tea. What else? Besides Heaven Lock, there are some theories. These theories are shocking, and a person possesses extraordinary talent. Jiang Hao sighed and then shared the theories he had seen. He hadn't fully understood these theories, and he couldn't comprehend most of them, but he got the general idea. The total amount of racial talent remains unchanged? Hong Yuya asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. This was a profound matter, so he didn't delve too deep into it. It was far beyond what he could comprehend right now. Even if he understood it, he couldn't do anything to prove it. Hong Yuya just drank her tea and remained silent. Later, Jiang Hao informed her about the gathering. This gathering wasn't considered an important matter. The only thing worth mentioning was that someone had already set their sights on Heaven Lock. As for Feng Hua, it wasn't very important right now. He only emphasized it because Hong Yuya urged him to. Throughout the entire conversation, Hong Yuya remained silent and just enjoyed her tea. Jiang Hao had no choice but to drink his tea in silence. It wasn't until the moonlight shone brightly in the area that Hong Yuya snapped out of her thoughts. She glanced at the person in front of her and smiled. What kind of tea is this? Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. It wasn't red azure tea for sure. You seem to be deceiving me lately, said Hong Yuya with a smile. Jiang Hao broke into a cold sweat. He stood up in fear. Senior, I absolutely have no such intention. Hong Yuya just smiled and stared at him unwaveringly. When she saw that Jiang Hao was sweating profusely, she got up and walked inside. Go prepare the bath. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Hong Yuya's unwavering stare was terrifying. Although no aura appeared, it was still frightening. This time, Jiang Hao stood with his back to the folding screen and listened to the water splash in the tub. It was torment for him, especially after what he had seen last time. He kept hoping she would fall asleep so he could check on her. He immediately shook his head to dispel these thoughts. As time passed, Hong Yuye's influence on him grew even more significant. It was not so easy to elevate one's state of mind. He had reached a state where he was thinking of peeping. If he lost his composure, he might do something untoward. Could he still survive if he did that? He needed to reflect on himself. "What are you thinking about?" Hong Yuye suddenly asked. While Jiang Hao thought about how to respond, the voice sounded again. "You aren't thinking about peeping, are you?" "No, senior. You're overthinking." Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. The sound of water suddenly stopped. After a while, it continued again. "What is your cultivation realm now?" "Early stage of the Golden Core realm," said Jiang Hao. "All right," said Hong Yuye. There were no more sounds. To keep his mind stable, he planned to cultivate. He couldn't meditate for too long. He heard the water splashing once again. Following that, a woman in a simple gown with damp hair passed by him and headed straight to the second floor. "I'm going to rest. Bring my clothes up for me." Jiang Hao was surprised. Hong Yuye hadn't finished her bath this early in the past. He picked up the red and white gown and followed her upstairs. Jiang Hao placed her clothes aside. "Senior, your hair isn't dry yet," he said. There was no response. "Senior," Jiang Hao called out again. Still, there was no response. At this point, Hong Yuye was lying under the blanket and facing away from him. He couldn't see her face. He called out to her a few more times. There was no response at all, and he hesitated. Should he help dry her hair? In the end, he gave up. What if she wanted to rest just like that? If he was reckless, he would get in trouble. Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. He would have to change the bedding again tomorrow. Chapter 534 Chapter 534 The One Who Can It Be Restrained by the Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 534 The One Who Can It Be Restrained by the Law Enforcement Hall. Hong Yuye was resting, and Jiang Hao didn't dare to go too far. He could only come to the balcony and continue to keep watch. Now and then, he glanced inside. Her damp hair made him think about drying it. If it were Shouldn, he would have offered to help dry it. But Hong Yuye needed to be treated carefully. Jiang Hao sighed. Then, he began to consider tomorrow's matters. If nothing unexpected happened, he would need to visit the mountain gate tomorrow afternoon. If it weren't for the significant achievements in the Sea Fog Cave, he wouldn't have thought of this method and burdened himself with trouble. I need to buy a blade and sell the ores from Sea Fog Cave. The formation also needs an upgrade. It feels like there's a lot to do. I wonder if half a day will be enough tomorrow. Jiang Hao took out a book and started reading. It was the Nameless Manual. His experience in the Sea Fog Cave made him understand the importance of the Nameless Manual. It not only could be used to conceal cultivation, but also to control power and drastically increase the strength of technique. Furthermore, it was excellent for perceiving the surroundings. It was like the foundation of everything. The techniques of the Heavenly Blade and the use of body techniques were all closely related to it. Hong Yuye was also an extraordinary talent. In this world, there were countless extraordinary individuals, and many people's achievements were beyond Jiang Hao's reach. But he didn't mind. The extraordinary talents didn't conflict with him. What he wanted was to live well and have the ability to protect himself. Time passed quickly, and Jiang Hao felt like he hadn't been reading for long when the day broke. At this moment, a sound came from inside. Hong Yuye sat up. Her clothes were not disheveled. She looked at Jiang Hao, who had turned around and then checked her hair. She found it slightly damp. In an instant, a formidable aura emerged. Bam! Jiang Hao was sent flying. Bam! He fell to the ground in the courtyard and felt pain in his neck. It seemed like she wasn't that angry. It was much better than having his bones broken. But why? He thought of a possibility. Did she want him to help dry her hair? A gentle breeze blew, and a figure in red and white descended from above and stood beside him. It was Hong Yuye, who had changed into her gown. The long skirt reached her ankles. A red belt cinched her waist. Her long hair was tied up. She looked down at Jiang Hao. You, in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, seem to be not very competent. Jiang Hao stood up. I have disappointed you, senior. With a cold snort, Hong Yuye walked to the wooden table, placed a box, and then faded. I'm not staying for free in your place. When Hong Yuye disappeared completely, Jiang Hao walked to the table and opened the box. Inside, he found a familiar pill. The Sea God pill. Jiang Hao was surprised. After using the last one, he realized that the value of this pill was immeasurable. He just didn't know who to sell it to. Among the people he knew, few could afford the price. It would probably be possible to exchange it for something. He put the pill away carefully. Jiang Hao planned to go and buy a magic treasure. Just as he was about to leave, Shouldn rushed over. Senior brother Jiang. She looked around. Where's senior sister? As long as it wasn't sister-in-law, Jiang Hao was relieved. Looking for the beast. Yeah. Shouldn nodded and didn't ask about Hong Yuye's whereabouts again. Jiang Hao pointed to the river nearby. Follow this river down. You should find it there. Shouldn waved goodbye to him and ran away. Jiang Hao would never lie to her, after all. Such a character would suffer in a demonic sect, but Shouldn was different. With the protection of the big golden core demon, there were few who could threaten her. Moreover, Shouldn was a true disciple with a high status, and she was fearless. Back then, when facing a flood dragon, she had been confident. At that time, she was only in the lifeblood refinement realm. Shouldn didn't take her opponents seriously, and she thought of herself as a human. A very ordinary human. Jiang Hao didn't intend to tell her. Just letting her grow up was enough. When the time came, she would be released together with the beast. Jiang Hao intended to buy a magic treasure first, but suddenly, he looked back at a corner of the courtyard. His half-moon blade was gone. What's wrong with her? 5,000. Jiang Hao was surprised. A somewhat decent golden core magic treasure cost him 5,000 spirit stones. After some bargaining, he finally settled at a price of 4,600. This time, it was a pure black long saber. It was not very sharp but was heavy. It was originally named Heavy Edge, but he decided to call it Half Moon Blade No. 4. After that, he spent half a day selling the ores. He got more than he expected for it. The amount totaled 7,650 spirit stones. Combined with what he already had, it came up to 31,763 spirit stones. And the materials for the formation cost him 12,000 spirit stones. This was a discount. It seemed that due to his achievements, he got discounts when buying things at the Star Tower. He had a total of 19,763 spirit stones left. Fortunately, the immortal peach tree doesn't need incarnation this year, or else I would have to sell some heaven-rejuvenating pills. In the afternoon, he went to the mountain gate. At the mountain gate, the original group of 4 people had reduced to 3. At this moment, none of them were cultivating. They sat cross-legged in their respective seat. One of the men said, I really didn't expect junior sister Luo to be caught and suspected of being a traitor. It doesn't seem like her. Senior brother Xia, you seem to be quite close to junior sister Luo. We need to be careful, said the woman beside him with a smile. Junior sister Nan, you're joking. I don't have anything special with junior sister Luo. Everyone understands that. Right, senior brother Kong? Xia Siyuan looked at the muscular man opposite him. Kong, who remained silent for a moment. Junior sister Nan, you are from the law enforcement hall, right? Do you know the details? I know some, but it's a bit different from what you all think. Junior sister Luo claimed that someone undercover had seriously injured her. Now they're both under investigation, Nan Yushu said. You all know this, but a problem has emerged. From what I know, the person branded as the spy is Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, and he has already come out of the law enforcement hall. He is about to take over junior sister Luo's position and guard the mountain gate. He's out. Xia Siyuan was shocked. How did he get out? Wasn't he suspected of being a spy? It shouldn't be, said Kong Hu. I heard that this matter hasn't been settled yet. Right, but the law enforcement hall can restrain Jiang Hao. Do you know about the Sect's achievement ranking? This time, the achievements mainly come from the Sea Fog Cave. Jiang Hao is currently ranked first on the list. Without evidence, the law enforcement hall doesn't dare to touch him. The Merit Hall wouldn't agree, Nan Yushu said. What's his cultivation realm? Kong Hu asked. Early stage of the Golden Core realm, Nan Yushu said. It seems we need to be careful and avoid too much contact with him. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall might target us, Xia Siyuan said. The others nodded. They didn't want to cause trouble. Chapter 535 Chapter 535 Starting to guard the mountain gate from today. Chapter 535 Starting to guard the mountain gate from today. When Jiang Hao arrived at the mountain gate, he saw 3 people sitting quietly in meditation. Even when someone entered the mountain gate, they didn't pay any attention. They understood that it was only someone from the sect. They seemed to treat him like an ordinary disciple. I'm Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Greetings, seniors, said Jiang Hao. Due to the exchange of the mission with senior sister Luoji, I will be taking over guarding the mountain gate from now on. I apologize for the trouble. The 3 finally looked at Jiang Hao. The muscular man spoke first. I'm Kong Hu from the 100 Bones Forest. The scholarly-looking man was next. Xia Siyuan from Ice Moon Valley. The woman smiled. Nan Yushu from the Law Enforcement Hall. After the introductions, they didn't say anything further. They had no questions. It saved Jiang Hao from explaining himself. After that, he sat cross-legged like the others. He slowly closed his eyes. He wasn't cultivating. He was observing his surroundings. He used the special perception learned from the Nameless Manual. Through the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the extension of auras around, he could observe the extension of people's auras and the flow of their lifeblood. The 4 of them sat like that. No one spoke. When it got dark, Nan Yushu, who was sitting opposite Jiang Hao, stood up. We leave at different times. Junior brother Jiang, your shift is usually over around midnight. If there's an emergency, make sure to inform us, Nan Yushu said as she opened her eyes. Jiang Hao was about to thank her, but she had already left. He didn't say anything further and continued to close his eyes to sense the surroundings. It was like practicing the knowledge from the Nameless Manual. He had a feeling that this kind of practice had many benefits for him. Not long after, senior sister Nan Yushu returned, and Jiang Hao left in the middle of the night. He returned to the courtyard. At this time, the beast was lying on the edge of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and drooling. Jiang Hao fetched a bowl of water. He sat down and thought about the heaven lock technique for a while before leaving. He returned to the mountain gate. After him, Xia Siyuan left and lastly, Kong Hu. By the time dawn arrived, everyone was already in their positions. They didn't speak. 2 of them cultivated while the other 2 kept watch. Jiang Hao slowly familiarized himself with the task of guarding the mountain gate. Soon, a month passed. It was now early August. A lot had happened this month. People kept entering the Sea Fog Cave for support, and powerful auras surged. It erupted for 3 consecutive days before slowly calming down. but not long after, it erupted again. And a few days later, it calmed down once more. Jiang Hao didn't know what was happening inside, but it seemed like the Heavenly Note sect had the upper hand. Otherwise, it would have affected the outside world by now. Regarding the investigation of Luo Ji's matter, the progress was slow. Mainly because most of the people were in the Sea Fog Cave, and these less important matters were postponed. Looking at the situation in the Sea Fog Cave, Jiang Hao felt relieved. It was good that he had come out in time. Otherwise, he might not have such peace. Guarding the mountain gate was indeed dull, but there was hardly anything to do. When each person entered the sect, they had an identity token. They could sense if someone had it. If not, they needed to ask about it. The sect had a formation that screened everyone. Usually, those who made it to this point were safe. But it wasn't as strict as he had expected. As long as they had a token and knew the secret code and method to enter the sect, they would have a smooth passage. For those who infiltrated the sect using such methods, the sect was helpless and unaware. It was not only their sect, it was the same for other sections. But compared to these methods, the best way to infiltrate the sect was to participate in the disciple recruitment process. During this month, he didn't have time to take care of the spirit herbs, so he could only water the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and the other herbs beside it. This way, he wouldn't fall behind in obtaining the blue bubbles. The changes in the Sea Fog Cave had caught the attention of many. The guards at the mountain gate were also interested. However, their time was limited. After hesitating for a long time, Nan Yushu finally asked Jiang Hao, "Junior brother, were you in the Sea Fog Cave before?" "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. They had hardly communicated in the past month. For him, this was quite okay. Everyone stayed out of each other's way. "Do you know the situation in the Sea Fog Cave?" Nan Yushu asked again. There had been frequent changes in the Sea Fog Cave lately, and she was quite curious. However, information was scarce, and they couldn't leave this place for too long. "I think there is a group of people deep inside the Sea Fog Cave, and there have been conflicts for that reason," Jiang Hao said. "Who are they?" Nan Yushu asked impatiently. Then, she felt that her tone was inappropriate. "If you can't talk about it, junior brother Jiang, you don't have to feel pressured to tell me." As the top achiever, Jiang Hao definitely knew a bit more than others. Just because he was the top achiever didn't mean he could tell them everything. "I'm not sure. I only received some important information at first, and after that, the elders started sending people inside. It seems they confirmed that there were people inside." Jiang Hao didn't mention the life core bead. Nan Yushu didn't ask further. At least now she had a general understanding of the situation. After that, they fell into silence again and continued to guard the mountain gate. "Senior Sister Nan, is it your watch this time?" A man greeted her with a smile. Then, he walked inside. 15th time this month. Jiang Hao noticed that this person entered and left frequently. He even brought spirit beasts sometimes. They were used to him. It always felt a bit strange. But for him, it was not something to be concerned about. In the evening, at the 100 Flowers Lake, the weather was as pleasant as it was in spring even though it was already August. Next to the red pavilion surrounded by flower clusters, a person impaled a blade into the soil. A woman in red and white robes looked at the lake and was lost in thought. As a gentle breeze swept by, a white figure landed in front of the pavilion. She bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Sect Master." Chapter 536, Chapter 536. Why can't I call you sister-in-law? Chapter 536. Why can't I call you sister-in-law? Why couldn't it be fully translated? Hong Yuye took the scroll and looked at it. I don't know why, but they can't see the content clearly. Even if they do, it changes. Maybe because of the limitation in their cultivation realm. After looking at the original Heaven Lock text for a while, Hong Yuya picked up the. Finally, she closed the book. It's completely wrong. Baiji was surprised. She had also tried to translate it but found it challenging to understand. It seemed like something was preventing her from viewing it. She thought it was because of the heavenly script, but it appeared that wasn't the case. Heaven Lock was far more special than she had imagined. Let someone else try it. Hong Yuye gave it back to Baiji. Baiji felt helpless. Who should she choose? Who discovered the Heaven Lock? Hong Yuye asked softly. Jiang Hao, Baiji instinctively said, and then she realized something. Jiang Hao had discovered Heaven Lock and even saw it. He even understood some of the content. Perhaps he could truly translate the content of Heaven Lock fully. I understand. Baiji lowered her head. She hesitated. Jiang Hao's discovery of Heaven Lock was probably not accidental. It might be guided by someone behind him. If we hand over Heaven Lock, will we be following that person's intentions? Hong Yuye was calm. As long as we make sure we receive a copy, that's enough. Some things don't need to be kept exclusive. Baiji understood. With Heaven Lock, they could understand many things. The end of all things has been acting secretly. They are probably looking for something. This is the second time, but it's uncertain if it's the same thing as last time. We have some clues on Fenghua, but finding the person is difficult, said Baiji. Finally, the discussion came back to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao has high merits but is embroiled in the traitor incident yet again. This time he's been branded as a traitor, and the Law Enforcement Hall has started an investigation. However, there's no evidence to suggest he betrayed the sect, Baiji said. I've been paying attention to him. It seems like every time his merits are enough to take him off the suspect list, something similar happens. There's a possibility that he wants to be trapped within the sect. Hong Yuye picked up her teacup. Why is that? Perhaps he thinks it's dangerous to go out, or it could be that the person behind him finds it inconvenient to act. After all, once he goes out, many people can easily target him, Baiji said. It was just a guess. It didn't matter whether it was correct or not. Then Baiji left. Hong Yuye looked up at the moonlight, and a gentle breeze swept past her. The wind swayed her dress. Just as it settled, she had disappeared from the pavilion. Both Baiji and Hong Yuye were gone. At the Cliff of Broken Hearts, a young girl stood under a tree and picked jujubes. She appeared nostalgic. It's been so long since I last saw my parents. She missed the days at home. Occasionally, she would hide some soft pastries to give to her old foster parent. Their teeth weren't strong, so they could only eat the soft ones. No one is here to sing me a lullaby or tell me stories to help me sleep. Shaoli looked down at the white jujubes in her hand sadly. Suddenly, a figure appeared and a fragrance came with it. Shaoli felt delighted and looked to her side. Sure enough, she saw a beautiful woman in red and white standing there. Sister-in-law. Senior sister, said Shaoli. What are you doing? Hong Yuye asked as she looked at the jujubes in the girl's hand. Eating jujubes. They're very sweet. Shaoli wiped the jujubes clean and handed them to Hong Yuye. Hong Yuye looked at them. Then, she accepted the jujubes. Shaoli smiled. They taste okay, Hong Yuye said as she took a bite. Why not try this one? This one is very sweet. Shaoli handed over a jujube she had taken a bite out of. Hong Yuye glanced at her and told her to eat it herself. Why can't I call you sister-in-law? Asked Shaoli. Under the jujube tree, Hong Yuye looked at the night sky and sat down. A wooden table and chairs appeared out of thin air. Shaoli sat down too and waited for Hong Yuye to answer her question. Why do you want to call me sister-in-law? Hong Yuye asked. Because Senior Brother Jiang's scent is on you, and a bit of your scent is on Senior Brother Jiang, said Shaoli. Scent? Hong Yuye frowned. What kind of scent is that? It's, Shaoli scratched her head in conflict. She didn't know how to explain it. It's just like how a bit of Senior Sister Miao's scent is on Senior Brother Muqi, and a bit of his scent is on her. Hong Yuye was silent for a while. Is that an innate talent that you have? Shaoli didn't understand. But she didn't mind and just told her that she had been playing with the beast lately. She even told her how important the spirit beast was to her. Because of the spirit beast, she had gotten to eat so many delicious things. Do you often stay with the beast? Hong Yuye was surprised. Yes. After I joined the sect, I frequently followed the beast around. He has important friends, so I always get to eat a lot of good stuff. Hong Yuye didn't say anything. Shaoli finally fell asleep on the table in the morning. The red and white figure had disappeared at some point, but a red light covered Shaoli. Occasionally, Shaoli would move and murmur in her sleep. It's mine. I left it for Senior Brother and Senior Sister. You can't have it, beast. Early the next morning, two people walked side by side on a narrow path on the outskirts of the sect. They looked toward the direction of the sea fog cave. Their plan failed. They should be preparing to retreat. Indeed, the losses were severe. Tong Tian is dead, and Mo Nian from the Imperial City is also dead. Many others as well. A lot of people don't like the idea of us making a comeback. What else can we do? With Heavenlock, who knows how much impact it will bring? Unfortunately, not just anyone can comprehend Heavenlock. It's no longer our concern. Let's continue to find suitable individuals. By the way, it seems one of our people has been imprisoned in the Lawless Tower. No worries. They know what to do, and even if they don't, it won't affect too many people. Bam! As they spoke, a person stumbled and fell. Are you okay? Did you just slip? The man got up from the ground and sighed. That person in the Imperial City has become stronger. It seems I need to recover as soon as possible, or I'll die. At her hands, I sense a change in the curse, probably from the Thousand Cur's body. Human talent is truly remarkable. Then you're in trouble. Aren't you going to contact the person you've been keeping an eye on? I'm considering it. He's the top achiever. What could have happened in the sea fog cave to make him the top achiever? Heavenlock. So, if I go to contact him now, it'll be like seeking death willingly. The people from the Heavenly Note sect are definitely watching him. I'll hold off for now, and I'll recover my cultivation realm a bit. Even if he reaches the early stage of the Golden Core realm or truly advances in the Blood Wish path, it won't happen too quickly. It won't affect our plans. Chapter 537 Chapter 537 The Lowest Rung of the Sect. Chapter 537 The Lowest Rung of the Sect. Under the clear sky, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged on the ground. He used what he had learned from the Nameless Manual quietly and observed those who entered and exited the sect. Guarding the mountain gate was a monotonous task, but it was also the one that involved the most encounters with others. Occasionally, he could see a few cultivators with hidden realms. However, there weren't many of them. Such individuals were extremely rare. Those who liked to hide were generally those who specialized in alchemy, talisman crafting, or forging. They could earn spirit stones, and the resources brought by cultivation weren't that important to them. As for those who had crossed to major realms, he hadn't encountered any so far. For those with higher cultivation than him, he could sense something unusual, but he couldn't determine the details. Half a month passed, and Jiang Hao practiced the Nameless Manual all along. Progress was not fast, but there were subtle changes every day. Sometimes he could perceive deeper things from the fluctuations of spiritual energy, such as the patterns of power circulation, the intensity of spiritual energy, changes in the body, and so on. He even felt that by opening his eyes and looking at the person opposite him, he could see through everything. The more he felt this way, the more terrifying he found Hong Yuye to be. Being with her required even more caution. Make sure he hasn't left the sect. A voice rang in Jiang Hao's ears. He turned to look and found a group of people searching for something at the mountain gate. Members of the Thunder Fire Peak? Xia Siyuan was curious. What are they doing? Nan Yushu asked. I don't know. It seems like they're here to help guard the mountain gate, Kong Hu said. A short while later, the group arrived at Jiang Hao's location. They don't seem like disciples of the sect. Their strength was decent, with several at the Foundation establishment realm and the rest at the Lifeblood Refinement realm. At that moment, a middle-aged Foundation establishment realm cultivator arrived at the mountain gate. Have you four seen a humanoid spirit beast leaving from here? If you have any information, our young master will generously reward you. If you know something but don't report it, our young master will remember. Oh! Nan Yushu and the others were surprised. Xia Siyuan smiled. Who is your young master? Does he have the authority to question us? The son of the Southern Peak King. Is he qualified enough to question you? The middle-aged man said proudly. Definitely. Nan Yushu nodded. So, you're not disciples of the sect? Of course not. I am one of the 10 first-class guards of the young master. I only follow the young master's orders, the middle-aged man said briefly. Have you seen a humanoid spirit beast? What kind of spirit beast is a humanoid one? Kong Hu asked. The middle-aged man frowned. Answer what you're asked, and don't ask what you shouldn't. Well, we didn't see anything like that, Kong Hu said. Then, keep watch. If you see anything, report it immediately. You're just the lowest rung of the sect who guard the gate. Understand who you can offend and who you can't. Hope we're clear on that. The middle-aged man warned and left with his group. Once they were gone, Jiang Hao saw 3 senior brothers and sisters chatting without paying any attention to the recent event. He didn't pay it much mind either and continued to rest with his eyes closed. The next day, in the Thunder Fire Peak, a man in his 30s frowned. Standing next to him was a man with graying hair. Many days have passed. Why is there still no news? Yu Wenjing said coldly. We can't investigate many places in the Heavenly Note sect, so the progress is slow. If we can invite someone with a high enough status, it should speed things up, the man with graying hair said respectfully. But that's not easy. The price to pay is not small. Unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary inner disciple. Otherwise, it wouldn't come to this. Yu Wenjing sighed. In particular, in his family's territory, he could be said to have had great influence. However, at the Heavenly Note sect, nothing mattered. Even if Lord Nanyue was here himself, it wouldn't matter. He was only his son, after all. Where are the people? Is there no one to report today? He shouted angrily. A flustered servant rushed in. Young master, something terrible has happened. Yu Wenjing felt a shiver down his spine. Speak. Outside. Seeing that the person was having trouble speaking, Yu Wenjing quickly walked outside with large stride. But as soon as he stepped outside, he froze. Outside the courtyard, the heads of his subordinates and guards were arranged in a neat line. Each one had a look of horror. This shocking scene made him step back in fear. At this moment, he deeply understood the demonic sect. His subordinates had offended someone, and those people hadn't gone easy on them. If he weren't a disciple of the sect, he might very well be one of those heads. A sense of powerlessness and fear spread throughout his body. Young master, we need to seek help from someone with a high status. We must pay whatever price is necessary. The clues we've obtained are precious, and delaying any further could prove to be too late, the man with graying hair said as he approached. Someone with a high status. Yu Wenjing forced a bitter smile. In the cultivation world, strength represented status. That afternoon, while the guards at the mountain gate were still talking, a middle-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator approached with a group of people. Senior Brother Kong, Senior Brother Xia, Senior Sister Nan, and Junior Brother Jiang, greetings, he said. The four were puzzled as they didn't recognize this person. I'm Wan Yanfeng, a true disciple of the Thunder Fire Peak. We just came by to pay respects to you, Wan Yanfeng said with a smile after introducing himself. They felt confused. Why would a true disciple come here? Jiang Hao guessed it must be because of what had happened yesterday. He could be certain that those four must have made a move last night. As for what exactly happened, it was hard to say. However, causing trouble with a true disciple was quite unbelievable. Of course, it was unheard of to do so even with a top disciple, let alone a branch elder. This is how the Heavenly Note sect operate. Unless the person taking action had the strength to challenge the branch elder, no one dared to take the risk of harming any disciple. Moreover, the head of the branch could modify the sect's mission and have disciples killed outside. That was why Jiang Hao was always cautious. Junior brother, you must be kidding. We're just idling here. Is there anything we can assist you with? Kong Hu asked. There is indeed something. I hope you, seniors, can inquire more when encountering suspicious individuals. If you come across a female spirit beast with a fishtail on a human body, please intercept them. My junior brother's spiritual beast has been stolen. In return for this favor, I'll owe you a favor, and at that time, I'll give each of you a heaven-rejuvenating pill as a token of appreciation, Wan Yanfeng said with a smile. Jiang Hao and the others were surprised. It seemed all this was related to yesterday's incident. They could only agree. The heaven-rejuvenating pill was of no use to them, but it could be sold for spirit stones. A few hundred or even a few thousand was not a small amount. Chapter 538 Chapter 538 Heavenly King Hai Luo is locked in the Lawless Tower? Chapter 538 Heavenly King Hai Luo is locked in the Lawless Tower. Jiang Hao felt somewhat strange as he watched Wan Yanfeng leave. Yesterday, a group of insignificant disciples had come to ask questions. Today, it was a true disciple. This true disciple was rather polite and addressed people with respect. In fact, if he hadn't greeted them first, they would have had to address him as senior brother. They wouldn't dare to call him junior brother. A human-like spirit beast with a fishtail. Is such a beast worthy of attention from a true disciple? There must be more to this. The others were curious too. Besides, the true disciple had said that he would give them each a heaven-rejuvenating pill. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He would never fight the others for it. There was no need to. Even if it happened, he might not even ask for it. He didn't want conflicts. It was good for everyone that way. As for not being able to help, no one would say anything about that. There was more than one place other than the mountain gate. They couldn't make conflicts and offend others. However, they could vent everything on the weakest. Thankfully, Jiang Hao wasn't the weakest here. Later, Jiang Hao didn't pay attention to the matters here and continued to cultivate with the knowledge from the nameless manual. Time passed quickly. Another half a month had passed. It was nearly September. The people from the Thunder Fire Peak were still looking for that spirit beast, and it seemed they had found some clues. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. He only occasionally heard about it from the people of Thunder Fire Peak, including a few seniors. Now, what concerned him more was the Sea Fog Cave and Senior Sister Luo Ji. There had been no progress with Senior Sister Luo Ji's matter. All manpower was drawn to the sea fog cave. Many matters were put on hold. He had been out of the sea fog cave for 2 months. It meant that the conflict there had gone on more the duration of that time. Shouldn't it be over by now? With the intervention of Gue and the entry of the Heavenly Note Sect, the Saint Bandits' plan should have failed. Yet, they had managed to hold on for so long. The next day, Jiang Hao received news that the people from the Sea Fog Cave were rapidly retreating. They captured some people alive, and they even found senior sister Insha. They also found precious minerals and many secret techniques. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The Saint Bandits should have retreated. He was not in danger now. But no one knew where they had retreated to. Moreover, he still remembered that figure. Perhaps that was the most dangerous thing in the Sea Fog Cave. However, the figure didn't seem to care about the gains and losses of the moment. With the Sea Fog Cave's matter settled, it meant that the sect had some free hand on deck. The Merit Hall would also recalculate the merit. 3 days later, the Merit Hall announced the new rankings, and Jiang Hao had dropped to 3rd place. It's still quite high. But it was still fine as long as he wasn't first. Returning to the mountain gate again, he overheard the seniors discussing the matter of the human-like spirit beast. He didn't participate in the discussion. Now that the conflict in the Sea Fog Cave had ended, there would likely be progress in senior sister Luo Ji's matter. The gathering might start as well. It's just that some subsequent conversations caught his attention. This human-like spirit beast is being valued so much. Do you think it might break through the mountain gate to get out? It's easy if it's just us, but the formation over there is not that easy to break through. Nan Yushu said. The 4 of them were in the Golden Core realm, but they weren't that weak. Speaking of which, what happened to that Heavenly King from a couple of months ago? Didn't he fail to break through the mountain gate and was taken away? Kong Hu asked. Heavenly King. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Senior brother, which Heavenly King is that? One of the 12 Heavenly Kings, Hai Luo, said Kong Hu. Jiang Hao was speechless. Jiang Hao recalled that King Hai Luo had disappeared suddenly. It was assumed that the Great Thousand God Sect and the End of All Things Sect might have caught him. He thought Hai Luo might have gone to the Abyssal Sea, but he didn't expect him to come to the Heavenly Note Sect again. Why? If Mu Longyue found out about it, he didn't know how he would feel. 11 Heavenly Kings had joined forces to rescue King Hai Luo, only to have him return to his prison again. Perhaps they would take him away again. It seems like he was sent to the Lawless Tower. But is the Heavenly King so weak? I heard that an elder could easily suppress him. Nan Yushu was puzzled. I heard some senior brothers say that the Heavenly Kings weren't any less strong than the Sect Master. They might even be stronger than the Sect Master. Could he be a fake? Xia Siyuan curiously asked. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. Only he knew why King Hai Luo might have become weaker. He had his cultivation realm absorbed by the Lawless Tower. He was confused as to why Hai Luo would return to the Lawless Tower. Or is it because of emotional distress that he wants to leave the position of Heavenly King? Jiang Hao knew that the person Hai Luo loved had betrayed him and disappeared. Her fate was still uncertain. Perhaps he regretted it. At noon, Jiang Hao, who was meditating, was suddenly startled. He received a communication talisman. Elder Baiji asked him to come over. At that point, others looked at him. They were unaware of the contents of the talisman. Seniors, I have to use up my rest time in advance, Jiang Hao said apologetically. It's okay. Urgent matters should be dealt with as soon as possible, Nan Yushu said with a smile. It was not a big deal anyway. They knew that Jiang Hao was special, but it wasn't clear whether he was really a spy. If he was a spy, someone must be behind it. Thank you. After thanking them, Jiang Hao quickly left. He only had an hour. Even if he could use up more of the time, it might not be seen favorably. Although the seniors might not do anything bad to him, they would refuse to speak or interact with him in any way. At the White Moon Lake, Senior Sister Zhou Chan stood guard at the gate. Senior Sister Zhou, Jiang Hao politely said. Zhou Chan was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The first time he saw her, she was in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Her progress was quite fast. Junior brother Jiang, it's been so long since I last saw you. I heard you've already reached the Golden Core realm, said Zhou Chan with a smile. I was lucky, Jiang Hao said calmly. Junior brother Jiang, are you here to see Elder Baiji? Jiang Hao nodded. Then, Zhou Chan led him ahead. Please follow me. Okay. Jiang Hao followed her. He remembered that the first time he came here, Senior Sister Zhou had led the way. At that time, they had gone to see Elder Qian Su. That was 13 years ago. By the way, is there any update about Junior Sister Zhao? Jiang Hao asked. The beast hadn't mentioned anything lately, and he wasn't sure about the situation. Not yet. Zhou Chan sighed sadly. That place is quite special. Master said that perhaps misfortune might turn into a blessing, but it depends on whether she's fortunate enough. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed that the place was indeed extraordinary. Several months had passed, and there was still no news. After they reached Elder Baiji's pavilion, Senior Sister Zhou left the way they had come. Elder Baiji handed him a white scroll. She asked him to open and read it. Chapter 539 Chapter 539 Kneel down and call me Grandpa Heavenly King. Chapter 539 Kneel down and call me Grandpa Heavenly King. Jiang Hao saw a golden light flash as soon as he opened the scroll. Immediately after that, a tremendous pressure descended. It was familiar. In an instant, he closed the scroll. He was afraid to look at it. In that split second, the Hong Meng Heart Sutra was almost set in motion. He suspected that Elder Baiji was intentionally testing him. Fortunately, he had good control over his emotions and didn't panic too much. Elder Baiji, what is this? It's Heaven Lock, Baiji said calmly. Are you familiar with the language of the Heavenly Spirit tribe? I do know some of it. Jiang Hao nodded. Then, try to study that scroll and translate whatever is written. Jiang Hao hesitated. The sect probably has many people who are quite knowledgeable about the language of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. He wanted to decline. He understood the importance of Heaven Lock more than anyone. If it became known that he had this thing, he would be in danger. Even the immortal sects would try to target him. It was even scarier than the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. They wouldn't dare to mess with the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, or the immortal sect would step in. The misfortune was a natural disaster. But Heaven Lock was a man-made catastrophe. Even if someone else understood the original text of the scroll, they wouldn't spare him. He would be like the living embodiment of Heaven Lock. How could the cultivation world let him live if that happened? He couldn't accept this thing. I know that. Baiji nodded. She knew that many people understood the language of the Heavenly Spirit tribe, but not all could comprehend what was in the scroll. Others didn't have what Jiang Hao had. It wasn't about the cultivation realm or talent. Jiang Hao had discovered the Heaven Lock technique, and he had comprehended some of it. He was exceptional. Why did you choose me for this, Elder Baiji? Jiang Hao asked cautiously. Do you have any problem with it? Baiji asked in return. Jiang Hao lowered his head respectfully. I'm afraid I may not be up to the task. Baiji frowned slightly. She was a bit surprised. Logically, this should have been what Jiang Hao wanted. If the person behind him wanted the scroll, why wasn't Jiang Hao accepting it? Could it be that the person behind him wasn't interested in Heavenlock? Regardless, she had to carry out the task that the sect master had assigned. Completing this task will only bring benefits to you, Baiji said. Jiang Hao felt that Elder Baiji was trying to entice him with promises of benefits, but this was too dangerous for him. If he didn't handle it properly, it could offend Elder Baiji. Either way, Heavenlock was something he dared not translate. Once it was revealed, the Heavenly Note sect would be finished. But I am even unable to see the content. How will I translate it? Go to the Lawless Tower. It can suppress the peculiarity of Heavenlock, which will allow you to see the contents, Baiji said. Jiang Hao fell silent. He didn't know how to refuse her. Is there anything else? Baiji asked. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly and shook his head. He felt that Elder Baiji was setting him up with this task. Most likely, she didn't know the content of the scroll. If she knew, she would never allow another person to read it. There's another task I need you to do, Baiji said. The Heavenly King is in the Lawless Tower, and he wants to see you. There is another person on the 5th floor. Go and get to know them. Perhaps in the future, the Lawless Tower might ask for your help. Jiang Hao walked out of the White Moon Lake, and he was still puzzled. Who else had appeared in the Lawless Tower? As for the suspected help from him, it was probably something to do with interrogation. Every interrogation had brought nothing but trouble for him, especially with Gu Qing of the fallen Immortal Clan. The same was true for Dan Qingzi later, but he had put a stop to that. Mi Lingyue and King Hai Luo hadn't caused him any trouble, but Hai Luo's sudden reappearance was troublesome. Jiang Hao was also curious why Hai Luo had chosen to come back. Could it be that his cultivation isn't enough, and he can't continue to be the Heavenly King overseas? But if that's the case, how did he gain his people's respect? Jiang Hao shook his head in confusion. After that, he headed to the Lawless Tower. There was still some time, so he needed to assess the situation and then return to guard the mountain gate. Shortly after Jiang Hao left, Baiji called for Insha. Elder Baiji, said Insha respectfully. At that moment, Insha was dressed in a black robe, and there were no visible injuries on her body. Baiji was observing her very carefully. You've been in the sea fog cave for so long. Did you encounter anything? Baiji asked. Nothing in particular, Insha said. Baiji looked at her. Go to the Lawless Tower and stay there. Understood. Insha nodded. Baiji frowned as she watched Insha leave. What is it that Insha can't talk about? She could clearly sense that Insha knew something, but she couldn't speak about it. Insha's method was impressive. She had let Baiji know that there was something she knew but couldn't talk about. What could it be? Is it the wrong time or the wrong way of asking? Even she couldn't delve into the depths of the sea fog cave. Now that the Saint bandits had retreated, they didn't intend to continue exploring. It didn't benefit the sect. They could only wait for the sect to recuperate. After numerous twists and turns, the sect was exhausted. On the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower, King Hai Luo was as noisy as ever. It's been 2 months and he hasn't come yet? It seems he's afraid to come. But I'm generous. Go and call him in front of me. You little bastard! Zhuang Yuzhen sneered. King Hai Luo hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. Old scum, why aren't you kneeling in greeting? When that Foundation establishment fellow arrives, he'll have to kneel and call me Grandpa in front of everyone. Your master is at Golden Core Realm now, said Zhuang Yuzhen. No, that's your master, said Hai Luo. I, the great king, used to think I could restrain myself to get along with you lot. But unfortunately, restraint only brought disdain. Now, I'm revealing everything. No one has the ability to make this great lord bow and speak. Idiot, said a disdainful voice from the side. King Hai Luo turned and saw a woman in a silver-white dress. She looked cold and beautiful. You bitch! Say that to me again. Bitch. Smelly bitch. I said it twice. Do you know why? Because I listened to no one, including Jiang Hao. At that moment, Jiang Hao entered the area and heard those words. He was speechless. The majestic King Luo was making a fool of himself. When Jiang Hao's footsteps echoed on the floor, King Hai Luo retreated to his. Then, he looked at the newcomer. Jiang Hao was speechless. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.